climbs came at the end of the day. Today, they come at the beginning. Goodness me, whoever designed this course had a sense of occasion about them, but also of devilment, I think. For all of the GC contenders who found themselves in limbo yesterday, this might just be a descent into hell. We're in the rollout stage right now, just that little phase beforehand where we wait for Christian Prudhomme to stand up and wave that white flag. Not of surrender, you understand, but of the beginning of one heck of a day. 204.5 kilometers to be dealt with, and it is brutal. We say that not loosely, it really is. We go over the Grand-Bornand, the Madeleine, 2 all category climbs, and straight away we'll find out how busy it's going to be from the off. Chris Froome at the nose, suffering a 20-second penalty yesterday for feeding outside or inside a restricted zone. He had no option, unfortunately, as you'll see them going for it straight away. It's already underway. Yeah, he had no option yesterday. It would have all been over had he not sent Richie Porte back for some gel bars. It certainly worked well for him. He held on by the skin of his teeth. We've said that a number of times. Strange, really, for a man who is leading, let's not forget, this Tour de France by a margin of 5 minutes and 11. It's the big sort out at the beginning of the day. We're expecting some of the teams to perhaps put the hurt on Chris Froome if they think there is a chink in his armour. Is it going to be today that they go for him? Well, they've been going for him throughout this Tour de France, and as yet he has stood firm, albeit with a hunger wobble yesterday. Quintana has moved into 3rd place after another fantastic performance by him. I just don't know whether everyone's going to be marking each other out today, or whether it's today or perhaps tomorrow where the final real push is going to take place. If they want to make a difference in the mountains, well, the 2 all-category climbs come very, very quickly today, and it's going to be one of those days where the end game, as we approach the last 3 climbs, they may only be categorized 2 and a brace of category 1 climbs, but they come very late on, and really that could be the moment. Right now we've got a bit of a moment going on, and we'll take a moment as well to say welcome to Sean Kelly. Sean, a hugely dramatic day yesterday. I'm expecting another one today.
Well, what a day it was, and we talked about the Staged Alpe d'Huez. It was going to be one of the big days, the big rendezvous days of this Tour de France, and it certainly was that. It lived up to all of the expectations. You know, the day's racing we had out there, first of all with that breakaway getting away, and then we could see Vanguard and all the guys getting into difficulty on the descent, mechanical problems, and you know, it just turned out to be a magnificent day's racing. And Riblon, of course, having difficulty in the descent, running off the road, luckily got away with it, and went on to take the stage victory for the French, which they've been talking about and looking for, and really going for a long time. But you know, what a monument stage for a French rider, a French team. And then we see the general classification men. You know, it was just such an exciting stage finish, and of course Sky then with the problem there. There was nervous moments certainly for the team of Sky, but I think today again we could see some spectacular racing, because the general classification, it's still all to fight for up there, the top places, and especially the top 5 and the places for the podium are going to be very hotly contested today, I reckon, and certainly tomorrow.
204.5 kilometers today. Tomorrow it is the last real racing road stage. However, if there are some very narrow margins within the general classification, and well, there are behind Chris Froome, he clearly our leader by a margin of 5 minutes and 11 over Alberto Contador, but the difference between Contador and Quintana is only 21 seconds, and it may well be that we get some racing on the final day if those podium places are still very much in doubt. And Sean, those gaps are narrow up there, aren't they?
Yes, they are very narrow, and when you consider, the day's racing we have today, the terrain we have to get over, and then tomorrow another mountaintop finish, there is going to be a lot of movement, and the riders down there in that classification, some are getting better as the race go on, some are starting to suffer a bit starting the trial, so that it gives an indication there's going to be a lot of racing done. And we can see here at the start again, all this movement, there's going to be a lot of this, and unfortunately here today they have to try and get out of the group. Some of the riders maybe not the best of climbers, they have about 14 kilometres, and then we go on to the Glandon, and if the break is not away there, well, it's going to be a difficult one for the peloton, and especially for the riders who are suffering, because if they really race up this one, we will see the riders getting dropped off very, very early in the stage.
82 are once again involved in the break. Always seem to be there. Belcadre this time. He's been busy throughout. Got two men up the road. It's John Insausti from Euskaltel in the orange, and Lars Bak from Lotto Belisol, who's busy once again. These two teams, well, we've seen an awful lot of Lotto Belisol, courtesy of course, of the quick man, Andre Greipel. Van den Broek, sadly for them, an early exit from this Tour de France, so the GC contention really ebbed, I think it's fair to say. But Lars Bak putting on a decent show here. We'll be seeing Lotto Belisol and their train very, very busy on the Champs-Élysées, which of course is the grand finale, as always, of the Tour de France. He's joined by John Insausti of Euskaltel, who have been ubiquitous in the breaks, of late anyway. Surely, Euskaltel went very, very quiet for quite some time, and then all of a sudden, with time running out as we've hit the mountains, they didn't shine as brightly as I thought they might in the Pyrenees, but they found their legs in the Alps.
Yes, well, there's riders and teams, who were expected maybe to be in the early mountain stages and not getting the results. And I think it's more so the teams are set, they're hoping to get some stage victories out of the race, and unfortunately it doesn't happen, and now we're into the Alps, getting to the end of the race, and the panic button has been pushed, and that's the reason we're going to see some teams who are going to go up the road very early today to try and get into the breakaway and have a go for stage victory.
Well, time most certainly is running out. We have these very dramatic 3 mountain days, including tomorrow, incidentally. And then, of course, it is the run from Versailles into Paris for the conclusion of what has been an amazing 100th Tour de France. We may get racing on the final day, as we said, if it is quite narrow. Today, there's a lot of points for the King of the Mountains competition up for grabs, and Europcar are very interested. Pierre Roland in particular. You saw Tommy Voeckler a few moments ago just pinging off the front of the peloton, but just didn't seem to have the sprint legs at that point. I think he was also hampered by almost riding into a pedestrian who was quite safely on the pavement, but yeah, got very, very close, and maybe that just destroyed his little moment. But anyway, he's back with the pack as we speak, but there are some chasers. Berget, Kadri, Rojas and Favili with Bak and Izaguirre out front, and then we have the yellow jersey and all the other jerseys locked together at the moment by but 28 seconds down. Sean, there are 75 King of the Mountains points up for grabs today, so there could be an awful lot of movement if somebody did get very heroic.
Well, I think the riders who are close to that classification, close in the overall, Froome leading, of course, but he's not going to be going for it. So the opportunity, I think, is that they have to try and get into the breakaway. Quintana as well, very much up there. Riblon, after his performance yesterday, the hectic ride, being out there all day, he's going to, be feeling tired today. So, there's other riders whom we should see having a go there. And Roland is one of the ones who was up there, but I don't think he's in the best of form. We see him yesterday trying to go away on the Alps the first time up, but not as impressive as we have seen him in the past, and certainly as he was 2 years ago when he won that stage. So it's very much open all the time. When you consider what's for the take today in the mountain classification and tomorrow, and some of the riders further down in that classification, down to 7th, 8th, they're certainly in there for a chance, but you have to get into the breakaway, and that's going to be the difficult one here, as we can see more and more riders coming across and trying to get out of the peloton.
Yeah, almost desperately so. Tell you who's been busy over the last couple of days is Ryder Ejidal. It almost looks like a battle into nothing on occasion, but he's been quite animated late in this Tour de France after having a quiet start. He's a quiet man, incidentally. A very nice chap, but yeah, he sort of lets his legs do the talking. It's always quite strange when you come across somebody so benign and then all of a sudden but so explosive when they need to be. Yeah, I think that Nieve today might be somebody who has a go. He's fourth in the overall classification, and Nieve is what, 23 odd minutes down, something like that. Yeah, 24 minutes and 13, I beg your pardon. There he is. So yeah, he might be given a little bit of headway, and he's on decent form as well, coming good, as we said, amongst the Euskaltel boys. They've really found their mountain legs late on. I think maybe it was the strength of the rest of the peloton as we were in the Pyrenees, still trying to sort out who was boss. We have found out it's Chris Froome, of course. He is our leader. However, yesterday took a huge knock. Elementary, you might say, something that amateur cyclists might just forget to feed. Yesterday it wasn't his fault. The team car suffered an electrical issue and as a result could not feed them in the legal feed area, and so once they got into the restricted zone, Chris Froome put his hand up, which indicates a mechanical issue, which is part of the confusion yesterday, but it was a tactic to allow the team car to come through late. The commissaire, the race director, let that car through as the mechanical signal had gone. Then Port went back, collected the gels, handed them to Chris Froome, and because of their conspiracy, if you like, they were handed 20-second penalties each, and a pretty modest fine in Swiss francs. However, the team car driver was also handed a 1,000 Swiss franc penalty, I understand. So, Sean, it's one of those things that will be talked about. I guess it could have been, well, it would have been extremely pivotal on the day. But I don't think you can deny a man some sustenance after, you know, if he'd lost the Tour because of that, it would have been a tragedy.
Well, when you make the calculation, you know, if you're running into the situation where you feel you're going to get the hunger knock, you have to get, you know, some of the gels at that point as well. You have to get a gel into you, and you know, it was a situation yesterday for Sky. The car broke down, and from what I understand, it was a second team car had to come through, so that would have been a bit further off. And again, it got to the leading group of Froome and the other favourites. You were already on the Alpe d'Huez, and of course, you're not allowed to take anything from the team car, drink or food-wise, inside a certain number of kilometres from the finish, and they were inside that well. And you know, when you call the car, we could see Chris Froome yesterday. He was calling the car, but the car is not going to be allowed through unless there's a mechanical problem. So yeah, the tactic was between the director sportif and Froome, put your hand up, you know, as if you're having a mechanical problem, and then the car will be left through. And I think the race director Pesce was really unhappy with that, because he got a little bit tactically, he got a little bit done over, but a very good move by Sky. And then we did see Richie Porte going back and, you know, taking the food, and I was expecting just Richie Porte to get the fine, because when you look at the regulations, I understand that is the way, but of course with Christopher Froome putting up his hand, the food was for him. Both get the penalty, but I think at the end of the day, if he continued on, it could have been a disaster. If you really run out in the last number of kilometres in Alpe d'Huez, you could lose 2 or 3 minutes so quickly, where here he didn't lose anything on Contador. He gained time there, but Quintana was the one who gained a little bit of time, but no major problem yesterday for the overall classification.
Col de Glandon, you saw it there, just over 21 kilometres of climbing, albeit with some respite ramps within it. 2 in fact, so you kind of race to those, put some power back in your legs, and then continue with the assault. We've just seen Johnny Hugeland going off the front of the peloton, trying to mix it up with these guys. Incidentally, the peloton is only 13 seconds behind Back and Izaguirre. All other skirmishes have been nullified just for now. And a big check over the shoulder by Lars Bak, thinking, how much energy am I putting into this so early? That is the Lac de Vernay. I've got a tale to tell about the Lac de Vernay and a midnight swimming expedition that I went on some years ago, back in 1996, in fact. Never forget it. There we are, and it seems that our transponders are not exactly matching the action at the moment, and we do have a bunch of probably about 16 riders, I reckon, off the front of this group. We'll get a check on that for you, and we'll be back with you in a few moments.
Man, as far as the break so far is concerned. Matt's gone for the right one. John Izagirre. Phil's gone for Joaquin Rodriguez too. Paul goes for Alejandro Valverde. Faint black line are the Sky Boys at the front, and look stronger as a team yesterday than they had perhaps previously for a while.
No, they've done well, and it's going to be interesting to see how well they've recovered after that huge ride through the mountains yesterday, because that, I think, is going to be the decisive factor today. Not who's got the biggest engine, but who has recovered after yesterday's ride. You can see them all. I think the attacks aren't quite as sharp now. Everybody is carrying considerable fatigue. And as we go to, I think this is the front group. We're calling it a group. It's virtually a peloton in its own right.
Yeah, and talking of people who are exhausted from yesterday, astonishingly, Christophe Riblon's in there. Yesterday's stage winner wearing the polka dot jersey. I saw Ryder Hagedal going through and out of shot. And Garmin, you know, they've got the one great win with Dan Martin, but they've been animating this race every day. Tom Danielson's in the break, or Andrew Talansky's in the break, or David Miller's in the break. They're having a go.
Well, Talansky was my first pick for today, actually, because I thought he looked okay
changing
yesterday.
Picks now.
Well, I can get it into commentary just to sort of make that point. As we see the two Garmin riders in the distance there. So by changing my pick, I'm almost guaranteed that he will be in the breakaway today. He fared really well. He's been consistent. And those are the kind of riders who aren't a threat on GC, but are physically good enough at this stage of the race, are the ones that are likely to form today's breakaway.
Yeah, 30 seconds you can see is the gap there, but that's to the yellow jersey group. As you can see, Izagirre and Back have now got a large amount of company, 37 or so riders, and it was Ryder Hagedal, it looked like, who dragged them across. As we start the foot of the climb, there we are, 21.6 kilometres to go to the summit, an average of 5.1%, but Chris, as you said, some much steeper parts than that, and a sort of annoying little descent in the middle before you start again.
Well, we're at the pointed end of the race at the moment. Perhaps worth a mention, the people who are most feared today are the sprinters, of course, because they're likely to get ejected at this kind of pace on the first climb of the day, and they have to make it inside that time limit, of course, which is never more than 30 or 40 minutes behind the very best rider of the day.
Yeah, we might have the rule book out at the end of the day looking for the coefficient. It's a percentage every day based on the average speed of the winner, so it needs a bit of working out. It's not a standard time that you can set, and the autobus, as they call themselves, forming at the back, they're pretty adept at those kind of calculations. Frances de Jeux having a little dig off the front of the main field. Sky, led by Geraint Thomas, serene and placid, and taking no real interest at this point in the breakaway merchants of the day.
They know it's an exceptionally long day, and that nobody can sustain these high attacking paces, so they've done this many times now over the last couple of years. They ride at their pace. They know that what's possible for the rest of the day, because they don't mind about the stage. They're trying to control things to the overall, keep it inside of that 4-minute buffer that Froome has.
Romain Bardet was the AG2R rider, just nipping off the front. They're trying to get across to a little group around Johnny Hugelin, Tom Dumoulin, the Argos Shimano rider. They're trying to get across. Team Sky moved to the front, set the pace, and actually made it patently clear to everyone that if you want to go, go, because this is what we're doing for the time being. So 37 trying to get across to the two up front. They've now melded into a group of 39, and then another 5 or 6 going off the front, trying to take this opportunity to get into the breakaway.
Right, thank God you're keeping track of that. Now, Ryder Hagedal behind Izagirre. He's replaced Lars Back at the moment, as we see a Soja-Sun rider, 2:17 going off the
Maxime
front. That is
Mederel.
Maxime Mederel. And the pressure slightly off the French as a nation with that stage win at Alpe d'Huez yesterday. L'Equipe making masses of it this morning. But they still need some success in the general classification, don't they, Matt? And Romain Bardet, who you mentioned, he's the top-placed man now that poor old Jean-Christophe Perrault has crashed out. 17th, I think he currently lies. And he's one of the next great French hopes, isn't he?
Oh, well, do you know, I fancied him for the best young rider competition. Now, Quintana's absolutely riding way away with that, and great competition in there as well with Kwiatkowski. But Bardet, do you know, he came through a year ago, Amstel Gold. He was in the morning breakaway, stuck in there all day, was the last rider to survive the Amstel Gold breakaway. And then when he was finally caught by the peloton, looked around, found his team leader, led him through, and still managed to get 25th in one of the longest and hardest mountain classics of the calendar. There's Damiano Cunego. I tell you what, he's got to do something, hasn't he? I mean, Lampre have been lamentable in the course of this race. His best stage finish, Damiano Cunego, former Giro d'Italia finish, 30th on stage 3 to Calvi, is a minute and 26 minutes, an hour and 26 minutes down. They've got to do something.
Well, he's going to get across to these two in the lead, and that'd make quite a decent group as well, wouldn't it? We have to remember that this front group, this large group of riders, is still a minute and 11 in front of the yellow jersey group. They're not going too hard. You can see that by Peter Sagan is still at the front alongside the Sky Riders.
All right, well, while things are rolling along, and we'll keep an eye on any breaks, let's get into some of your tweets. Imogen Sutherland's first up. Why is it illegal to feed in the final 25 kilometres?
A minute of an advantage at the moment on the group of yellow jersey.
Well, the worm's been put on the hook, and they're trying to tempt Sky into attack mode. If they're going to try and make them burn out, Sean, there's plenty to tempt them up the road.
Well, I think, yes, that is... it's something that we talked about in the very early part of our programme. There's a lot of teams here, you know, who haven't got a stage victory, and they are going to, you know, to give it everything here, really give it your 100% in the earlier part of the stage, on the first climb of the day, and on the Glandon, and try and get into the breakaway, and then see what the reaction is behind. Of course, see who is away with you, and then start looking and thinking about a stage victory. As we can see here, Damiano Cunego, pardon, he's very active in this race. He's been in a lot of breakaways, tried a lot, but he's not going anywhere, and really suffering this race. But still, chapeau, you have to hand to him for trying.
Very much so, but he may well be on burnout, because I think that there may be some others here who maybe perhaps might help Sky out just a tad. It's quality, that's for sure, and Cousin, Izaguirre and rider Ejidal, even that trio, you know, they can be breakers when they need to be. Today it is about some very early climbs, and we are on the Glandon. If you're only just joining us, there are indeed 5 categorized climbs today. There are little sub-climbs and little sub-descents as well. During the climb of the Col de Glandon, they'll be going downhill on 2 occasions, so there's excuse me, that came from nowhere. There is respite within the climb, and they have a chance to well, rest their legs, but also to regather themselves to push on again. It's a dramatic start, Sean.
Yes, it is one of the difficult starts because the climb itself not taken into account the little bit of downhill we have here just before the halfway point, but it's a 21.6 kilometre climb, so it's a long one. You do get that little rest period, but depending on what way the racing is going, if they, you know, are pushing on, well, then the downhill is not going to be that relaxing, because it is a very technical one, and when you get into the second half of the climb, let's call it, it does kick up very, very steep and straight up, and that is, you know, a difficult one to find your rhythm again. So sometimes it's better if you get into a climb, you just continue climbing all the time, you have the rhythm going. But here, you know, you have that 2 kilometre, 2.5 kilometre of descent, so you kind of you lose the rhythm again, and then you have to get settled into the second half. But this group, we can see here, this big group which we're looking at, 25 riders are giving now at the moment, so it's growing all the time. It doesn't look like they're pulling well together, because we see you know, the 3 riders just coming out of the front, and I think it's too big to maybe survive, but at least they're growing the advantage, 143 back to the main peloton at the moment.
Yeah, it is quality up there. Costa's there, don't forget, from Movistar. He's 50 minutes down. I think Movistar and Team Saxo Tinkoff have done a great job of getting men up the road, but as yet Sky just setting that rhythm as they usually do on these climbs, and refusing to bow to temptation. We have, I understand, got some interviews today. First of all, man who's up the road, Ryder Ejderdaal. Here he is.
Ryder, you had enough time to recover for the 2 climbs of the Alpe d'Huez?
Yeah, no, it felt good. We were main goal is to get someone in the break yesterday, so Tom was up there, and Andrew did a good ride, so I felt comfortable.
What is about today?
Yeah, same.
Breakaway,
Yeah.
Dan Martin, what is the tactic of Garmin?
Yeah, we want to be in the front of the race, so it's going to be a hard stage.
You will make it harder.
Usually, if you want to get in the break, that's what happens, but yeah, we'll try.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know who chose Ryder Ejerdaal's sun spectacles, but I think his family name is Presley. Excuse me. Andy Schleck, here he is. Sean, we kind of, each day we think, oh, maybe it might be an Andy Schleck kind of day. So far, we haven't had an Andy Schleck kind of day.
Well, I think yesterday he, went out there and got into the that move after what was left of the big breakaway of the day, and looked to be pretty comfortable on the first climb of the Alp, but not succeeding to get any advantage on the group of big favourites. And I think Schleck then, when they got to the Alp the second time, he knew there was nothing he could do. He's not in the general classification, so maybe he was thinking of another day, but it doesn't look like that at the moment, the way he's hanging around the rear of the peloton. But we'll have to wait and see. We can see this group is closing down on our 2 leaders at the moment, and the advantage 157, so they are pulling gradually away from the main part of the peloton.
They certainly are, and Ryder Ejderdaal pulling away. How's about that? Radio problems for Andy Schleck, so perhaps we'd written him off a bit early today. Nonetheless, if you have got a desire to make an impression so late on, you're going to have to get busy quite quickly, because the big climbs of the day, both all category, the Glandon and the Madeleine, very familiar to many of you, I'm sure, come in the first part of the day. All this after twice over the Alpe d'Huez in the latter part of yesterday. Cruel, you might say. Well, it is the 100th Tour de France, and they're certainly not sparing the riders, that's for sure. He'll get re-radioed. We will take ourselves a break, and we'll be back in just a few moments and maybe speak to some of you. And in fact, happy and smiling quite quickly yesterday. Chris Froome also happy smiley this morning, but it was anything but yesterday, that's for sure. Dmitry Muravyev heading back to the car for a little bit of tea and sympathy, I think. Not quite sure what he's having at the moment, but it is a free ride with the medical car up the mountain. Plenty of mountain runoff here. We have the Lac de Vernay, which we've just passed by. It fills because of the snow melt in this part of the world. It is a beautiful, beautiful part of France, Sean.
It is a beautiful part of France, not to ride your bike, but to drive over, yes, and it will be maybe beautiful for some, the ones who get glory today, who are successful, get a stage victory. And as we see yesterday for AG2R, it was just a dream day, and a dream day for the French, and eventually they got their stage victory. It will be the same situation today. If somebody and a team who has not got anything out of this race can manage to win the stage today, well then it will be a lovely day. But not nice here to ride your bike, no matter what level you're at. And we could see David Miller there. He was up in that group. He came back. I think he decided it's not for me up there today, and we could see him having a joke with Port.
Here's Jacink.
We see you quite in form in the last of the Tour de France. What is about today? You can get your chance, or you have to stay with Bob Mollema?
No, normally today I can get a chance. Yesterday was a hard day for the team, but I think Bauke is better. He had a good night's sleep, so hopefully he will be okay today, but I think for me it's a possibility. Yeah.
How to attack this stage like today with 5 climbs?
It's really difficult. I think you have to be there right from the start, and that's the hard part for me personally, of course. But yeah, it's a really hard stage, as I said. So it will be for the guys who can be good until the end, of course.
Thank you. Good luck.
And Robert Jasink is in fact up the road here. We're just looking at the main body of the peloton that at the moment sits at 2 minutes and 27 off the men up the road. Ryder Ejedal is up there. He's an hour and 41 minutes down. John Isaguirre and Zausti as well, over 2 hours down, so no worriment as far as they're concerned. However, there is quite an effective looking group of riders. Saxo Tinkoff got 2 men up the road, so Alberto Contador has sent out the lieutenants. Sergio Paulino is there, and so is Hernandez, both of whom, and in fact just about everybody out there, is beyond an hour, save for Jan Bekelants of Radio Shack Leopard. But yes, it is an effective fighting force, so for the day's stage they might well have something. Movistar have also sent out their satellite riders. Rui Alberto Costa is there, and so is Plaza Molina. And the second group is actually comprised of 41 riders. Radio Tour doesn't get active for about another 20 minutes, we were warned. Maybe it's a work time directive. I've no idea. Maybe they've already done their hours for the week. I doubt it. Or I doubt that they're down as low a level as they can be. Yes, they have been busy, and they don't start work until midday. There you go. Still on the coffee and croissant, I think. So yes, Sean Kelly was absolutely right. It is a much wider group. We haven't caught full sight of them with the helicopter just yet, but one thing is for certain, and that is that Isaguirre and Ryder Ejedal are up the road. Well, while we've got a little bit of a hiatus in proceedings as they get onto the climb, some of you asking what was that story about the Lac de Vernay. It was extraordinarily hot when I was camping during the mountain bike Tour of France. It's where I first met Cadel Evans, actually, a long time ago. I see Smukilis carrying his injuries. Yesterday, yes, just going back to 1996, decided to take a midnight swim because I was being terrorized by mosquitoes, so I had to zip the tent up, and it was extraordinarily hot. It was over 30 Celsius at night, and so in the end I'm going crazy. I decided to run from the tent to avoid the mosquitoes and just dive into the lake. It was perishing. But nonetheless, I cooled down. It was fabulous. Only to have a dog approach me, barking its head off and looking pretty serious. It was called off by its owner, who turned out to be a Dutchman, who said the dog was used in a sea farm, fish farm that he had off the coast to scare away seals, and he thought I was a seal. Dog, that is. Yeah. He did apologise profusely because I was scared to death, and my screams in fact woke the campsite, and he offered me rather strangely an air-dried sausage by way of apology. I think one for the memoirs. There you go. Anyway, let's leave that behind, shall we? There are other stories. 185.7 kilometres remaining today, and just 2 men up the road. They've got a distance, a gap of 30 seconds on a vast pursuit group. It's listed as 25 according to the transponders, which are clearly not working fully yet, and when we get Radio Tour in about 20 minutes we'll have the other names for you, but they're actually just on the drift, around about 30 seconds back. However, the main pack is being distanced, so obviously no real threat up top. You're going to have some who are found out very quickly today, because the profile gets very serious very soon.
Well, I think it's a combination. First of all, fatigue. We can see Thomas de Gent here having difficulty just staying in with the main part of the peloton. Marcel Seeberg also from Lotto Belisol. And the other guys, certainly Seeberg, he's the lead-out man for Ante Greipel. He was not looking forward to this day, not going to enjoy the day. And the peloton are just rolling along, so it just shows how difficult the terrain is and how difficult the percentage is here at the moment. The chasing group, we had 25 out just a moment ago, but now they're back up to 41 again, and I was forecasting 40. You can see it's certainly close to that 40 mark, and the advantage is growing out all the time. I'm surprised that you know, they weren't a little bit of up in pace there, that somebody tried to get across, but now that is going to start, I think, growing out more and more. And but on the next part of the climb, we did see our two leaders there, Izagiri and Hajdal. They're on that downhill part, and when you go on to the next part, well, that's where it really goes up steeply, and it goes straight up, percentage very, very steep. We could see maybe somebody in the peloton not happy with the situation, but with 40 riders out front, I reckon everybody, or certainly very close to it, have somebody out in the breakaway.
You know what? This is about management today, and Sky have not been tempted up the road. As far as Saxo Tinkoff are concerned and Movistar, they have got both a brace of riders ahead of them. Sky don't feel any reason to panic, and they're going to keep all their resources in one place. Around Chris Froome. Well, it's worked very well for them. We're going to have a chat to Cunego and Serpa, I understand, about the trials of yesterday, where the big climbs came late. Today they're early. Mike.
Well, another guy we caught up with before the start of the stage was the Polish rider Przemysław Niemiec from Lampre. What are the tactics for today? He's been asked. Well, after the very tough stage yesterday, twice up Alpe d'Huez, it was very amazing. We think this is even a tougher stage. Yes, yesterday was amazing. By the way, the crowds were fantastic once again. But today, very tough stage, and no respite from the start. Straight away to over 2,000 meters above sea level. I'm sure there'll be a break going, of course, and there'll be lots of teams that will be wanting to be there. And we certainly want at least one, if not two, Lampre riders up there. Well, I did see Cunego, Damiano Cunego, earlier. Carlton, can you confirm he's still up there in that leading chase group?
I can't. We haven't been back there just yet, but Sean's giving me the nod at the moment. Got some relay issues in terms of their transponders in the mountains today. If you're wondering what that is, if you have a look, what on earth I'm talking about, if you have a look on the bikes at the bottom part of the frame, just near the chainset, you'll find that there's a little black, it looks like a little piece of black plastic. That actually is the transponder. Each rider has one, and it basically sends a signal back as to where their position is, and that relay seems not to be working at the moment. But we do have Radio Tour that will be joining us in around about 15 minutes once they've just dabbed their mouths with a napkin. And here is that grouping right now, and Sean, 41.
Yes, and we can see there's two riders from the Lampre Merida. Cunego is there and Serpa is there from that team, but we can see, is there more further back? Yes, we can see a bit further back another rider at least. So there's a lot of teams in here with numbers of riders. We can see AG2R just pushing on the front here, and of course they're really the morale really rocket high at the moment after a magnificent stage win yesterday. And we can see they're just walking away at them, not pushing on majorly, because with the two holding on in front, that tells us they're just getting up this climb. And yeah, when you look at the distance, 183 kilometers to finish, there is time for this breakaway to start pushing on later into the stage.
Very much so. Just catching sight of the French champion, who's not overly distinguished himself, but France are very, very pleased today. That's Arthur Vichot in the tricolour. You see a little bit as he goes over the babbling brook here. A little bit more than that. Whitewater rafting in this part of the world, scary stuff. Don't do it. Well, unless you want to. 183 kilometres, 3 minutes and 8 is the gap now between these two and the peloton. In the middle, a rather large phalanx of contenders for the day's prize, which is well worth having, a stage victory. 41 of them in total, so 43 riders ahead of the pack, which includes Peter Sagan, Chris Froome, Nairo Quintana, who's very much becoming the talking point of this Tour de France. he sort of stays under the radar just because he's such an unfamiliar name to many people, but he's taken great strides and may well even finish runner-up. We're talking about the battle that might be for podium places. I'm just wondering whether Alberto Contador might lose heart, finish second or 10th. I don't think Alberto Contador will care much, but his team might. And it may well be that they ignite his challenge. Basically just tell him to get on with it, and the runners-up spot is worth fighting for. It's a question of heart. He's got plenty of it, but so has Quintana, and at the moment they're only separated by 21 seconds. So expect the white leader jersey, so the young riders jersey holder, Quintana, to have a go. I am sure runners-up would be amazing. Not that Chris Froome's won it yet, of course. Back. Today, with such a profile, perhaps we shouldn't have expected fireworks right from the very off. However, we have two riders who are making great strides and indeed inroads into the opening climb of today, which is no mean climb, the Col de Glandon. And particularly tortuous, one suspects, after coming on the back of yesterday's double-Duez, which produced an amazing fireworks display, really, I think you might say. And what a fantastic winner we had as well, coming back from adversity. It was quite remarkable, and great that the French press have got something else to talk about other than having a go at Chris Froome, frankly. They have been quite bullying as far as he's concerned. Very contrite they have been as well, I might add, since the figures for Chris Froome were released, his power figures, etc., and his biometrics. And basically, L'Equipe yesterday, quite contrite, actually looked at the figures and said, actually, it all makes sense. So there you go. Chris Froome and all the silly doping allegations against the poor man, which was bordering on bullying, I might add, finally put to bed. And at least today, Sean, the papers have got something to celebrate rather than just to get upset about, imaginary as it might have been. Now they've got a fact, and that is they have a French winner.
Yes, and you know, what a stage to win for the French, because Alpe d'Huez, you know, it's a monument stage of the Tour of France, and for the climbers and the riders that can win on the Alpe d'Huez, you know, it's just a fabulous stage to win. And for the fourth stage of the French this year, we must remember the French, they had 5 stage wins last year, so they were getting very desperate in the last number of days, but that's all put to bed now, and it's all about AG2R and their victory yesterday. So hopefully the negative stuff will be all over with, but you're going to get that in the Tour of France, and you know, we have got it last year as well, at a time during the race. As you get into the final week, there's always a day where you get some of that, but I think certainly today there's nothing in that respect. It's all about the race, and what a stage it was yesterday, not only for the stage victory, but then for the general classification. Man, there was so much movement there, panic at times, you know, for the teams, and it was just a great day's racing. And today is another day where it's looking difficult, and it's not an easy day, because we've seen here this group, a very big group, have went out of the peloton. So Sky have to, you know, keep a pace stronger than they would normally do. If there was only 4 or 5 riders out in front at the moment, they could just keep it a little bit slower, and that would allow the non-climbers, the sprinters, to get over the climb not too far off. But now, you know, we have seen there's a lot of riders losing contact, and when you get to the top of this one at 21.6 kilometers, they're going to be many minutes down already, and it's still a long way to the finish. You still have 143 kilometers.
It's a hell of a long way. We mentioned at the top of the programme that it might be a descent into hell for a number of riders. It is a particularly focused profile to come into this straight off the back of the double Duez day yesterday. And right Ejdal, what he lacks in taste when it comes to his selection of sunglasses, he clearly makes up for in terms of well, late run to form, I think you might say. Where did he go wrong on this tour? is a big question. An hour and 41 down he is, which is why the 2012 Giro d'Italia winner is being allowed off the leash. And indeed, this pairing are now 1 minute and 30 clear of the pursuers. Now, the pursuers and their gap is diminishing as the peloton and Sky just keep up a decent pace up the Grand-Bornand. And a quick pace, Sean, may not look it, but the gradients that were involved in here are significant.
Yes, well, 21 kilometres of a climb, it's always going to have hurt, and after what they've been through yesterday, and we're getting into, you know, the end of the third week of this race, so it's a recipe for a lot of pain today. More for others, the guys who are not good climbers, of course, they will suffer that bit more. And it's a concerning day for the bus, because with the climbs in the earlier part, and my apologies, at the top of the Grand-Bornand there's still 171 kilometres, so I was knocking quite a lot off there by saying 140. There's a long road to the finish here at the at Le Grand-Bornand, and the two big climbs coming very early, but of course then you have very difficult terrain. You know, it's undulating stuff. There's a few climbs thrown in. There's a second category climb thrown in, and that's also quite a long one, 8 kilometres. So the bus is going to have to work very hard today to get inside the time limit, where the situation yesterday, climbing the Alp twice, it was at the very end, and if you got to the Alp for the first time in a good position, which all the riders did get into the Alp in the main peloton, it wasn't a problem. But today it's not going to be the case. They're going to have to really push on and to make it inside the time limit.
179.7 kilometres left today, and most of it is either up or down, and there will be plenty of riders who finish down. It is a downhill finish into Le Grand-Bornand. We have 3 late climbs to deal with. I think the most focused part of the day is actually going to be off the Madeleine, which is the second climb. When you look at the profile of the Grand-Bornand, which we're on now, a lot of you saying, why is it whole category beyond categorization? That means when it's only 5.1% average over its length. Well, the length is 21.6 kilometres, and it would be a lot worse than that, the percentage, were it not for a couple of downhill sections within the climb. And so it's nullified a little bit, and it looks a lot easier on paper when you see 5.1%. You know, a good clubber can take on 5.1% and make a good effort of it, good fist of it. But yeah, there are 10% ramps within it, and it is frightening. So Sky's pace might look like a Sunday afternoon. It's anything but. It's hard to see the gradients that they're dealing with, but believe me, it is punishing, and it's starting to take a huge toll at the back of the peloton. We are already seeing riders in trouble, and we'll be seeing a lot more of them today. The descent off the Grand-Bornand is not bad. We did it last night, albeit in a car, and at the bottom was a restaurant, and steak and chips were had. It was very pleasant. A couple of boule of red, I'll be bound as well. There is not a bounce before we hit the Madeleine. There is a respite section as we get to La Chambre, which is 11 kilometres, and then they start the Madeleine. The Madeleine itself is a tough climb, very much so. There's no respite within it, so the second climb does not have those ramps where you can put some strength back in your legs and form another attack. It's constant, and it's 7.9% over 19.2 kilometres. So after 63 kilometres into today, they'll be hitting that. And on the countdown, which I know is on your screen, so we'll refer to that, 141 kilometres to go will be when they hit the bottom of the Madeleine. So they'll get there reasonably quickly because they've got this big downhill run off the Grand-Bornand. It's the run off the Madeleine when the day gets dangerous. 26 hairpins at high speed. There's a little kick halfway down where they'll have to climb and then go back into the hairpins. It's very scary, Sean.
It is a dangerous descent, but I don't think there'll be anybody pushing real fast on the descent. So it shouldn't be a problem. We have pretty good conditions at the moment. The road looks dry, but again, there's a lot of cloud hanging about, and as we see yesterday and as we see last night when we're coming across to here, it can, you know, come down very quickly.
You're right, the road is wet and we have a lot of mist and fog hanging around. Not heavy rain, but the scary stuff, and that is it lays itself gently upon the tarmac, and any overbanding or indeed white paint along the way, very much to be avoided. It's a worn surface as well, as you can see. And we're also looking at the man who's wearing the combativity numbers and the polka dot jersey. He is yesterday's stage winner. He's third in the classification of the King of the Mountains competition, Christophe Reblon. Yes, Quintana and indeed Chris Froome, who lead that competition, are both ahead of him at the moment. There is Chris Froome, took the knock yesterday. Well, he's knocking on the door of that victory, is he not? We have Cyril Gauthier coming up, Mike.
Yes, we do. One of the salients in the Team Europe car, lying 36th on the general classification at the moment, just inside 1 hour behind on Chris Froome. One of the front runners in the Europe car team, and Cyril, we've seen you in one or two of the breaks, but what about today? Well, it's going to be like yesterday. We're all getting a little bit tired now, but I'll try to do my best. As you know, I was in the break yesterday, but I went a little bit too early. I think I'll try to be a little bit smarter today. Remember, it's not a pure climber who necessarily wins on these stages, but we've got to be in the front. We've got to make sure we've got at least one man in the break, if not two or three, and then just stay calm and see what happens. What about the Grand-Bornand and the Madeleine? Are you scared of that? Oh, I think it's frightening everybody, particularly after yesterday. So we've just got to try to be up front, keep our heads, and try not to get crazy.
Don't get crazy. Well, getting thumbs up from the great and the good in the red cars. Get some special guests coming along. Yesterday, I believe James Murdoch was in the Sky team. Great media family that they are, and great supporters of cycling. I understand he's a huge cycling fanatic himself, which is great. So nice he's taking the time to come along. 177.6 kilometres, a little bit less than that, and 5 minutes and 31, and the hurt is on, Sean.
Yes, we can see it's going to be a familiar sight all the way up this climb. 177.5 to go, and the summit of this one, there's 171 to go. So, you know, still a long ways to the top here, and we can see the non-sprinters having difficulty here. Nicky Terpstra from Omega Pharma Quick-Step just starting to lose 3-4 bike lengths on the tail end of the group. And we can see our two leaders, Izagari and Hajdal. Weather conditions changing, and you know, that's the way it was certainly last night when we're coming across. You get 5-10 kilometres dry conditions, then suddenly the road will be wet, and this is not going to be nice for the descent, because it's such a fast one, and there's a lot of very tight corners. Hopefully it will blow off as they go over the top, and that is possible. When you get over the top, the other side could be totally dry and no rain at all.
Tree debris, watch out for it, because it was such a dreadful spring, a wet one. Yeah, all right, it might have been rather lovely of late. Well, the dampness has come here, and some of the trees are late to bud, and underneath the woodland areas there is that sort of well, tree debris on the road, and they've got to take great care, because when there is this level of moisture, it's fine when it's absolutely binning it down because it washes the road. However, it's raining very gently. It's a sort of a horrible little misty, drizzly rain. It makes the surface very damp, but it doesn't generally tend to clean it terribly well, and so a lot of stuff hangs around. We had a storm blow through a couple of days ago, but the tree debris that we saw last night as we were driving down off this is still very much there. So keep your fingers crossed off the Grand-Bornand. It may not be as hairy as the Madeleine, which is more exposed, but they'll be coming through some of the woodland area, and that's where it can get a bit skittery. A lot of vehicles around as well, let's not forget, and having overfilled our diesel car at a garage, thank goodness. I'm just hoping that all the caps were firmly on for all the camping cars that have graced this tour so far. Another huge reservoir in this part of the world. Why build them here? Well, it rains a lot, and we've got rain today. It was supposed to be a 50% chance, Sean. I think 50% of the day may well be wet.
Yes, well, they're giving the conditions that possible showers, and we're seeing them very early. Hopefully it's only a shower that will blow off, because if they have to go through all this stage and all the descending they have to do, it's going to, you know, make it that much more difficult again. On the descent, it's you have to concentrate so much more when you're in the wet roads here, and these very fast, long descents, it's going to be very uncomfortable for some riders that do not like those conditions.
Well, the gap apparently has just expanded, and in fact we have an amendment, and Radio Tour are with us. So it was stating 2 minutes and 25 back to the 44 pursuers. It's got out to 2 minutes and 40, and it's 5 minutes and 54 seconds, as you can see, back to the peloton. So Izaguirre and Ejidal are having a crack today. It's a long way to go. We'll take a break.
Thomas Cook.
Looking at a secondary group here, the pursuers at 44 seconds away from Izaguirre and Ejidal. There are a number of ways of approaching the Glandon. One is the Croix de Fer, but we're not on that today. Paul Crossland pointing out that there is an alternative way, but yes, it's not that way today. Excuse me, 173.2 kilometres, 6 minutes and 14 now. These boys are having fun, and there is it Claire from Brittany with the chalkboard. She is a constant, even if some of the timings are not. One thing that's looking pretty constant today is the rain. We're still got a little bit of blue sky at the finish, but the cloud is rolling in. And I think this may well be the character of the day, and the rain jackets may well have to come out fairly soon, Sean. They'll get cold, if not, on the descent, and they'll be there before you know it.
Yes, well, the long descent it can get cold, and you know, we look at the altitude we've got here on the first climb of the day. The Glandon, we're at 1,924 metres, so it is going to be cold, and then you make that descent of almost 20 kilometres, so it is going to be, you know, a cold situation, and I'd not be surprised if we do see some of the riders trying to get the raincoat, if not get the paper on their chest just to make the descent. And we did see last night when we were coming across the way, the temperatures dropped as you go up. Every couple of kilometres it was dropping down 2-3 degrees all the time, and at the top I think last night it was about 10 degrees. So when you start climbing here, and especially if you get a bit wet, if you get the rain shower and you get wet through, well, then you get cold very quickly.
You do, yeah, 10 degrees. If you set your aircon to that, you'd probably be arrested if there was children in the room. Yes, it's extremely cold, and that's what they're dealing with at the moment. And taking on the gel bars. I think they've probably got plenty of them today, Sky, after Gelgate yesterday. I think the press would have made an awful lot more of it had there not been a French winner. And there was a spectacular one yesterday, and he's in the polka dots today, Christophe Riblon, third in that competition. We were talking at the top of the show, Sean, about the King of the Mountains competition. It doesn't serve anyone to have Izaguirre and Ejidal up there who's involved in that, because there's 75 points up for grabs, and we thought that Pierre Rolland may take some early strides today, but it's not really happened for him, although he's up there.
Well, I think he can take some points here, because the two out in front, they're not really in the mountain classification. We can see the men who are very much up in the classification. Christophe Riblon, we can see his teammate there, who have been pushing on the front of the bunch. Badre, one of the youngest riders in the race, so they are interested, and Pierre Rolland is also in here, so they're going to have a go for this one as we go through the 5 kilometres to go for the main peloton out front. That battle is going to go on, and you know, Riblon is very much up there. He's at 77 points in third position, where Christopher Froome have 104. If this break continues on, and it looks like at the moment, the way the peloton is riding, 6:33 back to the peloton. And the two leaders out in front, the chasing group of the men who are interested in the mountain classification, they're at 250 behind the leaders, our two leaders on the road. So it is going to start heating up for that classement, especially between Riblon, who I can see is in there, Roland is in there, and there's surely some other ones. Moser, I think he's in there from the Cannondale team as well, but I'm not sure if he will be able to live with his pace. But yesterday, we must remember, he finished second on the stage.
He did, and TJ was, well, heartbroken yesterday, and I'm not surprised after his brave effort that sadly got nullified right at the end, as Riblon found second breath, and more than that, just spurred on. Amazing. The climber rankings, highest level all category today, it's 25 points for each of the all category climbs. We have two of them today, so it goes for the first 10 riders, 25, 20, 16, 14, 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2 are the points. Later on, we've got categorized two category 1 climbs, and the points available there are 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, 1, and one category 2 climb, which will be coming off the two all category climbs, which is 5, 3, 2 and 1. So yeah, there's a hatful out there today, and that competition is still very much alive. To be fair, podium places are very much alive as well, and it may well be that we get racing on the final day, which is traditionally more of a parade to celebrate the winner. But if second place is up for grabs by a handful of seconds, who knows? Well, it's a quiet-ish day today, hardly surprising, with some tired legs off the back of the double Bourg-d'Oisans yesterday and two serious all-category climbs today. So despite the fact that we've got some gaps, it's sort of holding station, and it'll give us a chance to have a chat with some of you and take some of your questions. If you'd like to join the conversation on Twitter, then please feel free to do so. It's at Carlton Kirby, and if you hashtag Eurosport Cycling, I know that's quite long, but as a hashtag, it does trim into your message, maybe. But if you do hashtag it Eurosport Cycling, it goes to the full family, and your questions go far and wide globally. Col de Glandon approaching the top. It is all category, and these guys have made light of it in dreadful conditions. Past what looked like Herefords to me, but somebody else will tell me something else. There is actually a website or a Twitter site called the Vache de la Tour, or something along those lines, and it looks out for the cows along the way. Sort of cow spotting. Well, they've made the trip. It was a very bald mountain last night, Sean, but today camper vans thin on the ground, but plenty of bicycles. A lot have made the effort to cheer them on. It's good to see.
Yes, well, I think we will see more and more as we go into the stage today. The following climb, the Madeleine, there'll be probably, you know, quite a lot of people. We can see here, just for the mountain classification, Hejdahl is going to take us just ahead of Zagari, and now the interesting thing, back in this big group of chasers, we'll see who will come over the top to take the third place, and there's definitely interest from a number of riders. There are at least 3 who are very much up in the mountain classification. Hejdahl, he's in the 18th position, but he only has 19 points. He's a long ways off to catch up on some of the guys who are also going to take points out of this second group on the road.
Well, if he gets them all today, he'll be in third place in the categorization. Amazing. There is Riblon in the polka dots today. He's nursing that, as we said, on behalf of Chris Froome, who leads that competition. But yesterday's stage winner also has a red number on his back, as you can see, and that designates the Combativity Award. Frankly, I think TJ Van Garderen can feel aggrieved, really. He did an awful lot of pile driving yesterday, but then again, Riblon coming back from adversity, almost, as you saw, ditching it, got into a babbling brook and just managed to save it and keep his feet dry, which was quite remarkable. And he didn't want blisters late on, that's for sure. And finally, it came his way. AG2R have been very busy in the breaks, and finally it paid off, and Riblon himself had been denied on a couple of occasions, being part of a select band of brothers, second behind Costa. You remember on stage 16 into Gap, when perhaps he should have had more. And he'd been involved as well in breaks throughout the tour, and finally it came good. So perseverance, that's what you need, and it's something that you'll certainly have to have today. Johnny Hoogland is here, just taking a rain cape, albeit a see-through one, just pops it on the belly side of his jersey for now, so he can grab it easily when he gets over the top. There's going to be a lot of riders going for protection, and hardly surprising. It's very, very cold, damp and nasty as they come out of altitude and head down off the Grand-Bornand today. Next up, it is the Madeleine. The Grand-Bornand descent, not the most dangerous, but it does have some sticky sort of woodland areas that we were alluding to earlier on, so fingers crossed for that. It's the descent off the Madeleine that's going to cause problems. The climb, incidentally, it's 19.2 kilometres, 7.9%. That's going to cause more than a few worries, especially for those with tired legs off the back of yesterday. Very well behaved, the crowd here. It's very different from the Alpe d'Huez, I've got to say.
Well, it's early in the day. Alpe d'Huez, of course.
The bar restaurant's not quite open yet.
Yes, the bar do not open, 12 o'clock, so just 20 past 12, and that is the reason. But, you know, what a spectacular atmosphere on the Alpe yesterday.
Fantastic.
It was just it's exciting.
Here we go. That's Pierre Rolland in the green, and he's got Riblon in the polka dots. Rolland wants that jersey, and he's lost out here by a margin. Well, there you are. These polka dots, I may be nursing them now, but I'd like them for myself later on, says yesterday's stage winner, Riblon. So this is that lovely little ribbon of tarmac. Doesn't quite look like that. It's got some light shale on top to aid grip in the winter. As you can see, there's a lot of overbanding here as well. You see the white spaghetti? Looks like that anyway. That's road repair, and when they do it with liquid tar, it's very slippy. Thankfully, it looks like the rain has abated, and there's so much heat, as we saw over the last couple of days, in the road surface. It tends to evaporate rather quickly. Riblon picking up 16 points and doing a good job of it as well. Pierre Rolland will feel that he lost out there. Then again, it was a pretty focused climb, and he picking up only 12 points in that little skirmish.
And the rider from Cannondale, Moser, of course, he was up there as well. He finished Riblon third over the top, Moser fourth, and Pierre Rolland, who picked up that fifth place.
There we are. 166.9 to go. Sean, when they designed this course, they weren't trying to be kind to the riders. They were going to provide us with some drama. We had so much yesterday. I'm not surprised it's a bit quiet today.
Yes, well, I think it hasn't been that quiet back there in the peloton, the earlier part. Everybody, you know, it's difficult to get back into the rhythm again after suffering so much yesterday, and we can see that big breakaway. You know, there's a number of riders who were out there in that, but decided were maybe not able to just stay in that group of about 40 riders and went back to the peloton. Miller was one of them. We see him slipping back very quickly, but it's just a difficult day for everybody here, and anybody was suffering yesterday to finish, well, then, you know, they're going to feel in the legs today, and we have seen that at the rear end of the peloton, a lot of riders losing contact. And it will be interesting now on this descent. Will there be some riders in this second group chasing our two men out in front that will really want to push on and try and pull back the advantage of our two leaders?
We'll be coming to a point where we took a little break last night. Actually, we took two breaks, but I can only tell you about one of them. 165.7 kilometres, 7 minutes and 55. Ryder Ejdal just led astray momentarily there. You saw Izagirre took a wrong line in. Ejdal followed him, had to double check, and settled himself back in. Descending skills and great forethought and planning is what delivered Ejdal's victory in the Giro d'Italia. And got a little bit of map reading help from Dan Lloyd as well, who's part of our British team in the family. unsung hero of that victory, I think, you might say. Here is Ejidal right now, and he's a good descender. I don't know whether he might just relay and take over duties here, because he's being led astray in the corners by Izaguirre, who's not as quick, and it might well be that he gaps him just slightly. We'll keep an eye on that as they amble down and prepare themselves for the Madeleine. We'll do too. Back in a moment.
And Riblon in between them. 7:57, 7:56 back to the main field, and the autobus are rather slow to form today. Just one more person in there to join Christophe Lemavelle, Gert Stegmans and Tom Wieler's, and that is Marcus Seeberg. So the lead-out man are getting in there before the sprinters at the moment. Now here's Belkin going off the front. Is this Hazing? Doesn't look like him.
I think he's just coming through to the front here because he wants to be clear for the descent. Perhaps going to pick up or put on a cape. So he just wants to give himself a little bit of time. He's looked round, he's seen he's had a gap. It's Mollema, Bauke Mollema, that we can confirm. He just wants to have a little bit of space and make sure he's at the pointed end at the start of this descent.
Yeah, should have recognised him, poor bloke. He was in second place for long enough. But really, the Dutch challenge has faded, hasn't it? Ten Dam and Mollema both fallen away.
Well, they were swamped, weren't they, by the Saxo Tinkoff challenge, and that in itself actually started to crumble yesterday. I think Contador will be really nervous now, having Quintana just a few seconds behind him.
There's a newspaper.
Well, there's that question answered then.
So Belkin going for a copy of, not sure what it would be, it might be the Keep, lots of sports fans on the top. Movistar pulling on their capes, Sky still in control at the front.
Looks like the weather's changed, doesn't it? It's odd, isn't it? It's brightened up.
Odd. We forecast rain, get a little bit of it. Feed bags getting chucked over the side, so always handy for a souvenir.
Cape off for the descent. That's an unusual one. Yeah.
On for the climb and off for the descent.
Greg Henderson, he's made of hard stuff.
Yeah.
Going back to Belkin, I mean, they have this team, don't they? With Hessink, Mollema, Ten Dam, who's come through. You look at the team and you think, nailed on podium, what a quality team. And every time, somehow they managed just to tail off towards the end. Hessink was beautifully positioned in fourth place, 2/3 of the way through the Giro d'Italia, and then he got ill and dropped off, and eventually there was a stage cancelled because of snow, and he didn't start the following day, and things didn't look good for him or the team. And then they get a big sponsor, and here they've been in second position and tailed off again. You wonder what it is.
And interesting to see coming into the Tour that Hazing wasn't given the team leadership. Everyone expected him to lead despite having ridden the Giro. He's their main GC hope, and it was perhaps a tactic to take the pressure off him and say, well, look, you know, we're not investing all our hope in you, but, you know, be a maverick, freelance, see what you can do, and that hasn't really paid off either.
He attacked on the Col de Paillere, I remember, on the stage, the penultimate climb before Axe Trois Domaines, and that kind of fizzled out. And it's going back to the question again about the Giro d'Italia. He rode a hard Giro, even if he didn't finish it, he rode 19 stages, and that's got to take a lot out of you. On the other hand, Mollema really has exceeded expectations. He's been fourth in the Vuelta a España before now, came in with perhaps the burden of leadership, although it's Lars Bohm in that team who wears Dossard at #1, the nominal stage leader. Yeah, they tailed off, and you wonder where he goes from here. They're young riders. They've come through that fabulous Rabobank continental setup, very much a kind of Dutch equivalent to what Team Sky are doing in terms of the nutrition and training techniques and technology. I'm sure we'll hear a lot more from him and from Ten Dam too. Ten Dam in talks with Astana for next year.
John Izaguirre calling the team car forward. I think he just wants to get rid of his rain cape. Probably annoying him more than anything else. I shouldn't think it carries too much weight. And Hejidal just seemed to be checking to see whether he still had it. He didn't know one way or the other.
Yeah, probably. I think they're all carrying about 50 spare gels today just to be on the safe side. These guys are. I mean, we've watched them feeding all the way down the descent, so the descent's absolutely critical for these teams to make sure they're fueled up.
All right, 8 minutes 6 the lead for these lone two. A large break behind them, 160.6 kilometres still left to race, and the Col de Madeleine next up.
They then handed him a jersey, which it was far too small, frankly, and I was impressed that you actually managed to cram yourself into it for the photo, Sean. And then they asked for it back, which I thought was a bit mean. And it did look very sprayed on.
Well, I think we really have to tell the true story. I was a little bit big. So the jersey, it would have been, a number of years ago, it would have been the perfect size, but it was a little bit of a tight fit yesterday evening.
Was that after your turkey scallops? Incidentally, there you are, you come off a mountain, beat this Yorkshire for next year. I am a Yorkshireman, so I'm allowed to say this. We came off a mountain, we descended, getting on for 9 p.m. We thought, oh gosh, we've only had a sandwich around about midday, so we were heading for the knock ourselves. And there it was. I had a salad bergère, which is a little light bit of goat's cheese on toast with ham, wind-dried ham and leaves. Absolutely gorgeous. So enough in a meal in itself. Followed by steak and chips with a little ratatouille to the side. A couple of boules of red wine. 18 euros. That is a bargain. What's that, 16 quid? Thank you very much. Et merci bien à tous. This is the section I was worried about when they come through and into the trees as we head back down into the tree line. I don't think we really got beyond it today, did we? Not that high, but certainly focused around the corner with some rather nasty concrete blocks had it been wet, but it's dry, so let's not worry about that, shall we? Ryder Hesjedal doing a nice job of threading a little golden thread down this downhill. And 2 minutes 45 now over Moser, Roland and Reblon. 3 minutes and 15 over those that Moser, Roland and Reblon, and Cunego now has joined them, who's a pretty good descender, as you know. In fact, Cunego can take great strides here, Sean, today, if he can get over the climbs, because he's a demon descender.
Yes, but he will he will need to make great descents, because I think when we start getting into the real action of the race, and when the this big group away starts to push on, he's going to be in difficulty. We've seen him in this race. You have to have, chapeau for courage in the going in the attack, but he hasn't got it in the end, and I don't think in this one. It's interesting to see with the teams that has got quite a number of riders in there, and Escatel, they have quite a few riders up here. We see Neve is in here also in this group, so I think Sicard was also in that group, so there's at least 3 from the Escatel team. Will they continue on to push on out in front? It'll be interesting to see now, because the team car did come up and have a chat with the leader on the road, Isagari, with Hesjedal, but will they still continue on persisting out front, or will they just wait and try and maybe get some more of their men across to this leading end of the race?
Well, the Madeleine's coming, and they have a little flat section in between, as we mentioned earlier, around about 12 kilometres. And then the Madeleine starts, and it is a really punishing climb, so if you haven't got your legs or indeed your brave head on, you're going to be in trouble today. When it comes to the descent off the Madeleine, if this overbanding, somebody's saying there's more overbanding than there is actually road out there. Wayne, thank you for that. You're absolutely right, there's a lot of it. Look at all those little wiggly black lines. That's very dangerous when it's wet, and if we come off the Madeleine and we've had some rain, and there's the same level of reparation to the road surface post frosts, then we're going to have some fun, or, well, the opposite, the inverse of that, I'm afraid. I'm hoping everyone stays safe. It'll certainly get a bit shaky, and you'll have to be brave on that downhill. And, well, let's just hope everyone stays safe, and it's very dramatic, shall we? It'll certainly be well worth watching, I'm sure. We'll take more questions from you on Twitter after this, but we'll, for now, just take a brief break.
Classic double.
At the back of the main field, where you were a second ago, that is Ryder Hesjedal following John Izagirre into the corners as they descend the Col de Glandon and ready themselves for the Col de la Madeleine. 7 minutes 52 is their lead over the main field. Those 4 riders we saw contesting the mountain points, or 3 of them anyway, Moser, Roland and Riblon have been joined by Damiano Cunego. Those 4 are at 3:45, and there's a group of 39 in between them at about, well, the times are changing all the time. They're about another minute behind, and the peloton, as I say, currently at about 7:50. Now, I can hear Phil Liggett clearing his throat in the background, so we'll soon hand over to commentary with him and Paul Sherwin. What are you expecting, Chris, from the rest of this race, from the big names?
Well, at the moment we're seeing the formation, aren't we, to go for the stage, but I think the general classification battle is going to start with about 70 kilometres to go at kilometre 130. They'll still have 3 big climbs and a descent. The 2 people to watch for me are, of course, Quintana. He's 12 seconds in front of Kreuziger in his 3rd position, but he's only 20 seconds behind Contador, who must be a nervous man right now. The other is Rodriguez, who's really coming into form in the latter part of this race. He might be 5th, but he's only 26 seconds from a podium spot, so I think he's going to be on the warpath today.
Yeah, and Matt, we dodged the weather yesterday, so who knows whether it will materialise today. But looking at the forecast here, there are thunderstorms over the Madeleine and pretty much for the rest of the day.
And it's the one thing that Chris Froome hasn't had thrown at him: cold, wind, rain, and so on. And his one vulnerable moment in the whole of the season so far was in a stage of Tirreno Adriatico when it was wet, there was descending, it was nasty, and he only finished 2nd in there. It's the only stage race of the season he hasn't won pretty much. So yeah, we'll see.
All right, gents, thanks very much for your company this morning. As I say, Phil and Paul coming up. 7:46 is currently the gap. 154.5 kilometres of this race left to run. Izagirre and Hejerdal out front. A group of 4 behind them, 39 behind them, and the peloton at 7 minutes 45.
And we're looking at Mark Cavendish here. He's been a little bit behind the field because Mark is not the favourite in the mountains. And what a rough start for sprinters today, Paul. The first mountain of the day, the Col de Glandon.
Phil, they're not looking after Mark Cavendish here at all. They're looking after Michael Kwiatkowski, who was high up in the overall standings. He really is having a hard time today.
Well, he's covered up his national champion's jersey there, which is very interesting because the guys who are more than 1 hour behind today all started sprinting around Chris Froome and the Sky team, and they built a peloton of 40 riders ahead. And at the same time, the tempo gained behind, and the sprinters were dropping off on the climb of the Glandon. Well, until today, Kwiatkowski has not had any problems, so maybe he may have had a flat tyre. Let's hope they can get him back in the action.
Well, he's obviously being paced by Jérôme Pinot and Mark Cavendish, who managed to get himself over the main big climb of the day with the main field. So Kwiatkowski, who starts the day in 9th place, will be looking to try and get back to the yellow jersey group.
Well, we've just had Jack Bauer crash about 10 minutes ago in the Garmin Sharp team. I'm wondering if Kwiatkowski was along with him, and that may be the reason he's been behind. But at the moment, there's no big pressure on by the yellow jersey group, so hopefully it's a fairly long descent now as we go down into the valley, into La Chambre, the room, and let's hope he's back in the peloton by then, because he's not worried about the riders up front either, like Chris Froome. They're racing for the King of the Mountains today, and also for the stage win at Grand-Bornand, if they can hold off the yellow jersey bunch.
Well, that gap between the Maillot à Pois, the spotted jersey of the King of the Mountains, which is being worn by Riblon today. In fact, it belongs to Chris Froome currently at the start of the stage. They've got themselves now a 45-second advantage over the front end of the rest of that group.
There's a little bit of the spread for you. They're showing the polka dot jersey in the group, which they're referring to Riblon. He's wearing the jersey, but at the moment it's still owned by Chris Froome, who of course rides in the yellow jersey. But Riblon is so close to Froome in points now. He's gone out to try and get enough points to become the leader of the King of the Mountains. But there are also 2 riders in there also looking for the same competition, so it's a good battle.
No, a very good battle. Interesting to note that Moser and Riblon were both in the breakaway yesterday, and in fact Moser held on to finish in third place on the stage. We hardly got any views of him from the bottom of the Alpe d'Huez to the top until he actually crossed the finish line in third.
It's the long twisting descent makes you a little bit dizzy when you're sitting down watching these boys follow the speed down the mountain. Jack Bauer had a problem, and in fact his crashes abandoned the New Zealand rider in his first Tour de France. Has abandoned the race. We don't know anything about the details of his crash, but we do know he has had a crash.
It's always very difficult to get all the information back in the mountains. One thing is for certain, these are the two leaders on the road. That's John Izagirre and Ryder Hagedal of Canada. Well, they've just gone through the small town of Saint-Étienne-de-Cuines, which is a very small village just on the edge of the valley of Saint-Maurienne. And Ryder Hagedal was one of the instigators of that attack very early on. This is the next group on the road. This is a group of 4 riders. They're 2 minutes and 10 seconds behind. And that was Moser in the lime green jersey, Pierre Rolland in the dark green jersey of Europcar, Christophe Riblon in the spotted jersey as leader of the King of the Mountains, and in the pink jersey is Damiano Cunego. And of these riders, the best placed rider is Riblon, who's 59 minutes behind overall. But more importantly, he'd made the decision this morning that he was going to go for the move in the early part of the stage, because he felt that having amassed a large number of points yesterday in the King of the Mountains competition, he could take a serious interest in trying to win that competition over the next 2 days. And for a team that was banking on Jean-Christophe Pirot to ride high in the overall standings for them, it was all pulled away from them on the individual time trial when their leader crashed. And the next day, the happiness of the winner, Alpe d'Huez.
Cheers all round as these are the two leaders today blazing the trail, and it's been some hard work by Hagedal, who joined Izagirre on the attack.
Yes, well, Phil, it would be very remiss of me at this time not to remind you that in 218 BC, this is the valley that Hannibal, leader of the Carthaginians, passed through with 90,000 infantry members, 12,000 cavalrymen, and 37 elephants. And I've got a lot of friends who get very upset if I don't remind them about that.
Now, as we look here, Jack Bauer, the first time the New Zealand rider has ridden the Tour de France on Grand-Bornand moments ago, abandoned the race. The reports were he crashed. We've got no reports other than that. But he has abandoned the race. Now, we showed you pictures of Pinot, Cavendish and Kwiatkowski. They weren't off the back, they were actually off the front of the peloton, chasing to try and bridge to the leaders. Now, that's a sprinter for you, Paul.
That's amazing to think that Mark Cavendish is looking for that. For Mark, it gives him a chance to move up in the climb and start the Col de la Madeleine with a 10 or 15 second advantage. But for Kwiatkowski, it could be very important because he's 9th in the overall standings at the start of the day. And he's ridden exceptionally well. He's 2nd in the Best Young Rider competition. He's thinking about trying to put a little bit of time between himself and Nairo Quintana, although I think it's a very brave move.
Well, good for him at this stage of the race to be able to go and even think of attacking the peloton is amazing. Now, seeing Pierre Rolland, he's the defending champion down there, as we're looking here at also joining the breakaway.
Juan Antonio Fletcher has come across on the descent to make this now a 5-man chasing group. So, 5 men now, and they are still locked in at 45 seconds the advantage, while Team Sky are quite happy just to set the pace making. I think they would be very happy to control this race over the first 2 big climbs of the day. And then they realize that even the Col de la Madeleine is a long, long way to go to the finish. It's still 120 kilometers to go from the summit of the Col de la Madeleine right the way to the finish line. Trying to listen into what was being said there. Well, I wonder if he's relaying the information that we're being told right now that Jack Bauer, who was involved, he was not actually he didn't crash at the side of the road. He was in fact abandoning the Tour de France. The New Zealander was the only New Zealander in the field, and obviously I was surprised, and I have been surprised, to see so many riders still left in this race. And as we get closer to Paris, I think today and tomorrow, Phil, there'll be a lot of riders starting to show the fatigue of the Tour de France, because I think it's been a very tough Tour de France, and I've been so shocked on a number of days to see more than 170 riders still left in this race.
Yeah, this is a really vicious final week, and the annual visit to the high mountains of the Alps is really beginning to tell on these riders. And tomorrow is the last day in the Alps, and we finish on top of a mountain where we've never been before, not too far away from Annecy, near the borders of Switzerland with Geneva. This is Ian Stannard bringing the team down. I think the reason we can't see the yellow, he's still there, is he's pulled on a black racing cape, but he's still at the back of his group.
Well, the reason for that, you've got to bear in mind, Phil, that although the weather here at the finish line is not so bad, on the summit of many of these climbs, the temperature drops to between 8 and 12 degrees Celsius. And when you're descending at 50 to 80 kilometers an hour, the chill factor can be very, very important. That's why they wrap up for the descents.
So they're continuing to come down. The battle here at the moment, I think, is for second place in the Tour de France, and we've got 4 riders split by just a handful of seconds. Now, they're not going to attack at this stage. They've got this huge climb of the Madeleine. They will test each other. They will sense if there is any weakness, but it's too early to move away on your own because we have a long way still to go to the finish. More likely, any attacks are putting home to count. That'll be on the Col de la Croix, which we've only climbed twice in the history of the Tour de France before.
Yes, sir, but it's the descent away from that comes down into Saint-Jean-de-Sixt and then into le Grand-Bornand.
8:13, the breakaway over the peloton. 1:55 to the group Riblon, which is swelled now by another 2 riders. We've got the 5, but first of all it was Moser, Roland and Riblon, and now Cunego got up, and now we've got the arrival of Juan Antonio Fletcher. There they are, below our picture there, below our helicopter.
Well, that adds a little bit of firepower to this group. They're now at 1 minute 55 seconds to the 2 leaders out on the road. And obviously for Riblon, he's looking to try and get himself the lead in the King of the Mountains competition, but he's going to get a challenge from Moreno Moser, who comes from a very well-known cycling family. His uncle Francesco Moser and his other uncle Aldo were very good professional cyclists.
Well, we are hearing of a crash. I don't know if we'll get any pictures at the moment, but we think it is a Swain Tuft of Orica Greenedge who has crashed back in the peloton. We are hearing that from Race Radio, and they're confirming it on the screen there. There has been a crash to Swain Tuft coming away from the Col du Glandon.
Well, when you think everything's calm and under control in the main field, then all of a sudden Mother Chaos tends to rear her ugly head, and we'll find out a little bit later what the problem is, and hopefully Sven Tuft, the other Canadian in the race here, will be able to get up and get himself back into the event.
Nice to see the white fluffy clouds at the moment. No sign of rain just for the start of the climb of the Madeleine.
Well, Race Radio saying it's 1 minute and 40 seconds now back to the chasing group of 5 riders, and they're riding very fast along the valley floor. In fact, there's only basically from the bottom of the Col de Glandon to the start of the Col de la Madeleine only around about 10 kilometers. They'll take a right-hand corner, and the Madeleine is very, very steep at the start. As soon as you take that corner, you're onto a steep gradient of approaching 10%. So these two, there were 2 riders who have got the big advantage. Currently, they've 8 minutes and 13 seconds over the main field, but it's a long, long way to go. Look at that. We're still looking at 144 kilometers to go to the finish. So it's 2 minutes and 30 seconds back to the group containing Nieve, and he is in 4th place in the King of the Mountains competition at the start of the day. These 2 are just trying to reach that point in front, and the yellow jersey group now is 10 minutes behind. But just as a brief reminder, not one of the 40-odd riders in front are in more than 40 minutes within the yellow jersey of Christopher Froome.
You know, really happy to be in these Tour de France and getting through, and it's so disappointing when you crash at any time in the Tour de France, but when you get to the end of the third week and you crash out then, or you go out with sickness, it's so disappointing. Hopefully for Bauer that he's not having any major injury, but when you see a fella's not able to get back on his bike, not able to continue, you know, it is pretty serious. There must be some, you know, some broken bones.
I feel it must be. It's so disappointing when you get this deep into a tour as well, for any rider to fail almost at the last hurdle, I guess. Still a lot of riding to be done, and the aptly named rider Edgedale is up the road right now. Pierre Long is spurred on by the looks of things. He's got Damiano Cunego just coming alongside. Was likely to fade just a little bit as they hit the Col de Madeleine. That is coming up in just a few moments' time. In fact, they'll be there in 2.5 kilometers' time once they go through La Chambre. No time to take a break. They will be immediately on the Madeleine. Now, Sean, the Madeleine has been a huge feature of the Tour de France many times, and quite rightly so. Average gradient 7.9%, but with some very punishing ramps within it.
Yes, and you know, the distance again, 19.2 kilometers. It is going to hurt a lot of people, and the fitter ones will survive. The ones we have out in front who are that little bit in better condition, getting through the race a bit better. It's about survival when you get into a breakaway, and back in the main peloton as well of big favourites. Will be interesting to see, will there be anything happen? I doubt it very much. It doesn't look like we will see anything there today. So the ones we see suffer a bit yesterday, like Contador in the end, we see Kreuziger suffer, we see Bulk and Mollema. Those guys in the general classification, they will get through today. There shouldn't be any difficulty for them. Any, you know, major up in pace, well, they'll not be able to stay in the main group of big favourites.
It's not an uphill finish today. It's just actually the opposite. Downhill as they come off the Col de Coiffry. So yes, it's watch out for Quintana, you might think, but with the downhill he's not going to really put some huge inroads into Chris Froome, and indeed Alberto Contador, who's his target at the moment, his first target. Quintana lying third overall. We've seen Kwiatkowski out there with Mark Cavendish trying to close down and perhaps make amends for yesterday where he disappointed. But in that young riders competition now, there is a yawning gap between Quintana and though everybody else who is age eligible to be considered within that categorization. And Quintana really is in dominant form there, and for a young man he's having an amazing tour. He leads by 9 minutes and 6, Kwiatkowski, and he leads Andrew Talansky by 10 minutes and 52, and then Romain Bardet is the next young rider, so beyond the young rider podium, 25 minutes adrift, and everyone else, including TJ Van Garderen, unfortunately, more than an hour down. So, but it's not the white jersey. Might have been an initial aim, perhaps, but Quintana very much thinking about runners-up spot, as high up the podium as he can possibly get, and that would be an amazing achievement by a Colombian. They've had their glory years, Sean, and there is an absolute tsunami, it seems, of talent coming from Colombia. Sky, as you know, have their own Colombians. It's a really amazingly productive country.
Yes, well, it's something, you know, in the past we remember the, you know, Lucho Herrera. You know, they had some great riders, and they've always had a number, but now they seem to have a lot of them. If you look at the professional peloton and the list of teams, well, there's so many Colombians in there, but Quintana, he is, you know, the man of this race, and the way he's performing at the moment, he looks, you know, to be real good. And yesterday on the Alp, he was the one, you know, who stirred up the pace when we see Christopher Froome getting into difficulty. And it looks very like that he's going to, you know, get a place on the podium. The question is, what place will he stay in, that third position, or will he challenge Contador? I think tomorrow, the mountaintop finish, he's going to try again, because he's seen Contador, there's cracks there, and with the team as well. Movistar, very impressive yesterday. A lot of men on the final climb to into the Alps, to the bottom of the Alps, so, you know, they will really make the race difficult in the final tomorrow. I doubt if they will do today, because the opportunity is not there, and it will be all hands on deck for tomorrow.
I think so. I also think if Contador knows that he can't win the Tour de France, I don't think he's that particularly bothered about being runner-up or third. But Quintana extraordinarily motivated.
Well, I think they're all motivated to get on the podium. You know, at Tour de France, if you can get on the podium, it is of huge importance for the rider. You know, Contador, of course, you know, he is a rider who's been there in those positions before. So maybe Quintana a bit more hungry to get on there, but I think it's all about the shape and looking at the condition the last number of days. And when the teams see Contador yesterday getting into difficulty, tomorrow they will say, well, you know, we must try, you know, knock him off that second place in the podium. And for Movistar, you know, to get second on the podium behind Chris Froome, because it looks like Froome is going to go all the way now without having any accident. And it's really a fight for second and third place on the podium. And Quintana looks impressive, you know, showing good signs, and that is so important. When you can ride so well on the Alpe yesterday, you're finishing strong, and that is a big advantage.
The advantage that these men, this pair of Ejal and Izagirre, have on the pursuers, Moser, Roland, Riblon, Cunego and Fletcher, is 1 minute and 35. So it looks like there is going to be a coming together. Two men really can't take on that much of a profile as we have today without having a problem at some point, and it looks like they may well just start to be looking at fading. Incidentally, Sean, yesterday we know there was a gear problem for Sepp van Mark, and he completed the Alpe d'Huez climb on the big ring. Oh, it was on the 53, and he finished 42nd. That is absolutely stunning.
It is stunning, but we all know why. He was pushed up most of the Alpe. It has to be. There's no way you're going to climb the Alpe d'Huez on the big ring, the 53 ring.
I imagine Dutch corner, possibly.
Well, I think it was a lot more than Dutch corner. And if you are further down, we did see yesterday, you know, with the people there, the way they move in on the road. If you get the people, you know, starting to push you, and then it's a snowball effect. It just goes on. And talking to Jackie Durand there as well this morning, he was saying there was years on the Alpe d'Huez when he was French champion, especially. He said he could have climbed on the big ring because he got so many pushes. You're just pushed from spectator to spectator, and that has to be the case for Van Mark yesterday. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to climb it on the big ring at the end of the race, after, you know, climb it one time before that.
Well, that's another bubble popped. Kelly controversy. Back in a moment.
Group of 38 riders was at one stage more than 2.5 minutes back. They're now only 1 minute and 40 seconds at the last official time check.
Interesting little move, this. Jon Gorka here, his elder brother, retired. Yes, Jon Izagirre, his elder brother Gorka, retired 2 days ago. A little bit sick, and so Jon is now flying the flag for the family, and right up front today, gone from the gun virtually. This is the chase group, and the polka dot jersey there of Christophe Reblin, not owned by him yet, but he's trying to make it his.
For the one man who has taken advantage of a little bit of confusion as it comes together is the last French winner to win Alpe d'Huez before Christophe Reblin. Yeah, it's Pierre Rolland.
Yeah, interesting, Paul. Rolland attacking the man who's more likely to succeed. It's the French on French again. It's the old story, isn't it?
Yeah, but Rolland is not concerned, I don't think, Phil, about the King of the Mountains classification. He did lead that early on, but he's still quite a long way down in that competition. I think what he's looking for more is really the glory of an individual stage.
Scored reasonably well on the last climb. He's got 63 points in the competition now. Chris Froome leads with 104. Continuing now onto the second outside category climb today, hors category, and a long slog indeed up the Col de la Madeleine.
Well, the categorization, the fourth category climb is the easiest climb that you'll find in the Tour de France. Third is a little bit harder, but then when you start to get up to the second and first, they really become tough mountains. And the hardest mountains that you will ever find in the Tour de France are HC, or category, or outside categorization, and that's what we're lining up for right now. And I can tell you from experience, Phil, I've ridden this climb many, many times in the Tour de France. I always regarded this as one of the toughest climbs in the Alps. I don't think it's going to affect the main field and the overall contenders. They will wait for the final climb of the day. But because of the steepness of this climb and the length, I think it will have a bit of a sort-out in the group of 38 riders behind.
Right on the front at the moment is Ruben Platzer.
So Roland now is at 1:35 from the two leaders. And as a brief reminder of the number of points available at the summit of an outside categorized climb, there are 25 points available for the first rider to cross. 20, 16, 14 and 12 going down towards the top 10. Geraint Thomas just taking a drink, taking an energy bar from his teammate there, Ian Stannard, on the left-hand side. I think after a team that was described as too weak to support the yellow jersey of Chris Froome, I think over the last, the middle week of the Tour de France, they recovered from that defeat that they got in the Pyrenees, and they've really responded to the call to support the yellow jersey.
8 teams still taking all 9 riders to Paris, which is a very high number indeed. As we watch here some of the beauty of the region. There's still a lot of water in the rivers coming away from the mountains. The snow's taking a while to melt, especially from the high mountains. We should see a little bit of the snow as we get up over 6,000 feet today on the climb of the Col de la Madeleine. It tops out today at 2,000 meters. One of the highest climbs that the race has faced throughout its long journey from Corsica back to Paris. Tomorrow we have another mountain top finish at Semnoz, the first time we've been there, and then we transfer to Paris for the last day of racing. The Groupe Riblon, 1:55. Now that's based on the 2 front runners. Roland has gone away and taken his chance here. Now what was that? There was a quick change or something. As we cut back.
By Andrew Talansky.
It is Talansky. He's got his knee bandages on. I'm just wondering whether he changed the bike there or what, but we never saw that.
Well, there was no panic. He's in the valley road here, so he's got a chance to get himself back into the main field before they actually start the Col du Glandon.
Still a long way to go today. No panic for this man. It's his first Tour de France. He's having a brilliant Tour de France as well, as he keeps himself in 12th place in the overall situation. 16 minutes 24 seconds off yellow.
Quite interesting, Phil. Just as we look at the 2 leaders here, I was looking through the record books to see what the record number of finishes is. It's actually 170 riders finished the Tour de France in 2010, so that's a bit of a surprise to me. That's maybe something I hadn't been paying attention to.
We're down to 174 right now of the 198 who took the start in Corsica, because we've lost Jack Bauer today, leaving only 1 rider from New Zealand in the race now, Greg Henderson. That's Pierre Roland, who's got the service neutral car with him. I'm just wondering if the peloton has swept up the rest, and they have, so that's why Roland went away. The main advance pack, the original 40 riders that got away from the field right from the gun. And this, it looks like Swain Tuft here. We did report he'd fallen. That's the first picture we've seen of him. He's got a torn left jersey, left side of his jersey there.
Well, he had a little crash on the descent of the Col du Glandon. He's got himself back into the race. It looks as if, well, I'm not sure if that's a new bandage on the right elbow there, but you can see his jersey's a little bit wrapped up. Roland, meanwhile, further up the front, is doing a pretty good ride. He's now only 1 minute and 10 seconds away from the 2 leaders. And the Groupe Riblon is 45 seconds behind him. But a little bit further back, there's a lot of action on the road today. The group of Kwiatkowski, which contains Mark Cavendish and Jérôme Pinot, they are 1 minute ahead of the yellow jersey group. So there is Pierre Roland. He will hope to try and get himself in contact with the 2 leaders, who are, as a reminder, are Jon Izagirre and Reidar Heyerdahl. Now, he would be looking to try and get himself the 25 points at the top of this climb. He had said a while ago that he'd given up any hope of winning the King of the Mountains competition, but on a day like today, you have 50 points available within 50 kilometers of racing, which is why I think he's seen this as an opportunity to try and scramble a few more points. That puts the pressure onto Christophe Riblon just behind, because there would now be the first 3 points taken away, 25, 20 and 16. So for Riblon, he needs to get 4th or 5th over the summit of this climb if he wants to take the overall lead today. So 19.2 kilometers to the summit, and Sven Tuft has got himself onto the back of the climb. So in fact, Roland is about a minute ahead of the chase group, which is now 38 riders strong, and another rider has actually joined that group with Mark Cavendish, Sepp van Mark, the rider we saw just hanging off the front of the main field, and they're around about now 1 minute and 10 seconds ahead of the yellow jersey group.
Ajdal decides that he's going to push off. Well, at some point you have to grasp the nettle, and this thing's got a sting in the tail. We're on the Madeleine. Once they go over the top, and it's 26 hairpins on the way down, and Izaguirre is just going to do his own pace, but it's a different one to Ajdal, and he's bidding for glory today. One thing you can say about Ajdal, he may be far down the order, but he's been very prominent in our thoughts, Sean. He's been quite busy, particularly with breaks, not usually for his own ends, but today I think he's doing it for himself.
Yes, well, we've seen him in this tour. First of all, we were expecting maybe to have a go at the general classification, but I think he realised quite earlier on that it wasn't going to happen for him, and the mountain classification jersey is something that he was going for in the very earlier days when there were points to be picked up, and this is an opportunity for him now, because he's 110 behind the guys out in front, and he looks like he's the one who is climbing quite strongly, but 2 minutes back to that very, very big group of riders all the time, and I'm wondering, is there some riders back there just playing the waiting game, because still with 136 kilometres we have Ajdal here, who is just taking it up on his own out in front, and we see Izaguirre starting to suffer, and then of course Roland. It's a long road to the finish yet, and if you take it up too early, you're going to pay the price unless you're on a real good day. And we see that situation yesterday on the Alp with TJ Van Garden. He had no choice. He had to push on because the big favourites were starting to attack behind, and the gap was coming down very quickly. But the final number of kilometres he paid dearly, and Riblon was the one just who had that little bit more left of the guys of the breakaway of the day.
It is relentless. We'll keep an eye on Ajdal, and we'll be back in a moment.
Miller.
Oh, we're back down to that break. Sorry, apologies for that. I wasn't talking because we've been called out, but Dave Miller getting back on. And now we will take that break. It was busy early, and now he's going to be busy getting back in. 136 kilometres to go, 9 minutes and 6. Back in a moment. Place to be out front, but Brian Ajdal is making a good job of this. Now, if he crests the Col de Madeleine on his own, Sean, he's done the body of work for the day, albeit with a long way still to go. But the hardest part will have been dispatched, and as a lone rider who's quite a handy descender, he can pick all his lines on the descent. Not a bad thing.
Well, yes, it's for the descent, it's not a bad thing, but there's a lot of road in between the descents and getting to the finish here in Bourg-d'Oisans. The advantage he has of 1 minute over Pierre Roland. He seemed to be coming across, but the gap came to about a minute. Now it's gone out to 1:10 again, but with Ajdal leaving Izaguirre, it's not a good situation, because then we will see back in the group, we must remember that Euskaltel have other riders. Navy is back there, I think Sikar was there also, so they're going to start pushing on as well. And that group, that big group of which was around 40 riders, there is a lot less now. They're only at 2 minutes behind the leader on the road, so with the distance you have to go to the finish all the time. It's for Ajdal, it's a big task to hold on all the way to the finish.
Certainly is. Well, he's taken it on, and we're on the Madeleine now. Unlike the Grand-Bornand, which came before it, the Madeleine is almost permanent climbing. There's no respite. However, on the descent there is a kick up, so you've got a sub climb as you're going down, I think we'd rather have it the other way round, but there you go. And, well, you know when you're approaching halfway up to the summit, when the crowds just start to join us. We're waiting at the end of the day. It's Haute-Savoie, and the Grand-Bornand is where we're heading. 2,240 inhabitants all year round, and 2,000 cows, so it's almost one each. I wonder if they take them home. Well, we saw what I thought were cow stalls today, but it turned out to be something to do with biathlon skiing. No, cows don't shoot rifles, I know. Looks like he's suffering, and I think Svein Tufts has just told his man to ride on, and he'll get himself back on if he can.
Yes, we can see it's Stuart O'Grady there with Svein Tufts, and the Stewie seems to be talking to him there a bit, maybe encouraging him, come on, just keep on working at it here, and we'll make our own tempo. And of course, if you have got O'Grady with you, experience, there's certainly none of that lacking there. And you know, to get through the day, if he's not suffering too much, if he hasn't, you know, got an injury, doesn't look to be too bad at the moment. But difficult, you know, to know exactly how he came out of that crash. But there's a lot of riders behind, and there's a lot of groups on the road. So hopefully, the two Orica Green Edge men will be able to just get working together and continue on. A long way to the finish if you're carrying an injury with 134k.
Are you listening, Ryder? It's a long way to the finish, mate. And he's looking a bit pale. And the head's going to one side as well. If you do have that little head tilt, it's quite often a reflection of injuries that you've suffered in the past, incidentally. I know that Cadell Evans has got a very famous head tilt when he gets into the max. Was quite spiteful or bitter about having it pointed out and saying it was down to an injury he'd suffered when he was 14. Well, nonetheless, Cadell, it's still there, mate. And Cadell still riding along. We have had a couple of abandons. Tom Wieler's, incidentally, of Argus Shimano, is out. 3 top 10s in 2012 for Wieler's. It's not going to happen this time, mate. Unfortunately, the Dutchman for Argus Shimano. Don't think it's an injury. I think it is illness, but we'll get confirmed on that. Jack Bauer is out. Still haven't got an injury report on Jack Bauer. Maybe Mike can illuminate us a little bit later on. We'll see as to what his injury was. Sean suspecting it may well be a broken bone. This is interesting. This is Izaguirre, who's within sight of Roland as Ejdal pushes on. At the back, well, getting found out, Le Mavel. Expected him to be higher up, actually, but there you go. It's going to be hard. 42 riders, incidentally, in that intermediate group listed as pursuers. Some in better nick than others, clearly. This has been a long tour, though, and it's... Sean, the overriding character of the riders today, not much conversation going on. There's been a lot of climbing today, but even at the beginning, everyone's just really close to the limit.
Yes, we can see here on the road, Ejdal, of course, out in front, and they have he has the two chasers. I think Izaguirre is just in between himself and Pierre Rolland, and then the rest of the breakaway, we can see the overhead shots there just a moment ago. There's a scatter of riders everywhere. They have, you know, started to push on here, and it's this group of around 40 riders. I think it was either coming down to be a little bit less than that, but it's definitely blown apart here, and we can see now out front Pierre Rolland. He just catches up with Izaguirre, but of that big breakaway group, there's 4 or 5 groups on the climb at the moment.
Pierre Rolland looks strong, and he's had the adulation, let's not forget, of the French public. And after seeing Riblon being fated yesterday, I think he'd like a piece of that. And, well, there'll be a huge roar if he does manage to make not only today's stage, but of course if he retrieves the situation as far as the polka dot jersey is concerned, then that would be something extraordinarily impressive and would give France something to cheer. They're not cheering overly loudly. In fact, yesterday there were on occasions on Alpe d'Huez the sound of booing. Well, there was the sound of booing for Team Sky as they came by. And to be honest, I think that's probably a reflection of the press coverage, which has been extraordinarily negative when it comes to Sky and, of course, Chris Froome in particular. There you go. What can you do? Success and suspicion seem to go hand in hand at the moment, despite the fact that this sport is perhaps the most tested of all. If you just shine a light as broadly or as brightly upon athletics, I think you'd find things that you wouldn't like to find. 133 kilometres remaining, over 10 minutes. Now, the gap between the yellow jersey and this man. It's lonely. Working extraordinarily hard. He's a great rider. He's not really had the best season. Great things expected of him, of course, in the Giro d'Italia, where he was defending champion, and just not gone well, really. I'm not so sure whether it's legs or head.
Well, I think if it's first the legs and then, of course, the head. And if you're, the winner of the Giro last year, and then you return to defend your title and not perform at all, and that was the case for Hysdal in this year's Giro, and he was out of the race pretty early. We were wondering, could he, turn it around and try and prepare for the Tour and come with better condition. It hasn't been a lot better, but he is a rider, he's not afraid to attack, and when you see him going out there at this point, pushing on with over 130 kilometres to go, he's not afraid to take it on board. But we can see Pierre Rolland is just, working away at it as well here, still at a minute, so it tells that Hysdal is going at a good rate, because Pierre Rolland, a good climber, and not closing down the gap rapidly at all.
Could be a fantastic partnership, this, if Pierre Rolland does manage to bridge to him. Hysdal is brave, he's not crazy, and this is measured, and so is his cadence at the moment on an extraordinarily tough climb. Now, the climbs that are still to come are easier. It just depends on how much, in terms of resources, they've got behind him, I guess. Well, at the moment, he is owning this mountain, albeit with a challenger in the form of Pierre Rolland, who's a minute away. Now, it's going to take him a while to get to the peak. That comes at 121 kilometres from home, so he's got a long way to go. That's why this is such a feared mountain, the Madeleine. So he's got, what, just over 11 kilometres until he gets to the crest. That is enough time for Rolland to get to him, maybe take the mountain points, which Hysdal is not overly concerned about, and then share duties from that moment on. And remember, it's a very, very long descent, and in fact, the next climb from the peak doesn't come for the next peak, doesn't come for another 60k.
Climb we've only climbed twice in history.
Just noticed there, number 26. That's Sylvain Chevenel just on the far side, number 152. This is Greg Henderson. He's now the only New Zealander in the race after his teammate, his young compatriot Jack Bauer, crashed out on the Col de la Madeleine.
Pierre Rolland is closing the gap on rider Hysdal. Here is the leader. He now has 50 seconds over the Europcar rider, and Izaguirre has been absorbed by the pursuit group. Breaking away from the peloton, or between the peloton and the pursuers, is a group of 4 riders, including Mark Cavendish. You might think that's quite bizarre on a day such as today, but he's still holding station, proving he's got some climbing legs about him. We did always say that of the sprinters, he's not a bad climber. He's maybe not as good as André Greipel of the sprinters. André Greipel has produced some amazing performances, but Cavendish, Kwiatkowski, Pinot and Van Mark are the intermediate riders between the peloton and the pursuers. The pursuers have just absorbed Izaguirre, who was with this man, rider Hysdal, not very long ago, and Pierre Rolland is the nearest man to him. Costa and Serpa have emerged from the pursuers and are now at 1 minute and 30. Have you got all that? Good. Rider Hysdal, what's he got? He's got an enormous amount of courage, and he's delivering it at the moment. However, the man with the legs, the mountain goat legs, is behind him, and that is Pierre Rolland. And this could be a very, very good day for Rolland, because it is an all-category climb again. There's been 2 today, and there are 75 climbing points up for grabs, what with 2 further climbs categorized 1 and a category 2 as well. So Roland is going for an absolute hatful, and he might just get it. I think that this gap is going to close between Roland and Ejidal, and how long they can sustain it for on a very long day is anyone's guess. I think in terms of our coverage, this has been the longest of the tour. Started broadcasting local time at 10:45, and well, depending on the speed today, it's going to be around about in fact, I asked Mike to have a check on the speeds that we've had so far, but way after 5 o'clock anyway, by my reckoning. So long day for us, for you, and indeed for the guys in the saddle. So thank you very much for coming along for the ride, if you've been with us throughout on what's turned out to be a quiet-ish day, at least for now. But then again, you never quite know when this is going to blow apart, and there's so many tales to tell as soon as those movements are made, because everything has an impact, especially on the GC at the moment. General classification. Somebody did ask, what on earth does GC mean? Now you know. It looked like the Japanese champion was just suffering a little bit out there, Awashiro, for Europe car. But Ryder Ejidal does like a loose helmet strap. It's almost of no use at all, I wouldn't have thought. Andy Schleck as well has often had a loose helmet strap. If you do come off, it's not going to do you much good. It is compulsory to wear a helmet these days on the Tour de France. I'm not quite sure when that became law, to be honest, but some riders feel less comfortable with a tight binding than others. Well, Ryder Ejidal is getting the encouragement, but Pierre Roland is encouraging himself, 45 seconds back. Now, that looks ominous, Sean, and when we get an aerial of the descent, they may have to call out the motorcycles again for safety reasons on the descent, and certainly if it rains, that will be the case. They've done it before, and they will do it again. Yes, well, it will be another dangerous descent, but it changes so quickly here. We did see on the first climb of the day where it started to rain on the Glandon, but then it went over the top in perfect dry conditions. So we'll just have to wait and see, and it changes so quickly here. But the race, they're scattered all over the mountain here, as we can see on this climb to the Madeleine. Out in front, Ejidal, and then Pierre Roland chasing, and then we have that group of Costa Serpa as just ahead of the big group of there was a huge group of 40 riders, a lot of riders, after getting dropped out of that group, and is after splitting totally. We could see the aerial shot some time ago. There was about 10 or 12 riders, as we can see here. It's Escatel who are pushing on in this group, and I think this is the next group on the road after the Costa Serpa group. So this would be, for me, the fourth group at the moment. Possibly they have taken Costa Serpa back in, but again, there's just little groups everywhere, and that tells that they are pushing on now, and they're getting to the point where they feel they have to take control. The teams who have got a number of riders up, they're the ones that are pushing on, and of note, Escatel are getting concerned, because we did see the breakaway companion of Ejidal here, Izagri, starting to suffer very early, and that changed their tactics totally. Yeah, it'll be interesting as well just how the tactics of the main contenders, that's the teams of Contador, Saxo Tinkoff, the team of Quintana, Movistar, and indeed Sky, how they respond to this breakdown that's going on up front. Sky have become it's become familiar to us, their metronomic progress. They are extremely scientific in their approach, and I know that some of you would prefer it to be a bit more artistic, but they set their pace, they know what they can do, and they have an action plan, and it's extraordinarily successful for them, and they haven't broken pace at all, and the gap has come down from being well over 10 minutes to 9.5 minutes now, with a long way still to go. There's Marcel Kittel, big powerhouse. A lot of people saying that he could do the job on the Champs-Élysées, and is possibly Mark Cavendish's main rival for that prize, Sean.
Well, very much so. We've seen him in this tour. When he gets to the finish, the big one sprints, he has been the one of the tour as well. Sprint-wise, he has been, I suppose, the revelation of this Tour de France. You know, winning 3 stages, a great performance, and of course, like Alpe d'Huez yesterday for some riders, Champs-Élysées for the sprinters, that is the big one out there, and that's the reason there's a lot of them trying to suffer through. And Kittel is here. We can see him there trying to cling on to the tail end of the peloton, starting to suffer at the moment, but you can be sure that his Champs-Élysées is in his mind, and that's the reason he's staying in this race.
Certainly is. If you want brave performances, let's talk for a moment again about Geraint Thomas. Hairline fracture of the pelvis, which was clearly extraordinarily painful. He rode on, Sean, with that, and seems to have ridden himself into recovery quite remarkably.
Yeah, it's amazing when we see him on the first race when he had the crash. Stage was it stage 1, but in the very early part of the race, and looked like that it was going to be impossible for him to carry on, and just hanging on at the end of the peloton there, and looked to be in a lot of pain for the 2 days after the accident, but recovered him unbelievably. And we've seen him, he's doing quite a lot of work for the Team Sky and for Chris Froome to conserve the yellow jersey. And what a turnabout, because I had no hope that he would be able to continue on when we heard the results of the accident.
Absolutely. Broken pelvis. It's the hit that causes that, of course. And all the bruising and the jarring that causes without the fracture is something. But with it, well, we saw him being pushed on as well after, I think it was a rear tyre change. The mechanic just put his hand in the small of his back and pushed him away. And the yelp, oh, goodness me, it'll live long in the memory. He was in absolute agony, but has carried on and done a great job. Ryder Eshadal is doing a fantastic job today. I think he's going to get joined by Pierron fairly shortly. Col de Madeleine, all category, and it looks like it might well belong to him, if not Roland. But they'll certainly share duties on the descent. Roland's not the best descender. We've often seen him just fade back a little bit, but Ryder Eshadal is a good guide, and I think he'll be pleased to see Roland alongside him.
Well, when you look at the distance they've got to go to the finish, you know, he needs another man up there with him at least, because it is going to be difficult to see them holding on out there. And I think back in that group we can see the 2 Escatel riders chasing with a group of about 8, maybe 10 riders, and I think there's some men there just you know, following this and playing the waiting game. With 128 kilometres to go, it is a big ask for one rider or 2 riders to hold on out there and go all the way to the finish.
Some interesting geology in this part of the world. I know some of you get excited about that kind of thing. 128.5 kilometres to go, 11 minutes and 22, and a new piece of tarmac. Thank you very much for laying a new piece of tarmac. Couldn't you have done it last year, instead of making it absolutely brand new, so that when the rain falls down, the oils sweat out of the tarmac and make it absolutely lethal? I suppose at least we're on the climb, Sean, so we can get away with it. But if it's like that on the descent and it rains, we're in trouble.
Yes, well, if we get the rain on the descent with the new laid tarmac, it makes it that bit more slippery, and you have to be careful. But for the moment, getting through this day quite well. You know, we've seen the rain on a number of occasions, but we haven't had the rain at the most difficult times or the most dangerous times on the descent, and let's hope it continues in that way.
Pierre Roland, he's still spinning it away, and I think on one of the straighter pieces of road, you might actually catch sight of Ryder Eshadal. As soon as you've got your quarry, then you're in a happier place. It spurs you on, as it did Riblon yesterday. We'll take ourselves a break, and we'll be back in just a few moments' time.
Meters, 100 kilometres, or really more importantly, there are a lot more in the last 60 kilometres, because the 60 kilometres to go, you've got the Col de Tamier. There's Stuart O'Grady nurturing his body through this bike race here this afternoon. Stuart knows all about this. his pedalling style still looks pretty good. He wants to make sure that he keeps in contact with a group. Struggling with his pedaling a fraction there, Grady, as he goes around the corner. 169. Just a little bit further behind him is Martin Wijnants, a Belgian rider on the Belkin Pro Cycling team. Grady using all of his experience from 17 tours to try and make sure he hitches the back end of a large group. But this is a bit of a shocking sight, really, to see Cadel Evans like this. He's in the yellow jersey group. Bear in mind that this group is not racing at the moment. They're just riding at a steady tempo. But Cadel's a fighter. He's a man who is courageous and will do his all to remain in this Tour de France and rally the Champs-Élysées in Paris on Sunday night. Well, this is a horrendous climb, the Col de la Madeleine, as we get to the leaders, about 6 or 7. Well, this is the group of Mark Cavendish, and they're about to get picked up by the yellow jersey group. Jérôme Pinault, Cavendish on the right-hand side, and just on the back, Mikhail Kwiatkowski. Now, I wondered if Kwiatkowski had said to these guys, look, you know, I'm not too good today after the very difficult day in the Alps. So I just need a little bit of a start and a hand up to get myself a good start at the start of the Col de Madeleine to get over that climb. And that, I think, has been done. They're about to get picked up by this group. And I think they should survive over the summit of the climb. But this is Evans getting dropped in company there of Stuart O'Grady. The other rider getting dropped there as well is the sprinter of Team Saxo Tinkoff, Daniele Benati. Evans, 36 years of age at the start of the year. Finished third in the Tour of Oman and third in the Giro d'Italia in May, which he rode as preparation to be on form for this race. But when you see him in a situation like this, there must be something else wrong that he's not admitting to us. He's very, very tired, that's for certain. After a long campaign starting in February at the Tour of Oman, Team Sky are very much in control of the pacemaking at this point. They've got to keep in the back of their minds that there's a very tough end to the day this afternoon, a stage which is 204 kilometers long, with that final climb, the Col de la Coifferie. Heyerdahl doesn't want any friends this afternoon. He's quite happy to have a long, lonely day in the Alps, a day that's already taken them over the Col du Glandon and now on the Col du Galibier, and then a long, long descent of 30 kilometers down into the next valley road. Well, I'm not sure if you could hear what was being said at home there, but just words of encouragement, explaining to him exactly how the race is developing behind. The Col de la Coifferie has an average gradient of between 6.7% and 9.2% down towards the end. And then it descends right the way down into the ski resort of La Clusaz, into Saint-Jean-de-Six, and then finishes in Le Grand-Bornand. Number 116 there is Mikel Nieve. He is in 4th place in the King of the Mountains at the start of the day, and what a coup that would be for him if he was able to get some points at the top of this climb. Currently there are 4 riders ahead of them on the road. Heyerdahl, chased by Pierre Rolland. Well, in fact, it's just been corrected because Bart de Klerk of Team Lotto Belisol has got across to that gap of Costa and Serpa with Andreas Kloden. Kloden, 34th at the start of the day, looking for 58 minutes.
Don't discount him. We've got some rolling climbs later on, not quite as focused as the early climbs, of which they are on the second of those today. It's the Col de Madeleine, and Saxo Tinkoff seem to be massing their resources as it's taking a toll here. That's Daniele Benati, who is their sort of designated sprinter. Obviously everything is really focused on Alberto Contador, but yeah, he's one of the quick men And to see Cadel Evans in this sort of company doesn't bode well. Cadel, do you know what? He has been, he's had a bead on, as the Australians would say. Not a bid on, a bead on. That means a bead of sweat on either the end of your nose or on your chin. If you've got a bit of a bead on, it means you're sweating like a good one. And he has been perspiring absolutely profusely over the last few days. Now, no, we all do, but I'm just wondering if he's not well. I'm not offering up any excuses for Cadel, because you know how fond I am of him, but I don't know. I don't know. Here is Ryder Eshadal, and this must be a welcome moment for him. He's heading for the crest. Still got a little bit more to do, to be fair. He'll go over the peak in still, what, 4-5 kilometres time. So he's not quite there yet, Sean, but when you get a window into success, and that's exactly what he's doing here with the crowds and everything, you kind of start to regain belief, and it can just spur you on a bit, albeit the gap between himself and Roland has narrowed again. It's back to 40 seconds.
Well, at this point in the race, for Eshadal, it's definitely a big window, because when you look at still 5 kilometres to go, as we can see here, you know, the killer of a climb, the way it just snakes up the side of the mountain. And the problem is, from behind, what's happening and who is the men that have gotten a number of riders from teams together, and that is going to be the problem, I think, for Eshadal. Maybe he'd be better off just, you know, knock it off a bit and allow Pierre Roland to join up, but he is closing in, as we can see, 25 seconds at the moment, and that group of Navarro at 2:20, and there's a lot of the Escatel riders in there in that group, but I'm concerned for Eshadal that he will pay the price in the final of this one, going out so far from the finish.
I guess as well, when you've got a climb that is as difficult as this, Sean, there is really a coping speed. We talk about possible changes of rhythm, but when it gets extremely steep, it's just whatever speed you can manage is the one you set, and you don't really have much choice.
Well, you just have to get into this climb, as it has been the previous one on the Glandon. Here on the Madeleine, you just have to work on it, and certainly not give it your 100% at this point, because you have to, you know, remember you're out here on your own, and if you do look like you can hold on, but it's too early to make that calculation at the moment, because at the top we're going to 121 kilometres to the finish. It's a long, you know, it's a long road, and a difficult road as well, because a lot of it is very much up and down. So I don't know what's going through Eshadal's mind at the moment. Maybe he's hoping that they will, you know, a number of riders come across, and he just wants to get to the top of this one before anybody joins up to him, in case that he might not be able to follow if he do knock it off here. If other riders join up, he's concerned that he cannot follow the pace being set by them.
Thanks to all of you for reminding me. It was the sad death of Andrei Kivinev, who in 2003 that prompted the compulsory wearing of helmets. 2003 it was. Yes, so at least something came good of it. It's saved many lives since, and if you haven't got a helmet and you ride your bike, you're nuts. Get yourself lidded. Just looking back past Ryder Eshadal, Pierre Roland is here. I don't know whether he's going to be spurred on, or indeed take this as a failure if Roland does get back. I think it will be to Eshadal's advantage ultimately, but there's still a lot of climbing on this one. Sean, there's no respite in this climb. I think that's the character of the Madeleine. There is absolutely no escape from the incline, and it just goes on, and it's such a punishment. I was very surprised to see Mark Cavendish actually apparently aiding Kwiatkowski in his bid to put some space between himself and Quintana, who's with the GC boys. But nonetheless, you get found out on this climb, and even the likes of Ryder Eshadal looks over his shoulder now. It's a tough one. Will you be pleased to see Roland here?
Well, time will tell. If he is just working at it and still just keeping a little bit in the tank all the time, well, then he possibly can follow Pierre Rolland. But if he's close to giving it his 100% out in front here for quite a number of kilometres, that we will see quite quickly. And you know, he's going to just try and get into the rhythm that Pierre Rolland is going at. But if you haven't got it in the legs, if you haven't got the energy, well, then we will see him quite quickly that he will start to lose contact.
Well, we're going to find out. As we said, you really have a coping cadence on a climb such as this. A lot of people asking, Sean, which how you approached a day such as this, personally speaking.
Well, you're always fearful of a day like this, depending on what sort of rider you are, what your strong points are. And for me, the climbing was always a bit of a difficult one. In the big tours, I had difficulty on the big climbs. And when you had, you know, a second day and a third day in the big mountains, that was the occasions which I seemed to pay the price. So, you know, you're going to be certainly concerned about this one, but you know, depending on what happens in the race as well, and some days you can feel just that little better than others, and if you're lucky enough to be on a good day when it's the big mountain days, well, then you can get through. And you know, I had some good days, but I had some horrible days as well.
Well, let's hope it turns out to be a great day, and that this newly laid road surface is just this side of the mountain, because we have a fear that it might be part of the day's story if the rain comes and it's still pretty damp and we get to the descent. Everyone's been out with their emulsion, and as you can see, it's very hard to lay it down, not the tarmac, the paint, and not have cars just drive through it. Those who come late generally tend to have their messages driven over and striped, much to their disappointment. As we were coming up Bourg-d'Oisans the other day, they were out there with their paint rollers, getting very upset if you drove over it. But what we're supposed to do? Go over the mountain. 124.3 kilometres remaining of this day. Jeevan's tweeted in and says, please don't worry too much about Cadell sweating up. He's the perspiration king. Check him out on the rollers. It's just dripping off him. OK, I'll stop worrying about Cadell. But he doesn't look like he's having fun at the moment. Likewise for Ryder Ejidal, who's punished himself, but Pierre Rolland has made it over. And I think Rolland here is heading for an absolute hatful of points for the King of the Mountains jersey competition. Let's just check as to his gap at the moment. There's the time gap. Back to Dumarchi, De Klerk, Berget, Moynihan, Bakelants, and the rest of them. It's a huge collective. And in fact, it's just 18 out of the 45, as there were, that are chasing Rolland and Ejidal. So it's getting a bit more sensible, Sean.
Well, yes, I don't know if you can call it sensible, because out of this big breakaway group, there's a lot of riders, I think, in between this this chasing group we're seeing at the moment, with the Escatel riders continuing on to set the pace. And it's proved to be a too difficult one for a lot of the riders that managed to get into the very big breakaway. But they're still holding on to, you know, a big advantage over the yellow jersey group, 12 minutes at the moment. So it tells out front they're not certainly not giving 100% at the moment. Ejidal, Pierre Rolland, they're just working away at it and trying to get the, you know, the kilometres to get it tick by and get closer to the finish. And also back in the main group of favourites, being controlled by Sky, they're just continuing to work away at this day. And they have a complete team here. We can see, you know, Froome has all his teammates with him at this point, and they can afford to do that, because out in the breakaway there's nobody of any danger at all that can become a danger. So they're just allowing the breakaway to have a huge advantage at the moment.
Philippe Gilbert, world champion, suffering again. He's not had a great tour, I'm afraid. The days when it's been possible for him to do something have beaten him, I'm afraid. Pierre Rolland picked up 12 points from the first all-category climb. There's a lot of points on offer for the King of the Mountains competition, and coming in 5th place on that all category climb was good enough for 12 points. He'll be in for 25. So for a grand daily total so far of 37. Now he's on 51 points, so he's got a lot more work to do if he's going to get back at Chris Froome, who of course has been racking up victories, and as a result finds himself on 104 points in the mountains classification. I guess constantly being out there and to the fore as they roll over the peaks has paid dividends for Chris Froome. Sounds obvious, but it's not his target. But he has picked up those points. Quintana on 97 points, Riblon on 77. Riblon is nursing the jersey today, as Quintana's in white and Froome is, of course, in yellow. So the top of this King of the Mountains competition really is rack full of talent. Nieve is also back there on 63 points, with TJ Van Garderen on 62. Joaquim Rodriguez on 59. Moser then comes with 58, and then it's Pierre Rolland on 51. So Pierre Rolland is going to make big inroads, but he'll get himself into 3rd place if he takes this next climb, and of course I think he will. Whether he'll pick up the next ones today is anyone's guess. It depends on how they ride on. 123 kilometres, and that's remaining, and they'll peak out here in 2 kilometres time. But what are 2 kilometres, Sean? It's just relentless.
Yes, it is a long one. You know, the climb 19.2 kilometres. It's going to be energy sapping slowly, and it's going to be a long way to the finish from here. We can see that Huisdal has adjusted to the pace setting of Pierre Rolland. They probably have upped it a little bit, but we can see he's taking it on the front and taking the pace setting with Pierre Rolland. So that is it's looking good for Huisdal. I was concerned that he was starting to pay already for his efforts, being out in front alone there for many kilometres beforehand. And now they have the most difficult climbing section of the race over, but still it's a real killer of a road all to the finish here. They still have, you know, 2 first category climbs, a second category to get over before they get to the Grand-Bornand here, and the kilometres are the thing. 122.7 kilometres. At the top they will have exactly 121 kilometres to finish when they come over the top of Madeleine.
Well, when you have climbs, you usually have descents, and as what look like wild horses, I'm sure they're not. Yes, you have descents, and so today characterised by some very high speed sections, and the run into town later on could well be dramatic if we have a select group battling for it, because it's going to be a very quick run. It does, however, kick up as well on a couple of occasions, but it's going to be very fast to the line. 122.5 kilometres to go. We are approaching, or at least the men up front, Ryder Ejdal and Pierre Rolland, are approaching this very highly technical descent. Somebody saying, why do they reach for newspapers? They stuff it down the front of their jerseys in order to protect the chest from the cold, and it can affect your breathing as well if you get a very cold chest, and apart from anything else, it's extremely uncomfortable. The jerseys and the outfits that they wear are extremely light and designed to be so. Very high-tech fabric these days, so breathable, but yes, virtually nothing to them. And in terms of keeping you warm, virtually nothing. That plume of cloud looks rather like a volcano. Please don't worry, it's just a plume of cloud. But with what have they got, 1,200 meters left until they get to the top. Ejdal and Rolland, they will suddenly get into the cold. So yes, hence the newspapers. They may well reach for it. You might see it. I think Ejdal has got his rain gear with him, and indeed he's got his team car, so he may well have handed it over if he doesn't think he needs it. Those clouds looking quite ominous, Sean, but I think they're further away from the downhill section than if they were going to be a threat.
Well, it's difficult to make the calculation, and the descent of this one is almost 30 kilometres, so I'd not be surprised if we do see some rain shower, wet roads as we get down off the Madeleine, because looking from here, it's certainly over the other side. and the long descent, it is very possible we will see some wet street.
121.9 kilometres to go. 12 minutes and 5 seconds is the gap now between Roland and Ejidal. They have been royally battling to maintain that gap on the pursuers. We're approaching the peak of the Col de Madeleine. It has been a tortuous climb. In fact, the second one of the day. It's been busy. It was always designed to be. Glandon and the Madeleine coming directly after yesterday, of course, and the double climb of Alpe d'Huez. There were 45 riders that managed to extricate themselves from the peloton. And of those, well, it gradually started to thin down. Rider Ejidal of Garmin, there he is in the blue, went on the attack. Well, he went with Izaguirre, but Izaguirre faded. And as the select group of pursuers, numbering 45, started to thin down on the climbs, Ejidal held station, but over to him, Bridge Pierre Roland. He's looking for King of the Mountains points. Well, he didn't get as many as he'd hoped. 5th over the first category, all-category climb today, the Glandon, but it looks like he is going to take the Madeleine right now. And as a result, he's going to get himself 25 points. Rider Ejidal is pleased to have him here, just calling for more water as they will roll over the peak. And then begins one of the most dangerous downhills that there is. It's the hairpins that are the problem, and the rain certainly can be. 26 hairpins in all, and it is a very, very long descent, over 30 kilometers in length. And so there is a little kick up halfway down, but really, in essence, this is going to be hold onto your seats time if you happen to be at home, and for these guys, hold very tightly onto your handlebars. 121.3 to go then, and the main bunch still further down the mountain, and the deficit is approaching the 12-minute mark to Roland and Ejidal. The chasing pack is now numbering 18. There are intermediate riders as well on the mountain. 18 chasers proper, but our concern is for these guys. And indeed the crowds, who look extraordinarily well behaved. The newspapers are being offered. None taken just yet. They might well be tempted. Bidons as well. Provided you can find your team. I think these have been serviced by the team cars anyway, so no real need for that. And Rider Ejidal just wipes a bit of perspiration from his face, takes a couple of gels, settles himself on this little tiny ramp that just slowly starts to tip, and then eventually they tip down the mountain. Let's hope they stay on their bikes. Roland calling for something. Oh, he's asking for the gap. There we are, 2 minutes and 40. More than 2 minutes came in the motorcycle, but 2:40. What is the gap? Well, he's just been told. Little sun stripe upon the mountain, but through the cloud as well. As yet, it hasn't burst. We did have some rainfall earlier on today, but it's not dogging us just yet. And the descent beckons, Sean, and you can take this as you will. There we are. I think this is a... There you go, fellas. Off you go. Show me the way down, why don't you? Or maybe he's just saying, look, you do your own thing because there's no way I can keep up. No, he's going to guide him. That's nice. Well, a little bit of fraternity between the pair of them. Sean, the great thing about cycling is you can have one day where you come together with somebody who can be something of a stranger within the peloton, and you share a moment such as this, and you always have something in common, and it's constantly a subject of conversation if you ever come across each other again in the future. It's fantastic.
Well, that is bike racing. You know, we see when they have a breakaway or when they get to the top of a mountain, you know, they're congratulating each other, but it doesn't say that they're going to really fight on the final of this one. If they are allowed to hang out there, well, it will be a big battle between the two of them later on, if they goes on to get close to the finish. But you know, we've seen when they get into a breakaway, it's a normal thing where they just you know, congratulate each other as they're being pulled back by the main peloton.
Well, he asked for the break, the gap, and was told over 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes and 40 to the pursuers. That's not bad, but they won't hold on to that, Sean, in the lowland section today as they head for the feed, which will be very welcome for them, and indeed the sprint as well. So I think Pierre Rolland knew that he'd done the job today in terms of points. He might well just rest up, drift back into the peloton, try and, or indeed the pursuit group, try and just get some strength back in the legs before the next series of climbs where he might well go again.
Well, I think they'll have to keep on working on it, because the advantage, you know, 240 about at the moment, they're going to have to, you know, make the descent at a good fast rate and then get into the valley, and that's where it's going to be the problem, because you have, you know, quite a bit on the in the valley section, and with two riders out in front, it's going to be a difficult one for them. But looking back at the group behind, there's also a lot of riders there, but I don't think they're all contributing. It looks like Escatel, anytime we get a picture of that chasing group, it seems to be the two Escatel riders on the front all the time, but we haven't seen enough of them to see are they actually sharing the pace setting there. And on the descent here, it's not going to be a question of, you know, sharing the pulling on the front. If you have a good descender, he can make the descent, you know, at a good route rate, and everybody else just try and follow.
There's our friends from Euromedia providing much of the production equipment in this Tour de France, and a great job they do as well. And you can see what's required from televisual relay stations here at the top of the Col de Madeleine. They're sending the pictures back to us. We beam them up to the satellite. That gets beamed down to your host broadcaster, then back up to the satellite and back into your homes. It's quite a journey. Takes about 7 seconds. I still can't get my head around that. 117.2 kilometres, 12 minutes and 4 is the gap. And there's the descent. A few moments ago, you saw Ryder Ejidal just taking a drink, and Pierre Rolland went ahead of him. Pierre Rolland is not the better descender of the pair of them, and you saw them approaching a corner rather rapidly. And Pierre Rolland thought about it about 4 times. He went once to the corner, again into the corner, and then finally, after another abandonment, actually sailed into the corner. If you looked at Ryder Ejidal at the same time, he was rock solid, not following Rolland, and just did his own thing and made up meters just simply by the line that he took into the corner. And that essentially is the difference between a good and a bad descender, apart from bravery, of course. The bravery is one thing, madness is another. And if you don't have the skills, then you'd have to be mad. But if you have got the skills, then you can be brave and use them to the fore. This is one of the best views in cycling, is, to my mind anyway, is when they just stream down the mountain. I love the long view of a descent. It's magical. Off they come off the peak then, and if you are a good descender, it's free energy, putting it back into your legs, and those around you very, very tense, can be. I suppose tense moments will reveal themselves later on amongst the yellow jersey group. There they are. Orica Green Edge quite well represented up towards the fore, I must say. And here we go. These are the pursuers, and Cloden is in there, Bakelance and Laurent Didier as well, so for Radio Shack Leopard Trek. And so they have numbers in abundance, but just look how they're stringing out. The best boys get towards the front, and those who have trouble a little bit further behind. Now, Ryder Ejidal is a master descender, and Pierre Rolland is here for the ride, and it's quite a distance that they've now put between themselves and the pursuers. It's gone out to 4 minutes, Sean.
Yes, that is the interesting point there. You know, 4 minutes to that group of 19 riders, and we did see it was Nieve who came over the top, I think, in third place. and we did see Sikar as well. He was the one who was pushing along there, and it's amazing that it's allowed to go to 4 minutes. It just tells that they're starting to suffer in that chasing group, and also Roland and Hajdal are working quite well at it. They seem to be going at a good rate. That's the way you can make the calculation, because I think that chasing group has, interest in trying to keep this gap at a minimum, but 4 minutes it's a nice advantage for two leaders.
114 kilometres, 12 minutes is the gap, and Sky, well, they might look to you like they're taking it easy, anything but. It's been one heck of a climb, second of 2 all categories today, and now they're coming off it. Sean, people often ask what the top speeds are that these guys get up to. You can reach quite eye-watering speeds if it's not as technical, with not too many hairpins, but there's some big intermediate runs here where they can get very quick indeed. Isn't your record over 120 kilometres an hour?
Yes, you can get up to unbelievable speed, and this one is a very fast one. We can see here there's a long straights, and when you just leave it rip, you can get up to that 100 kilometres an hour very quickly. And I reckon they're probably travelling at the moment in that section, depending on the downhill gradient, that has a big effect on what the maximum speed you can get to, but certainly 80 kilometres per hour without any problem on the section they're on at the moment, and it's upwards from 80k.
Wow, there you are. Quintana coming through, and as you can see, Peter Sagan just wrapping up as well. Yes, glad they've given him the full kit for the green jersey, which of course he is wearing, so he gets his rain cape as well. I don't think you get that in some other lesser races, certainly, but they badge you up with the full kit and presumably hand you over the same level of quality kit. I remember a few years ago there was complaints that the yellow skin suit was not of the same high quality as the standard team skin suit because of various developments. I think it might well have been within Sky. Oh no, it was Garmin Cervelo, and they didn't want to wear it. Was it the pink skin suit in the Giro? Anyway, I'm confusing myself, but essentially these days I think they match the kit. I think teams such as Sky probably produce their own high-tech outfit in the leader's jersey, assuming that they've got a chance of doing it. Well, more than a chance, it seems. Chris Froome looking solid in that position, but well, as you saw yesterday, there are so many different ways you can lose the yellow jersey, and a case in point was not feeding yourself properly. Taking care on the downhill is another essential if you're going to have success, and Pierre Rolland, watch his runs into the corners here. Pierre Rolland, he's in the green in front at the moment. Now, he got that one a little bit wrong, which has not teed him up beautifully for the next one. Ryder Hajdal much smoother through the corners, and as a result, he actually gains ground. Rolland often just has a number of goes at a corner, but he seems to be learning on the way down. Some riders just remember it and have a very natural feel on the descent. Others suffer. Saxo Tinkoff just rolling to the front now, and everyone's starting to think about testing themselves. Now, Alberto Contador tested out Chris Froome's descending skills the other day. Sean, is he minded to do the same? He's rolling to the front right now.
No, I don't think we will see anything on this descent. When you look at the distance to the finish, 110 kilometres, on the stage into gap, there was only, I think, about 10-12 kilometres to the finish from the final climb of the day, so that is the opportunity there to do that. And we can see Sky here, they still have a complete team, so if Contador wants to push on, they'll not get too concerned. If he is going into the risk zone, they will just allow him to take 10, 20, 30 seconds advantage, and then in the valley section they will just close that back again. And we did see yesterday when Contador and Kruisinger went in the attack on the descent off the Alpe d'Huez, the Froome and Richie Porte did not get into any panic. They just allowed them to hang out there, and then it was the other team, Movistar, who closed them down.
Somebody asking, are all Tour de France's decided with 3 days to go? This is far from decided. Yesterday, I think, proved that. And in fact, what's the narrowest margin, Sean? 8 seconds, was it? On the Champs-Élysées?
Yes, 8 seconds was the time that Greg LeMond beat Laurent Fignon in the time trial from Versailles to the Champs-Élysées.
So there you are. We may well have racing at the end, even for other podium positions. We'll see. We never really know until the day before the final day. So certainly not 3 days out. There's very much a lot to be contended and contested today. Well, one of the challenges starts right now, and over the rise they come. And rather strangely, we're going to take a break, but we'll keep an eye for you and let you know how they get on.
So much energy, use so much energy on the long road before we get to the final climb of the day, the Col de la Croix-Frie.
We're racing down to Albertville now. It's still quite a few kilometres ahead.
Looks like Cam Meyer from Orica Green Edge just getting his raincoat on. He's not going to make an attack on the descent.
No. He snatched his jacket back into the pack. Lovely to see the riders spiral their way downwards towards the valley of Albertville, which sits right in the heart of the Alps. It was Albertville in 1992 where the Olympic movement broke with tradition. They had to award the Olympics to a city, as they always do, so they chose Albertville, but the events were held in 10 different alpine towns, so it really spread the Olympics throughout the Alps itself, and what a great games they were as well. That was the Winter Olympics, of course.
Yes, Albertville, the gateway to many of the ski resorts around this area. There's Nicholas Roach, quite happy to sit on the front and set the tempo. I'm not sure that he's going to make a move. I think he probably regrets the move that he made yesterday out on the course. He used a lot of energy.
I'm a bit surprised he's even tried to do a similar tactic to yesterday, because he paid the price yesterday, sitting out in front with his teammate Sergio Paulinho.
In a happy place, right at Égidal, at the front of well, everybody today. Pierre Rolland has done a superb job of bridging over to right at Égidal, and indeed these two of those who went off early are the remainder, or indeed the primary, I should say. There are 19 behind them, but look at the peloton as well. Absolutely strung out all over the mountain. If you're good at this sort of thing, it's a happy place to be. And I always think this is really the highlight of cycling freedom when you see this sort of thing. Unfortunately for the likes of you or I, the road is rarely closed, so you can't really enjoy this sort of thing, because corners mean cars, often coming the other way. But what freedom they have to enjoy this, as you can see, at speed, and it is reasonably fast. As Sean was saying, you can get up to around about 120 kilometers an hour, and the long shot really shows you the vitesse, Sean.
Yes, and we can see here, surprisingly, they're pushing on the peloton. We can see the Astana rider just out in front here, but it's Saxo Bank who are pushing on, and it's Nicholas Roach who is just in front of Contador. As we can see, Paulino here being pulled back, and he was already out in the leading group of that 40 earlier on. So those are the riders that are coming back from that group. But we can see here Richie Porte, Chris Froome, and the other riders from Team Sky not panicking at the moment, just follow the situation. And it's surprising to see him at this point. I thought, they just would allow Sky to continue controlling the situation. How long will it be for? I don't think they will really persist for too long.
Many people saying that Alberto Contador lost the Tour de France yesterday, that he had his chance and it wasn't taken. He's had a number of chances, Sean, and I don't think necessarily it's a failure of Contador, but perhaps just the sheer resilience and success of Chris Froome.
Well, I think Contador lost the Tour gradually over the most important days. In the first stage of the Pyrenees to X3 Domain, that was a real disappointing moment for him, a disappointing day, because he lost, you know, too much time to Christopher Froome. Then it went on. The time trial, he lost 2 minutes in Mont Saint-Michel. So gradually he was just, you know, the time was building up all the time. It was getting bigger, that gap out to Christopher Froome. And yesterday we were expecting, you know, there was the talk about coming better, and it looked like on the way into gap, the time trial, it looked like he was improving all the time. But then again, yesterday he took another hit, and I think that was the real killer punch for Contador. He knew then that, you know, to win the Tour of France was certainly over from when he lost contact with Froome and Quintin and all the other favourites on the Alp.
I think that's true. The look on his face, to be honest, during the second individual time trial, third time trial if you include the team time trial, of course, but the run into Chorges, stage 17, you saw Contador, he was convinced he was up for victory, and then Chris Froome came through in the end after a bike change, and Contador's shake of the head said everything you need to know. Ryder Ejderdaal still trying to shake out his extraordinarily long limbs. He's a very tall man. I think he's in excess of 6'4" in old money. So yes, he really is a praying mantis on the bike. And here he comes through, picks up a bit of speed, and sharing duties nicely, these two. Although I think getting the most benefit on the downhill is probably Roland, as Ejderdaal is the king of this sort of thing. It stayed dry, Sean, and that's a blessing.
Yes, that is a good pointer to have it dry here, because we can see, you know, it does get scary on the descent if it's the wet road. And when you look at you know, the weather conditions today, so far they're getting through quite well, and we're getting through the most crucial part of it. These two big climbs, the Glandon and the Madeleine, they would be really treacherous if you had a totally wet descent, because they are long descents. And as we go further on into the stage, there is some more descents to come, and they're not going to be nice either if we do get the possible forecast are talking about showers in the afternoon.
There we are. Still 103.6 kilometres to go. We are slower than the slowest assumed time, so it's going to be a long time on air today. That's possibly why we've got a bit more jazz club today. But we are waiting for the fireworks at the end. So just settle yourselves in, relax, and enjoy what is beautiful scenery. Not blessed with sunshine today, but I think you can still take the long view. Nicholas Roach has been very, very busy over the last couple of days, and it goes on with 103.2 kilometres to go. Sean, if you are asked to be the sacrificial member of a team, surely that must start to wear, especially... Whoa! There we are, the French champion is on the deck. At the moment, he's getting back on his feet rather quickly, and I think he's just... Yeah. Goodness me, he almost walked into the cyclist there. He's shaking a hand. It looks okay, but the cameraman there, just to sort of help him out, these cars coming through at a pace. Well, we were just saying how the road is not as dangerous as it could have been if it was wet, but one momentary lapse of concentration and you're in trouble, Sean. He's shown that.
Yes, and the question is, you know, what has been the problem there? We can see that he, you know, slided off. Possible just a little bit of lack of concentration. The way it's going down at the moment, unless you're a very poor descender, you should be able to follow here. But some guys, you know, just can relax too much as well when you're going down. Maybe trying to get something to eat, something to drink, and you come into a corner. It's a little bit tighter than you anticipated, and then you have to go maybe a bit wide. And he looked to go off onto the soft margin there.
Well, there you are, a wake-up call today, just to remind you that it is a dangerous game. And yes, Fichot losing or gaining a bit of road rash there. And let's have a look. There he is. That was the moment where he came to a halt. And, well, you can't tell any more than that we already know. other than the fact he does not look like he's seriously hurt. So winded, rather embarrassed that the camera was there, I guess, so quickly as well. Seemed to have a problem with his hand, but I think that was just that he'd taken a hit, a knock on the road as opposed to anything broken. And let's hope he's back on the bike. Pierre Rolland takes a big swig, and Ryder Ejidal drives on down the Madeleine. They have taken that intermediate kick up, and they are still kicking off. And they've got 4 minutes now, Sean, on the pursuers. 4 minutes, that's a gap.
Yes, it is. It's holding out well, and it's after growing out to be a substantial gap. I was looking at it there, and when you see the breakaway group there, the names that are in there, you'd expect, you know, some of the riders like you have Bakerlands there, you had Cloden in there, you know, you had a lot of riders who have interest in pushing on in that chasing group, but still it's growing out to 4 minutes and hanging around that 4 minutes now for quite a while. So it's certainly a good advantage for our two breakaway men.
Sailing down they go. I'm just looking back to see where the white jersey of Quintana is at the moment. Somebody asking, what was your favourite bike, Sean? I know you always say the one you were paid to ride. So I'll frame it differently then. Of the machines that are available at the moment within the peloton that are being ridden by other people, not your team, what appeals to you?
Well, it's difficult to make the calculation if you're not riding all the bikes, and I'm certainly not doing that, but there's a lot of good bikes out there now, and all the bikes in the professional peloton, I think, are, you know, of really good quality. The best bike at the moment is the one I'm riding at the moment.
I've heard him say when he's paid to ride, yes. Just so you know, just quietly, Sean Kelly is very much part of the development of Vitus. I thought you might just cave in and say that. But long association, a very successful association with that brand. But there are other brands available, as you know, and as Sean has been very diplomatic, they're all good, he said. 98.7 kilometres to go. Oh, we've had a few tumbles today, and in fact Jack Bauer is out. There were some reports that he'd come into contact with some road furniture. Still haven't got any further confirmation on his injuries, but certainly enough to put him out of this Tour de France. 98.5 kilometres to go, 11 minutes 35. We'll keep tabs and take that break.
Give France their first stage victory this year.
Yeah, there's Nicholas Roach saying, well done, we're back, just settle down, ex-teammates.
Very good, yeah. AG2R. Nicholas Roach moving away from AG2R to come across to this top Saxo Tinkoff squad.
11 minutes 35, so they chipped a little bit off that lead, but nothing special. Had to slam the brakes on a bit there. Nicholas Roach coming around that sharp one. This is the main peloton. It was an interesting start today when 40 riders attacked the peloton and formed a huge bunch at the front. Most of them are back now after the climb of the Madeleine. The chase group is 19 strong up to the two front runners, and here they are.
You know, they've still got a 4-minute advantage over the group that's chasing them, but they're lining themselves up for a long, hard chase to the next couple of climbs on the day. But just looking at the profile, really feel they've only got something like 20-25 kilometers along the valley road into Albertville, and then they get into either climbing or descending. There is a possibility that with that kind of a profile, if neither of them hit the wall, they could survive the chase today, because they're both very good climbers. Ryder Hejjedal is a strong bike rider, having won the Giro d'Italia, so he's not scared of the distance and the terrain of today's stage.
Inside 100 kilometers to the finish today.
Number 13 is Alessandro Di Marchi. He is in the group of 19 riders who are now 4 minutes 15 behind Pierre Rolland in the dark green jersey there. Rolland, about the same height as Chris Froome, but he looks a lot more comfortable and a lot more compact on his machine than Chris Froome does on a number of occasions, although Chris Froome's position is very, very efficient, and we've noted that with the way he climbs on some of these mountains. An interesting style. He doesn't get out of the saddle and climb on a big gear as some of the other climbers do. He just increases his revolutions and powers away.
And you see a big crowd, you know you're going around a tight one as we've cut back here to the main field, which is building all the time. At the moment, 2 leaders, 19 chasers, the yellow jersey pack, and in front of the yellow jersey, what was left of the original group of 41. We keep picking them up.
Well, just listen to the wind there, Phil. You get an idea of just how fast these guys are going.
This is another man coming back from the lead, Jerome Cousin, just picked up now by the yellow jersey group under the escort of Nicholas Roach for Saxo.
Well, one wonders if Saxo are coming forward also to start picking up a little bit of pace. You've also got a rider from Movistar coming in there. A lot of guys missed out on the victory yesterday because they didn't start the chase early enough, and now we're coming up to 94 kilometers to go. And if Alberto Contador, for example, is nurturing any thoughts of winning the stage, they're going to have to start working a long way out. And how about Alejandro Valverde? His team yesterday really missed out on not chasing, and I think if they'd started chasing a little earlier, Nairo Quintana could probably have been a stage winner at the summit of the Alpe d'Huez.
Nicholas Roach here has a French mother, and of course his father is Stephen Roach, the winner of the Tour de France in 1987. Nicholas had a choice of riding for France or for Ireland, and he chose to race eventually on an Irish license. .61 kilometers an hour, that's about 39 miles an hour at the moment for the boys at the front, coming down the hill, running off the steep slopes now as they go down towards Albeville itself. Still a little way.
Yeah, but they're extending their advantage on the descent as they move up to 4¼ minutes over the next group on the road.
Yes, and this is the yellow jersey group here, which doesn't look that big at the moment.
I think over the final few kilometers of the Col de Madeleine, they will have lost a few guys, but certainly with the kind of tempo that we're seeing here, most of the riders left behind on the Madeleine should be able to reintegrate on the descent.
Sky have got themselves reorganised at the front, so they're just probably almost content to let these 2 riders from Saxo Tinkoff set the pace, takes the pressure off them a bit. Geraint Thomas and Ian Stannard are the first 2 riders for Sky. Richie Porte then directly in front of the yellow jersey of Chris Froome. See where we're going with our television camera here through the team cars.
Just to show a little bit of the chaos, and if you do have a flat tyre or you do have to try and come back through the main field, you can see from that last shot how much room there is on these mountain roads to try and catch back up. So Nicholas Roach setting the tempo with his teammate locked on his wheel behind him as they come away from the summit of the Col de la Madeleine. Roach had a very good start to the year with a 5th place overall in the Tour of the Mediterranean, finished 10th overall last year in the Tour of Switzerland, but he's only won 6 races since he turned professional back in 2005.
Leaders racing through the town of Bonneval now, which is on the course itself. That's the main field are going down there. We're looking here at the main field with Chris Froome riding about 6 men back. If there's going to be an attack from that group, we feel it will come probably on the last climb, but you never know with Contador. He's turning out to be a pretty unpredictable bike rider in this year's Tour de France.
Just looking at rider Hazerdal there, just keeps eating all of the time. The secret to success and to not hitting the wall, as Chris Froome did yesterday, is to eat little and often. And we had heard that, in fact, the team car of Sky actually broke down yesterday. Team car number 1 broke down on the road when water from a cooler box actually tipped into the electronics. Not too good in this day and age when cars have so much electronics. Any little bit of dampness can spoil the works.
Yes, we live in fear of drinks falling into our computers at the commentary position, which is quite a busy little house during any stage of the Tour de France. Now, by the way, everybody's asking what are the names on the shorts of the Cannondale riders. They're actually the names they've given the saddles that they ride, so there's no need to send me any more emails on that subject. Time to have a little bit of rest and relaxation. This is Johnny Hoogeland here now. We've got no further news on the man in similar colours, Arthur Vichou, the champion of France. He was waiting for his team car, and we don't know any more. We haven't heard if he's continued or not just at the moment, but I suspect he has, otherwise we would have been told.
Still, Nicholas Roach, happy to make the descent. I tell you, this is a long descent. It's almost a 30-minute descent away from the Col de la Madeleine. The two leaders are already down in the valley floor, down at the bottom, and they've just gone through the small town of Rogny. Puts the two leaders at 91 kilometres to go to the finish. Time to take on board drinks and get the stocks ready for the next part of the course. We've got about 25 kilometres of flat along the valley floor before we start the next climb of the day.
Won, and back we see that finish yesterday with Greg LeMond. Pierre Rolland won in 2011, and of course Christopher Riblon yesterday. Where the Dutch, they have had 8 victories in this one, and that's why we see, the famous Dutch corner, and they have made, that section of the Alpe d'Huez, that virage, the Dutch corner, and then Italy have 7 wins, and it goes on from there. So it's amazing. The Dutch riders coming from a flat country, they can have 8 victories at Alpe d'Huez.
I think you just get excited by the high ground. What's that, they think? Perhaps. There's been a number of riders that have been picked out for glory along the way. I think yesterday we had plenty of heroes. Foremost amongst them, of course, Christophe Riblon. We're hearing that Zeeberg has now abandoned after a crash. He's joined Jack Bauer and Tom Wieler's today. It is heroic, Sean. They've had to be, I don't know, even more dedicated to their craft on this 100th tour than perhaps before, because so much has been thrown at them in an attempt to show the very best of all the tours rolled into one.
Well, I think if you look at the Tour de France this year, you look at the stages in the Pyrenees, you look at the Alpine stages, there are some difficult stages, but I don't agree that it's one of the most difficult tours. If you go back 10, 15 years ago, but let's not, start talking about that. I think it's the way the race have been going and the way they have the flat stages, the windy conditions, it have been, very aggressive, and for that reason the riders are paying the price. And anybody is not at his best, well, then he's going to start suffering. And of course there's always crashes. If you get a little bit sick, you catch a cold, that just takes 1.5–2% off your top level of fitness, and then you get caught out. And we're hearing today Seeberg, I think he also crashed there on the descent. The riders start crashing on the descent. They're probably hanging on here in the peloton for a long time, really going deep, and then when they get to the descent, concentration lacking a bit, very tired, and that's the reason some of those crashes are certainly happening.
There you are. It is a percentage game. Ryder Hesjedal is playing that game. There's been a number of attempts by him to get into breaks or indeed animate the day's stages. And today, well, he's certainly succeeded in that. The gap back to the pursuers, of which there are quite a number, 45 in total, but spread in split into 2 main groups. But he's now doing a superb job today, and that gap is holding around about 4 minutes. Ultimately doomed, I believe, because they are, now that they are off the Madeleine, they're heading home, and they'll be heading into the feed zone around about 83-kilometre mark, and so they're going to get there first. So at the moment they're racing on for their sandwiches. Yes, I jest. Albeville comes next, and that is the intermediate sprint of no great use, I wouldn't have thought, coming as it does after the two mighty peaks that we've dealt with, it probably would have been better to have the intermediate sprint, personally speaking, between the two mountains. That would have been something. And you may well have seen some of the quick guys. Sagan definitely would have had a crack at it, going over the top, and it would have been very, very lively. As it is, they put it beyond the feed zone, and I think it'll be the mountain goats that sail through it, and we'll see just how lively it is, that contest. Can't really see it being too much, as Peter Sagan, though, we've seen him, and he's not looking too bad today in the green jersey. So the feed will come with 83.5 kilometres to go, so in around about 5k time for the men who are up the road. Saxo Tinkoff have rolled to the front. I don't know, maybe just trying to keep the speed of the descent high and just hope that hope above all other hope that for them that Chris Froome gets himself into trouble. But he's well protected and has stayed on nicely. He's followed a few lines through. And, yeah, he's throwing in some nice curves along the way. 11 minutes and 14 now. It's not a full-on drive to close the gap. The pursuers listed at just under the 4-minute mark, and it's sort of holding station. Sean, what else have you spotted in the papers?
It's all about AG2R, all about the French victory, of course, and Riblon. It was his second victory in the Tour of France. We remember the last one in 2010. So for AG2R, you know, he's the man who has saved this year's Tour for them. They have been very successful in the breakaways. You know, a lot of the riders have been in the moves, but unfortunate up to yesterday not to have a stage victory already. But you know, it was worth waiting for to get the victory on Alpe d'Huez, certainly for Riblon and for the French in general. But for AG2R La Mondiale, you could not ask for a better victory.
It kind of heaps the pressure on the other French teams. Francis de Jeux, incidentally, are also down by 3 men now. William Bonnet pulling out. So Thibaut Pinot, William Bonnet and Nasser Bouhanni all missing from Francis de Jeux. And that's kind of the French national team. It does hold the French national champion, Arthur Vichot, as well. And had he taken more of a tumble, they would be the equal shortest-handed team out there, along with Astana, who've lost 4. The last one being Lushenko. So it is taking a big toll on a number of teams, and Francis de Jeux have taken a massive hit. Garmin have lost 3 men, joined by Jack Bauer today. And to be honest, Sky, you know, they've had their moments as well, let's not forget. They lost Bosenhagen and Kirienka very early on. Kirienka timed out rather brutally by 7 seconds, I think, after being distanced on the team time trial. So that was Ted King, I beg your pardon, was that narrow margin, wasn't it? Kirienka also out of time, though, and Edvald Bosenhagen with a shoulder injury, with Ted King, forgive me, being of Calendar. But yes, Sky, 2 men down, and 2 very important men. It's meant that the injured Geraint Thomas and the knocked about Ian Stannard had no choice but to battle on, and have done so. And to be honest, I think they deserve equal plaudits. It is a team game, let's remind ourselves, but it's not just about Chris Froome, and I think probably Richie Port's efforts shout loudly. Somebody earlier on was saying Richie Port's loyalty shown towards Chris Froome, how does that compare with Chris Froome's perceived shaky loyalty to Bradley Wiggins last time? I don't know, draw your own conclusions, really. Interpersonal relationships are one thing. However, as we hear that Lars Bak is being caught at the moment by the pursuing group, I think the difference essentially is that Chris Froome could have perhaps won it last year. I'm not sure Richie Porte could this year, if you take time trialling and all the rest of it into consideration. But there's no doubt about it, Richie Porte is the coming man, and I think Sky will definitely put a lot of resources into developing him alongside Chris Froome, unless Chris Froome, of course, makes a move. Who knows? He seems extraordinarily happy where he is now, and I'm hard to be surprised by that, because he's been fabulously well supported by a group of men who have had their troubles. We're going to take ourselves a break. They're on the radio. It's Team Tactics to the fore. We'll keep an eye.
24 minutes down in the standings, so it really puts a fair amount of pressure on Team Saxo Tinkoff if they want to win the team classification here. There's two riders a little bit further up front. Roland and Heijedal are still 4 minutes ahead, but in the next group back you've got Romain Bardet in the second group for AG2R, and in the group behind them you've also got a rider as well. So that's why Saxo Tinkoff are now starting to put a little bit of interest. That's why the final few days of the Tour de France produce some really interesting tactics, because other competitions come into play and it forces other riders to do the pacemaking. You see Team Sky now, all they have to do is defend. They've done all of their attacking. They did the attacking in the big mountains of the Pyrenees. Chris Froome consolidated in the individual time trials, defended on the roads up to Alpe d'Huez, and despite having a bad day himself, actually increased his lead over Alberto Contador to 5 minutes and 11 seconds, despite that 20-second penalty. And now, all of a sudden, Contador's team have been put on the back foot because they are currently losing the lead in the team competition to Team AG2R of France, a team that, until when they had the big crash in the time trial around Gap, not too far away from Gap, that finished in Chorges, they lost their leader overall, and that was Jean-Christophe Perrault. The next day they came back, they bounced back and won the iconic stage of a circuit around Alpe d'Huez that the race did on 2 occasions. And there's the man who crashed on the descent of the Col de la Madeleine, Arthur Vichot.
Well, that's a nice sight, isn't it, Paul? At least he's got the marks of the day on his elbows there, but at least he's coming back to some riders here.
I've just noticed, though, he's got a serious amount of, well, I thought it was bandages on his hand, but it's not. It's just he's pulled down his arm warmers. But it's nice to see Le Champion de France back in the race, and he's been fairly visible in that jersey of his, which his team, FDJ, decided not to put any advertising on because they wanted to respect le bleu, blanc, rouge, as they call it in France.
Absolutely.
The blue, white and red.
Particular of France. Little bit of picture breakup. That's nobody's fault except ours, I suppose, but it is a fault with the transmission when the trees interrupt the signal. 3 riders from Saxo Tinkoff. For a moment they put the Alberto Contador second place on the back burner while they try and keep the lead in the team race.
That's why the last few days of the Tour is always so very, very complicated. We've got some guys at the front of the race now battling for the supremacy of the King of the Mountains competition. We've got this team, Saxo, at the back, 12 minutes back from the race lead at the moment, fighting to try and win the team classification. And that actually assists Chris Froome, because his team can take a back foot now while the other teams have to unfold their own tactics.
2 days still, well, 1.5 days left in the Alps now. 3 climbs here. We've got climbs tomorrow. We finish on top of Semnoz, a mountain outside of Annecy. And then the riders fly up to around Paris, where they will start the last stage from the Palace of Versailles. And the crowds have followed the Tour de France everywhere this year, particularly in the Alps, which has given them great opportunities of watching the Tour de France. This is Pierre Roland. The French getting their way back into the pictures in these last couple of days. The stage victory yesterday of Riblon. And now Roland putting in a serious bid here to take the lead in the King of the Mountains.
Just a quick glimpse. You might just have spotted up on the summit of the climb there the castle of Chantemerle. There well, it's not the Chateau of Chantemerle. That's not too far away from us, the Chateau of Chantemerle. In fact, a little bit further over, we're looking at this chapel.
No, but you were right first time, Paul. We did pick it up and we switched sides now. They do it to fool you.
They're trying to keep me on my toes, that's for sure.
Yeah, this is the chapel of Notre-Dame-des-Neiges, the Our Lady of the Snows. And as we give you a little lap around this, it's on Calvary's Hill overlooking the vineyards, and it was consecrated back in August 1838.
And that's just on the outskirts of the town of Rognier, which is at the bottom of the Col de la Madeleine. which is where the main field has just gone through at the moment.
The main field speeding through. That bunch has got bigger, hasn't it, since they've come on that long descent off the Madeleine. It would not surprise me in the least if the sprinters are not back in that field. Still riders coming down from the breaker. Those two on the right have just been picked up. We're slowly picking up lots of men who are in the early morning breakaway of 41 strong.
Two riders there being picked up. Tony Martin was picked up there, and Damiano Cunego is the rider from Lampre, who's now, fortunately for him, back in the comfort of the main field.
So very shortly the field themselves will be going through that feeding zone before we head on up to Albertville for the green jersey sprint. There are still a lot of riders ahead. In fact, all the points in the competition are ahead. So it's a good day for Peter Sagan, if you like. Nobody can improve really on his massive lead over Mark Cavendish and Andre Greipel.
All he's got to do is survive the next mountain stage and make sure that he doesn't get involved in an accident. We've already seen two riders have to leave the Tour de France because of simple little crashes on the descent. First one on the descent of the Col de Grand-Bornand, the second one on the descent of the Col de la Madeleine.
This is the main chase group. Around 16 riders in this group. Running at around 3.5 minutes behind these two riders up front, Roland and Heyerdahl. So they've still got a good advantage here of about 2.5 kilometers, mile and a half over that chase group, and a lot further over the Froome group, which is now timed at just over 11 minutes. But that could disappear quickly on these last three climbs. Two stepping stones to the highest of these last three climbs, the Col de la Coiffurie, and then we descend very quickly, long way down into the finish of the Grand-Bornand.
We're looking at around about 10 kilometers for the leaders for the start of the next climb of the day, and that is what Pierre Rolland is hoping that he's going to get to in first position, and that's the small climb of the Col du Tamier. Again, it's a second category climb, doesn't carry as much points as the earlier ones, but all Christophe Riblon is looking for is to keep ticking away at the Point King of the Mountains competition. Currently being led by Chris Froome. Froome won't be taking any interest at all in that. I would have expected to see Nairo Quintana take a slight interest in that, because that's such an important emblem for the Colombians to add to the first winner of the King of the Mountains competition for Colombia back in the 1980s, and that was Lucho Herrera.
When it's, immediately when you take the gel, but you have that feeling, that you're starting to, run out of energy, and when you're climbing Alpe d'Huez, the amount of calories you're burning there is enormous. So it was a good call by Chris Froome yesterday, because if he went on, he probably, got very close to finish maybe the final 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers before you run out. But that is the danger point. If you do run out, and then you can totally, slow down so much, and 2-3 minutes you could lose very quickly in 3 kilometers. So, he made the call that he needed to take something, and of course we know why now. Yesterday was very confusion when we were on the climb there. He was putting his hand up, as it looked like to me, a mechanical, but the car wasn't there. After climbing the Alpe d'Huez the first time, that was the time to come and give, gels and fresh drinks to your riders. But unfortunately for Sky, they weren't able to do that, and that was the reason we see them trying to get some feeding and drinks on the Alpe d'Huez. And what a panic moment it was for the team, and it worked out quite well in the end, because 20 seconds, I think, that is nothing to Chris Froome with the advantage he has got. It could have been 2 minutes 20 if he had run out of energy totally, 3 kilometers plus from the finish.
He's had his moments, some hugely challenging ones. After winning on Aix-Trois-Domaines way back on stage 8 of this great race, he was, of course, isolated. His team fell away after they'd worked so hard for him on that day. The very next day in Bigorra, when the press had started saying, well, that's it, it's all over, may as well just give him the yellow jersey now. And then his team fell away, and they'd used too many resources on stage 8, and on stage 9 he was isolated and had to battle very hard to stay with the main contenders around him. And, you know, then he's had his troubles when he's been isolated. He's had his troubles when he's run out of food. He's had all kinds of other moments. And I'm sure they're not over yet. But he has overcome them. And that's why he's in yellow. And that's why he's got such a margin. But please do not think that this is all over, because anything but. So we've got two riders up the road. 3 minutes and 36 is the gap, and Roland and Ejidal it is that are alone. The peloton at 11 minutes in arrears as we speak. People saying there are reports that Chris Froome has extended his contract with Sky. Hardly surprised. Up to 2016. Yeah, he's, as I said to Sean earlier, or earlier on in this tour, I think Chris Froome is capable of coming back and defending this successfully. Certainly the way he's riding at the moment. And the gap between himself and everybody else is significant, and it's an honest one. The Sky provided his data, his power readings and his energy burn levels, etc. To the press at last. It was all part of you know, something that they didn't want to reveal, but because of all the accusations that have been flying around of doping and that kind of thing, well, they decided to release the data. And to be fair to the French press, they actually looked at it and said, all right, hands up, now we understand, we can see where the power comes from, and it is within physiological norms. Thank heaven for that. So can we put that one to bed? Possibly not. Yeah, there's always somebody who's looking for a story. It might just be that this is a nice one, a happy story. We'll see if it's a happy ending, shall we? 77.6 kilometres. And again, on one of these little sub-drops, this is a nice little bump as they come into La Bâtie. Across the river they will pass, and there is a sprint with 75 kilometres to go. So Ryder, Ejidal and Pierre Roland are about to get to it fairly shortly. Sean, there are days where you expect drama. We had that yesterday. Today's extended coverage on a profile where I think they thought that so much heart would have been knocked out of the peloton that they would, the strong would be battling. On paper, it looked like it was going to be extraordinarily demanding today, but also dramatic. And demanding it may be, but as a result, there's so many tired legs out there that it has almost been stalemate from the very beginning.
Yes, well, when you look at the profile up to today's stage, it looks, you know, a scary one, and the two big climbs at the start. If there were going to be a big battle, it could be a difficult one, and there were that big battle, because we see the 40 riders going away, but luckily for the general classification, men, the yellow jersey and all the guys up there in the top 10, nobody of any danger. So that allowed this breakaway to, you know, pull out a nice advantage, and for some of them to continue on, and we have some of them out in front all the time. And it all depends on what way, you know, the break works out. If you get the wrong men in the breakaway and you get somebody who's in a danger place to go into from maybe 15 to 18 in the general classification to move into the top 8 or 9 riders, then that's where the panic buttons are pushed, and we see, you know, teams chasing, and that would have been the problem today. It would have been, you know, continued on then at a very high pace, but the moment the 40 riders were of no danger, then we see the pace dropping, Sky taking control and just riding at a real steady pace on the front of the bunch, and the breakaway group, you know, pulling out to the advantage, you know, gradually as we went on into the stage.
They're going to let them have it, Sean? Is it going to be this breakaway group where we get our winner today?
Well, at the moment, looking at 76 kilometres to the finish, and you know, 10 minutes 56 back to the main peloton of favourites, I don't see where, you know, they can lose that amount. The terrain is not difficult, but again, sometimes, like, if there's teams going the attack, if we have in this final, it is a difficult final. If Katusha, for example, and Saxo Bank, you know, start to push on here, well, that advantage could come down very quickly. And we must not forget the riders we have in between here. Have there somebody there who can come out in this final 50 kilometres of the stage? Because if there's a number of riders can do that, well, then I could see them closing this gap to our 2 leaders, which is substantial, over 4 minutes, but it is doable at this point because you know, 75 kilometres to the finish. And we have seen it of recent, I suppose, the stage to gap. That stage looked like, you know, there was nothing going to happen except for the descent to the finish. It wasn't a difficult stage, but it did cause a lot of upset in the overall standings on that day. So possibly again today we could see something. But the final descent, it's another one where it's, you know, a run down to the finish, and when we get to the final, it's 13 kilometres to the finish. So that's a place where we could see some action.
These two just going to roll through the sprint line. As you can see, they're not involved in that competition. And Ryder Hesjedal, open-mouthed, starting to look a little bit worn. Looks like tower factor from years gone by. And the winner is the square one, albeit the round one is taller. The Chateau de Chantemerle. What's that mean? The singing cherry? Something along those lines. Well, it's a Mertie, isn't it? Not a Merle. The Chateau of Chantemerle, locally known as the Castle of Saint Didier. There we are. Obviously a very small saint. So 70, just less than 75 kilometres to go. They will be, the pack of chasers will be coming to the sprint in just a short while, but with 11 minutes and 6 back to the peloton, which contains Peter Sagan, who is totally dominant in that competition. I don't think anyone is going to come close to denying Sagan. All he has to do is make it all the way to Paris, and he's looking reasonably comfortable for that. We'll take a break, and then we'll have a chat with some of you on Twitter. It's at Carlton Kirby, if you'd like to join in.
Over the top of the hill, and we'll start to make our way towards Le Grand-Bornand. 3 climbs on the horizon. Also a little bit of pressure in this group. And there's a big chase going on here from the riders from Euskaltel-Euskadi. I don't see any big sprints coming out of this group. They've cut another 30 seconds off their advantage, whereas now they're looking at 3 minutes and 10 seconds. And in fact, although it looked before as if it was Damiano Cunego who'd gone back into the main field, this is him here in the second group on the road in that lime green jersey. Well, there's 2 other teams who could be a big threat in this group for Team Saxo Tinkoff as well, because Radio Shack have 3 riders in this group, Jan Bakelants, Laurent Didier and Andreas Kloden. And to add insult to injury,
for the field here, this is the chase group coming through now. They might have a little flurry of activity for some money from the green jersey competition, but the points aren't going to help them, not with only 2 days for the Tour to go after today.
Actually, Phil, just looking at the way this group is starting to pick up the pace now, they've brought it down to 3 minutes, the difference between the 2 leaders and the group that we're looking at here. But, you know, there are 2 other teams in this group who are very, very dangerous. Looks like Rojas coming up there to get himself points over, because Radio Shack have 3 riders in this group, and Movistar have 3 riders in this group too. Now, there's a little problem at the side of the road.
This is roll on, flat back tyre.
Yeah. No panic. I would expect Ryder Hesjedal to wait for him, because we've still got a long ride to go to the finish. And by the way, Phil, when we talked yesterday about the race referees going and taking a number of bikes and checking the weights on the bikes,
yes,
they also went to check the end of the forks to make sure that the riders hadn't actually fired off these little butts which are put on there for safety. And it's against the rules to file those off. It makes it for a much quicker wheel change, but health and safety reigns nowadays, and so you're not allowed to file those things off to get a quick wheel change.
Well, that was a very good wheel change, I have to say, and he's off like a rabbit, and he's about to catch up with that service car. I'm quite sure that Ryder Hesjedal has turned off the power. because it's still an awful long way to go with the three mountains that lie ahead, 72 kilometres. And there's only 2 riders in this lead group, but all the other cars are guests, and always giving room to our television cameraman as well.
Well, you might just have heard all the horns going there. Well, that was just to communicate to the other team manager that there's a rider coming through the convoy. And yes, just looking at the position of rider Hagedal there, Phil, he's actually sat up and waited for Roland. And there's a little tap on the back to say, come on, let's get going again.
These boys need each other at this stage of the Tour de France today. There's the thanks for waiting for me. Now let's get on with it. Because the chase group behind, as Paul has said, he's got them down to exactly 3 minutes now because of the delay for that wheel change.
Well, the next climb on the horizon for these riders is not too far away from here, Phil. It's only a second category, but if Pierre Roland goes over the top in first position, well, then he will move up into third place in the King of the Mountains competition, alongside with exactly the same number of points as Christophe Riblon.
Just showing you there the result at the finishing sprint there, but it doesn't affect the overall standings at all. Peter Sagan has 2 days to go before he claims the green jersey. He's been a most consistent rider and really done enough to win this on the first day of entry into the Alps, coming down to Gap, and since then he could just watch from afar. Built all the points he required. Just swinging back down here now. They're in amongst the cars here. They've been back, I presume, for what we call a natural break, and just escorting him back is Sipsu and Kevin Retzer here as they return to the peloton.
Yes, Kevin Retzer, the rider wearing number 57 from Eurocar there, although he lives throughout the cycling season in Versailles, he actually originally hails from the island of Guadeloupe in the Caribbean. A couple of Movistar riders just making their way through the main field as well. Number 122, Andre Amador, a rider from Costa Rica. So there's a huge move now to get supremacy in the team classification, because Radio Shack with 3 riders in there, Movistar with 3 riders, and on top of that AG Tour putting a lot of pressure now onto Saxo Tinkoff, and that's going to give Chris Froome a slightly easier ride, because another team now has to do the majority of the pacemaking. Thomas Voeckler, as the clouds hang over the top of the Alps, although there's plenty of blue sky as we rejoin the 2 leaders. So 70 kilometers to go to the finish, and that's 10 kilometers to go to the top of the climb. And as the climb is around about 8 kilometers long, we're about 2 kilometers from the start. Hagedal. Hagedal turned professional back in 2002. He was the national time trial champion of Canada back in 2007. Now you can see the serious urgency. In fact, this urgent chase now is really having a very big effect on the gap. And the 2 leaders now reach 8 kilometers, 8.6 kilometers to be exact. That 0.6 could be extremely important. The chasing group now are 2 minutes and 25 seconds back. Col de Tamier is a climb of 8.6 kilometers. This is the cité of Conflans I was telling you about before, with the city that looks down onto Albertville. It's an amazing medieval city, and during the French Revolution it was called Roc Libre. The people who live here are known as Conflorens. The city contains a maze of small cobblestone streets, colourful stalls, old fountains and terraces, and some of the buildings in the back were built in the 14th century. It's just at the confluence of 2 major rivers down here, and you can just see not too far away as we go a little bit further down, the chateau of Off-Kostrache, which was built in the 16th century, overlooking the river Arly. 132 is Amador, only professional rider from Costa Rica, and the first rider from Costa Rica to win a stage in the Giro d'Italia. Well, there won't be any sprint at the front of the group for Peter Sagan today. He's got no concern at all. His lead in the competition is 102 points ahead of Mark Cavendish. Andre Greipel is 3rd in that competition. Sagan, defending champion in the points competition, is miles ahead of anybody else and just wants to nurse his body through these next 2 stages. White jersey there. he may well bide his time and look at tomorrow as his day to try and move up again in the overall standings. He's looking for 21 seconds on Alberto Contador to move from third into second place overall. So the gap now between the two leaders and the chasers is down to 2 minutes, with all of a sudden big pressure being put on the shoulders of Team Saxo Tinkoff. There's the River Arly just over to the left-hand side. That's Albertville, or the central part of Albertville. Albertville is just on the other side of the river there. And that's where the old part of Albertville is. Well, just a brief reminder as we look at the yellow jersey group now under the control of Team Saxo Tinkoff, that there's a big race going on.
Another view of the Isère River here as the peloton crosses it now. That chasing group, Paul, just over 2 minutes back of the two leaders now. They might well see them once we're over the top of the Col de Tamier. It's quite a long climb, but it's not very steep.
Well, the fact is there are about 3 different races going on here this afternoon, Phil. You've got, this is a move by Pierre Rolland, and he's put rider Heyerdahl into difficulty on the first gradient of this second category climb.
Well, Heyerdahl has been out in front for an awful long way today, and it looks like it's been a little bit too much for him now, as Pierre Rolland can't wait till he senses that he is in trouble, because he needs the points. He's also looking, with 69 kilometres left, to go for gold at the finish.
Well, as I was just starting to say, Phil, there are 3 races going on here. This is the main field with the yellow jersey and all the overall contenders, picking up a guy who was in the early breakaway. They've been put under pressure. There's a race for the team classification, the team race, if you like. Team Saxo Tinkoff, with those yellow helmets of theirs, were leading that competition, or are leading that competition today. But there are so many riders in the group up front that their lead in that competition is being threatened. Then in that group behind at 2 minutes, there's also another contender for the King of the Mountains classification. That's Mikel Nieve, which is why we've seen such a big chase starting to happen in their group as well. And they've halved that 4-minute gap to 2 minutes very, very rapidly.
Well, Rolland has told us that he had given up all hope of the King of the Mountains. He wanted a stage win. He was trying to turn it around. He's won twice before. In 2011, won at Alpe d'Huez. The last year, he won at La Toussuire. Now he's trying to win at the finish in Le Grand-Bornand. You could say the Alps are extremely kind to Pierre Rolland. Now he's going for gold again.
There's a knock-on effect, and the groups out front, the two leaders and this big group of chasers, they've got to up their pace as well.
You can see the little card profile he's actually put on his bars here. You see on this on the extender, and it's the profile of the day, just as an aide memoir. You have to see riders do this, and he's chatting to himself, or is he doing a Tommy Vogler? Hasn't quite got the same lexicon of faces. Has a quick look to see where he is on the map, and the answer is he's heading for another climb right now. In fact, he's going to peak at the summit of it reasonably soon, in 6.5 kilometers time. In fact, he'll be over the Tamier. This starts in Albertville, not the prettiest place in the world, I'll admit. It's a big train intersection, Albertville, so it's surrounded by absolutely beautiful scenery, but itself nothing to write home about. In fact, when they had the Olympic Games, the Winter Games there, the medal ceremonies were all held at night in the car park of a hypermarket. Not good. Anyway, Col de Tamier, Category 2, 8.6 kilometers in length, and 6.2% in gradient, so it's a proper test, and I think this is possibly last chance for Pierre Rolland to king out, as it were, at least on this particular climb. And he's on his own, because Heyerdahl has run out of resources. He's heading backwards. He's 10 seconds and a little bit more now behind Pierre Rolland, who seems quite skippy. Looks like he's happy. The pursuers, who've been spurred on by a charging peloton, are now only 2 minutes adrift, and as you said, Sean, it's a bit like a bit shoving one end of a slinky. The wave just goes right the way through the field, doesn't it?
Yes, and we can see the results of that are, you know, on our screens at the moment. It will be interesting now to see how long Pierre Rolland can hold on out there. Has he got that much left in the tank that he can hold off this group of chasers? That 2 minute advantage is a good cushion, but with just under 70 kilometers to go, I'm afraid that is going to be a big ask. But he has to commit himself now to the first of all, the mountain classification and the points available on the road out ahead. He has to go for that, and I think that's the first thing he's going to, you know, the first tactic to go for, and then see what happens a bit further on into the stage.
You know what? It's very, very warm all of a sudden at the finish line, and I think I might just go for an open window here, Sean. I've done my catch. If you could do yours, then we'll have some fresh air. 67 kilometres. There is a light breeze blowing, and yeah, the sunshine has graced us, and as you can see from the sharpened shadows underneath the riders, they're enjoying some of that too, and Chris Froome enjoying what looks like a little bit of cake, if I can gauge that from the crumb on his lip. We'll take anything we can today. 66.9 kilometres is the remaining distance, and still 3 climbs along the way. And as if by magic, you might hear a little bit more of the crowd, because our spring-loaded window has just popped open a little bit wider than we'd perhaps hoped. But oh, that is so much better. Sean. Oh, I feel alive with a bit of oxygen. Fantastic. Pierre Rolland, likewise, by the looks of him.
Yes, I'm climbing it better now. I get more air into me, and I can up my pace a bit here on this climb, and it looks like that I can go on for a long time and hold this 2 minute advantage.
There we go. He's got 32 seconds over Ejidal, and he's got 2 minutes and 2 over the pack. Oh, gosh, we've suddenly woken up. My goodness, we didn't realise we were suffering such an oxygen deficit. Devil's Own time, now our distance just trimmed a little bit, 66.5 remaining then. We'll take a break, and we'll be back as the final peaks of the day beckon.
Meters to climb now on this third mountain of the day, the Col de Tamier. And alone is Pierre Rolland. He's dispatched Ryder Hejjedal back towards the advancing field, actually. There's only 2 minutes now, the split behind a group of about 16 riders. They haven't caught Ryder Hejjedal, but if Pierre Rolland can just get over the top of this climb, Paul, he'll slot in third place in the competition, in sight of Chris Froome and Nairo Quintana.
Yes, it should take him about 12 to 13 minutes to get up to the summit of this climb now. It's not as steep a gradient as the things that we've been over in the past, but looming on the horizon is a first category climb for him, the Col de l'Épine. And despite those riders making a very quick cutting in half of his advantage, now all of a sudden it seems to have got stuck at the 2 minute margin for this group we're looking at here, who are the remnants of, I can't believe I'm saying this, Phil, a 38-man breakaway at the start of the day.
It was massive, and it split up completely. We're still picking up the odd rider occasionally, who we don't see on our cameras back in that main field. Basically, they're saying there are 25 riders here now, so some must have got back as well on the long descent from the Madeleine.
This is Sergio Paulinho on the front as we go into the Parc Massif des Bauges. Huge park. It was actually put together in December 1955 after a prime ministerial decree. The national recognition reflects the landscape and heritage of this region. There are 150 species of nesting birds and 9 species of amphibians in this part of the world.
1,600 plants, some of them extremely rare, other than here, of course.
And let's not forget, this is the region of the Reblochon and the Tome de Savoie.
Absolutely. 2 fine cheeses, I might add. And a beautiful crowd as well, cheering the leader here on the slopes of the Col de Tamier. He's around 4 kilometers from the top now. So in this final week of the Tour de France, the French are beginning to love their bike race again, because they have someone to cheer for the second day in succession.
Yes, and all it takes sometimes is just one rider to go out and get success for a nation, and everybody else rises to the occasion. Looking at the elliptical chainring there of the overall leader, Chris Froome, ticking away at the kilometres now. He knows he'll get challenged today. He knows that the challenge will come on the final climb of the day, the Col de la Croix-Frie. But on this occasion, his team is not being obliged to do all of the pacemaking and all of that hard work.
65 kilometres left on this race today. We're on the third from last climb of the day. We're over the two big mountains, all category. We're on the smallest of the last three, which is the Col de Tamier. And this is Chris Froome's group here, and they're still running quite a way behind. 10 minutes and 26 seconds. Just chipped another 2 seconds off while I've been speaking. Oh, we've lost one again. Little chat going on there with the yellow jersey. Talking tactics, perhaps. John Degenkolb there, 191, and 24 there was the champion of Germany, and Andre Greipel, the sprinter, having survived the crossing of two all-category mountains. That, with all respect to Andre Greipel, indicates the slow pace by the main field today. Tomorrow we finish on top of another mountain, the last climb in this year's Tour de France of note, and I think with 42 seconds covering, 47 seconds covering riders in second, third, fourth and fifth places, the battle tomorrow will be dire on that last climb of Semnoz. This is a very fast, tiring Christophe Riblon here. He went forward in the breakaway. I think he had dreams. He sits in third still in the King of the Mountains. He had dreams now of going for that. Voted the most aggressive rider yesterday, as well as his great victory. This is a fast, tiring rider, Hejidal. The legs have gone now. Here comes that group. Picking up rider Hejidal.
But what it means for Nieve in this group, Phil, is there's only one rider up in front, which means there are more points available for him. 3 points would be available for him if he can win the sprint from this group.
And the trouble is that poor old rider Hejidal has to ride over two more first category climbs today, with those legs looking a little bit out of fuel.
No, but that's going to be the order of the game, I think, now as we start to get deeper into the Alps. It's going to be a very tough climb up towards the finish.
Now looking down the church of the pulpit of Saint-Pierre there, very briefly, and now we're back up with the riders from Saxo Bank. Strange old world, the bike race game, Paul, isn't it? You've got the race leader and his team quite happy to let the main rival set the pace.
That's the way it unfolds sometimes, and you see the guys at the front. Nice to see Andy Schleck here, by the way. I know a lot of people follow and support Andy Schleck. I thought he did well yesterday to get involved in the aggression in the race and go out on the attack on the first ascent of Alpe d'Huez, which means I think next year, if things continue to progress, we'll see Andy Schleck back to the top of his form and dramatic on these mountain stages.
Well, this man is just wanting to get the day done now, Christophe Riblon, because he's now starting to lose contact on this second category climb of the approach, for as far as these riders are concerned, to the Col de Tamier.
Another rider who started the Tour de France injured. In fact, he didn't know until he went to the medical examination before the Tour, and Jürgen Rollins, the Lotto Belisol rider just at the back there, found out that he had a cracked rib. So only one lone leader now. This is Matteo Tossato. Used to be a very big lead-out man in the past, and now an integral part of the pacemaker. Now we've got Tossato, Nicolas Roach in second position, and Sergio Paulinho trying to defend their lead in the team classification. Kind of backfired a little bit on these guys this afternoon. So with Movistar and Radio Shack having 3 riders apiece in that group just a little bit further up the road, 8 minutes ahead of these riders, it's quite possible that there could be a change in that competition tonight. And the clouds, although the clouds are hovering over the top of the Alps this afternoon, looking out from the commentary position, the sky is very blue up above le Grand-Bornand and the ski resort of Chinaillon. Pierre Rolland leads this race now, and his gap is certainly not coming down rapidly. It's still 1 minute and 52 seconds.
Well, at the moment, we have a Frenchman up front again here, 63 kilometres. Pierre Rolland trying to get just 5 points at the top of this climb. There are 2 first category climbs still to go before the finish. And that group behind is trying desperately now to come back to him. They're being timed on the computer at about 1 minute and 50 seconds.
Well, bear in mind, when they started the chase behind Pierre Rolland, the gap was 4 minutes. They've halved that. They're getting to the part of the course which actually suits Pierre Rolland. He's a very good climber. The man in the car just going past him, by the way, was Michel Laurent himself, a very good professional bike rider in the 1970s for the Peugeot team.
The fact the cars are going past, though, is an indication the referees are taking the cars out of the void between leader and chase. It makes it a little bit more honest for the chasers to catch up with the front runner.
That's Jose Serpa in second position with a little moustache. I thought there was only one mustachioed rider, but now I've figured out there are 2.
Well, he didn't have one when he started the tour 3 weeks ago, Paul.
Maybe,
it's going well.
Maybe he decided to copy Jérôme Cousin, the rider from Europcar, and allow that to sprite during the course of this year's tour. Pressure, though, on the face of Nicolas Roche here. Now they're on the defensive, Team Saxo. After being on the attack yesterday, now they're on the defensive. Just goes to show how 24 hours can change around a race.
Well, we haven't seen hide nor hair of them, but we know there are at least 6 riders still clear of the peloton from the original break today. Lord Didier, Jon Izagirre, Rojas, Cunego, Hagedal has gone through and dropped, and Fletcher's back there, Hugeland, but we haven't seen any of them. This is the famous fort here as we approach the top of the Col de Tamier.
This is one of the most important defensive sites in the Alpine valleys. It was made to the order of the French Army in 1876. It covers a surface area, the citadel here, of 17 hectares, and it controlled the area around Albertville, but it was bought by the local municipal as a development office in 1967, and today I can tell you that it's open to the public.
That's if you can walk up to it, yeah. Well, that's got a great vantage point, and it would have a great view of the Tour de France right now, because coming up the mountain is still Pierre Rolland. But he knows now that the peloton, the chase, he's pulled a little bit out on them again. It's 1:42. He'll respond to all of the people on these slopes of the Tamier. The main field really aren't chasing at all. Well, if the Contador boys are making no impression on that chase group whatsoever.
Because there's only 3 guys chasing in that group. Nicolas Roche, Matteo Tossato and Sergio Paulinho, and there's a lot of guys in the group behind of 19 riders, 22 riders, who are very, very prepared to help in the pacemaking, because they're now starting to believe as they get closer to the finish there's possibility of a victory here.
Well, news of another retirement coming through, having just passed through the feed station by Albertville there. Christophe Lemavelle has abandoned the race. We've seen him in trouble these last 2 days, and he's decided with a couple of days to go, that's it.
Well, I'm wondering if that's the flag of Denmark on the right-hand side there, Phil, or whether that was the flag of the Savoie region that we're going right into.
1 kilometre to climb to the top of the Col de Tamier.
Somewhat of the Col de Tamier is the border between the Savoie and the Haute-Savoie, as Pierre Rolland continues to get inside of that kilometre banner there. He still doesn't look like a rider who's failing at all. He looks like he's still got plenty of energy left there in those legs of his. But the main field actually seems to have stretched out a bit, but the pressure now starting to be applied. The sprinter there, number 24, Andre Greipel, has a teammate up alongside him to try and pace him up over the final few kilometres, and that's Lars Bak.
Done very well. He rejoined after the climb of the Madeleine on the long descent. We'll have to do it all again once we get over the top of the Tamier. If a reasonable descent, he might well get back before they start the first category climb that follows on of the Lépine. Nicolas Roche puffing and blowing on the front here, keeping the pace up as best they can. Froome's team just happily sitting in their silage there, in their slipstream.
Well, I think in the main field we'll see this situation continue over this climb and over the next climb on the day, which is the Col de l'Épine. But we'll start to see some movement coming from the contenders. Maybe Nairo Quintana will take the risk of having a go today to see if they can dislodge Alberto Contador. But certainly he will give his all on the final climb of the Tour de France this year, the final big climb, the climb tomorrow up to the summit of Semnoz, just outside the beautiful city of Annecy.
What an inspiration for a Frenchman today on the Col de Tamier as they cheer him up towards the line.
5 points for the first rider to cross the line, but there are only points for the first 4 riders to go over the summit. The second rider will get 3 points, the third 2, and the final 4th place will gain you 1 point. But with 5 points here, that will pull this man, Pierre Rolland, up to 93 points, and that would be the same number of points as Christophe Riblon. So he's in for this.
Better next time. He'll be looking, moving very close to Chris Froome on the first category climb, if he can stay away, and it's looking as though he has a reasonable sporting chance. The gap is holding at 1:45 from the group behind. There's the 5 points. Puts him above Nieve, who can't catch him on this climb. Slipping back down here now. This looks like it's Robert Hessink. Lars Bohm, rather. He may remember Lars was in the action on the first 2 days of the Tour, and he looked very strong, but he's not a great climber, and just taking his time, try and get back over the top as they all do. Greipel not too far away from him with a couple of teammates to chase.
Well, there's going to be a big sprint for the group behind, who are 1 minute and 43 seconds back, because for Michael Nieve, very important for him to keep ticking away at these King of the Mountains points. That's a competition, Phil, that may not even get decided until tomorrow. What a battle that's turned out to be.
I think it is. It's closing up rather than opening out at the moment with the way it's going, because Roland has now got 93 points. Paul said puts him level with Riblon, but he puts him ahead of Michael Nieve, and even if Nieve gets second, he'll still be a point behind him. And that's certainly the plan.
The last time check was 1 minute and 45 seconds. As we look here at the next group on the road, we get a full time check once we crest the summit, and there's no competition there. 1:47.
1:47, nobody challenged Nieve, they didn't need to. He gets second place, so although he loses at one position, he's only reversed a 1 point difference there, as he gets the 3 points. This is lower down at the climb of the Col de Tamier. I think showdown for the yellow jersey will be on the next 2 first category climbs.
This day was always designed to be a difficult one, and maybe it's proven just to be a little bit too much, coming as it did, or as it has, on the back of 2 passages of Alpe d'Huez. The frighteners, I think, were put on many, certainly amongst the GC contenders. Having the Glandon and the Madeleine to be dealt with right at the beginning of the day, it looked dramatic on paper, and as a result, it sort of has taken the gas out of the steam engine, I'm afraid, today, when it comes to the general classification boys, and they're riding together. Ahead of them, around about 40 riders who have been up the road for much of the day. It was quickly settled into an escape. Ryder Ejderdahl it was that went off the front of that, bidding for glory alone. He was joined by Pierre Rolland, who, of course, more than interested in the King of the Mountains points. Well, he is still alone, albeit with a chasing group that has now split in 2, so 2 groups of 21, chased down by the peloton. We say chase, and we use the term loosely. Pierre Rolland is possibly being allowed to take his points, and I imagine he will be caught back by a group of 40 or so riders who believe that they've got a chance of glory, one of the last available on this Tour de France. And there he is, the man who decided to, well, bid for glory when it comes to the polka dots. And he's making a good fist of it, Sean.
making a real good fist out today, and he is going to, you know, move up the mountain classification big time. And it's something that he was targeting very early in this race. We see him in the earlier days. He was the jersey wearer for a number of days, but he's doing, you know, real well today. And it's not over. Tomorrow he has the opportunity again. But when you go out in a breakaway, as he has been out there all day today, you know, tomorrow is going to be a difficult day for him. But he has to commit himself now, and we can see there the group is slowly catching up. The time gap 1:39 at the moment, so it is coming down, and with the distance to the finish quite a long ways, it's going to be very, very difficult to see him holding on. But he is going to, you know, take some more of the mountain classification points in the next number of climbs, and they are coming up quite quickly. So he could take, you know, the next one, the second category climb, and then after that the two first categories at the very end. And if he does that well, you know, he will make big inroads to the general classement there.
Eitan Ackerman on Twitter says, why is it we never mention the actual ascent meters? Well, we do occasionally. It's just that the gradient is more important and the length of climb. And you can kind of work it back from there, I suppose, if you had your trigonometric head on. But anyway, the Col de Tamier started at 373 meters and peaked out at 907, then dropping down to 542 meters at Faverges, which Pierre Rolland is just about to approach as Geraint Thomas hands over his cold weather gear, or indeed his rain protector as well, just popping out right now by the looks of things. And it is, yeah, making himself a bit more comfortable, and just holding on to the car very gently while he gets, I think it waits for another bid on. I think we can allow him every kind of sticky bottle excuse, riding with a fractured pelvis from the beginning of this tour. So the next climb that Rolland will be taking on is quite significant. It's quite short at 6.1 kilometers, and that's the only reason it is not all category, because it's 7.3%, including two serious ramps over 10%. Starts off at 500 meters above sea level and then peaks out at 947. So there you are. I hope that just about sorts you out. It's run over a distance, incidentally, of 6.1 kilometers. Did I mention that? I think I did. Great to see the fans that have turned out. Sort of quieter set, really. Up top, you at Alpe d'Huez, you kind of got the beery disco crowd, and down here you've got the pipe and slippers mob. And frankly, they've all got their place, and they're enjoying it, which is great. A lot of grey adventurers, Sean, take to the motorhomes. You've got to be quite deep into a successful life to afford them. They come in at quite a price. And, yeah, you often see them pitching out. It's a good place to stop for a cake and a cup of tea, frankly, because they usually have good cooking facilities as well. But they've very much become part of all tours, these camper vans.
Well, it's something we talked about last night with Jean-Paul Olivier, who was... after doing, I think he talked about 35 plus Tour de France, as he said, in the past 10 years. Every year there seems to be more and more camping cars, and when you look at the Alpe d'Huez yesterday, on the way to the Alpe d'Huez the previous night, the caravan parks just, you know, chock-a-blocked, and you know, hundreds of caravans in each one, and then on the Alpe itself, and it's the way to see the Tour de France, of course. If you can do that, you can move along. And on our way yesterday, when we came up the first climb of the day, the Glandon also, you know, they were out there already in situ. So it's such a familiar sight. Not nice when you're trying to make a distance from A to B like we were to do last night. You get behind those camper cars, but luckily we got through pretty well. But sometimes you can get, you know, 20, 30 of them on the road, and they just tailgate each other, and it's so difficult to get past them because they're so close together.
You can get some fraying tempers, and wing mirrors can be nudged. That's all I'm saying. 53.4 kilometers. I don't think he noticed. 11 minutes now, the gap. I think that's just about solid. I think the pursuers, the number about 40 on the road, are going to come together, and it's from that grouping that we're going to find our winner today. It's not going to be Pierre Rolland, although he's making a very, very brave attempt. Nicholas Roche has been a busy boy in terms of being the engine room within Saxo Tinkoff. It's a role where he's kind of dropped down of being team principal as he was at AG2R, but he's found a home and he seems very happy, I've got to say.
Yes, he's doing a really good job, and the moment he was announced to be riding for Saxo Bank last year and Alberto Contador, well then you could see the reason to do the job he's been doing so well in the last number of days in this Tour de France. Yesterday was an interesting one when he went out in the breakaway with Serge Paulino, the Portuguese rider from the same team. It looked like we're in no man's land, and it turned out to be the case, but it's easy to talk in hindsight. You never know what's going to happen behind, or if they could make inroads into that big breakaway of 9 riders yesterday. But again today, to see him here on the front of the group, it proves that he's in real good shape, because to do yesterday's riding and be up here again today, you have to be in good shape. But I think he realised when he signed for Saxo Bank it was going to be the role for him in the bigger races. Hopefully at the end of the year we might see him getting some races without Contador, and that way he can ride for his own.
Photographer almost getting in the way. Roland had to change his angle into the curve. Watch this. That was it, momentary, and that was enough to send him over to the other side of the road. That could have been nasty, Sean.
Yes, when you have to make a correction like that, and we see Roland just correcting his line there, that pushes over to the right hand side, and if you have a little bit too much speed on there, well then it could be a nasty one.
There you are. Maybe thinner on the ground, but the photographer's still, unfortunately. Must have been a dramatic picture he snapped, though, I must admit. But nearly was the comeuppance for Pierre Rolland. Let's hope everyone else goes safely. And all the major teams together with 51.1 to go. Thanks for your patience, by the way, today. I know it's not been the most dramatic, but then again, we've had our fair share, I think, on this 100th Tour de France. I think we've been spoiled, Sean, really, by all the drama that has led to now. It's really been quite remarkable. We'll have a think about that, actually, and why don't you at home as well? I see there's a rack full of tweets. It's at Carlton Kirby, if you'd like to join the conversation, and we'll have a chat with the likes of Callum, Bruno Cartwright, Adam Humphries, and the rest of you in a moment.
Far behind the second position on the road of Alberto Contador, and if they don't make the move today, Phil, they will certainly make the move tomorrow at the summit of the climb up to Semnoz.
Yeah, we say goodbye. This is Simon Clark waving traffic past him there, riding his first Tour de France. He's had some good moments too. Look at Quintana moving up. Everybody going to start getting twitchy if the Mountain Columbia moves up in the white jersey. He's on the Spanish Movistar team, not the same as Saxo Bank. He's put himself in a good position here. Maybe they're building up, not for too worried about the Tamier, Paul, but very worried about the next climb, the Lepine.
Well, I think it'll be the final climb of the day for Quintana. It'll be the climb up to the summit of the Col de la Coifferie. It's 11 kilometers long, pretty decent gradient as well at 7%, and it's the gradient that Quintana likes. And there's one portion of the Col de la Coifferie which kicks up rather steeply, and that's the moment where I think he would start to make his move. And it's halfway up the climb where it kicks up to around about 9.5%, and that's what the small Colombian climber likes. He likes those steep gradients.
Yes, and as it's virtually over the top, it's just downhill to the finish of about 8 kilometers. That's all, and you're inside the finishing line. This man is wasting an awful lot of energy just trying to open a little food pack.
Well, I blame it on the soigneur for wrapping up too tightly on a day like this. Anyway, 49.5 kilometers to go, 31 miles of racing left. And having been the team who were out on the attack yesterday, now Saxo Tinkoff are on the defensive, trying to protect their position. A quick look down the overall standings, Phil. I think if the race was to finish with these time gaps right now, Radio Shack would be the team leaders again at the end of the day.
For the third time since the Tour began. Well, we'll see how it pans out. We're inside 50 kilometres from the finish now. Rider with his hand up at the back is Alaya Favilli. Haven't mentioned him too much in the Tour this year, but he's very much in it, and his Lamprey team has lost 2 riders since they made the start.
It's always tough when you're in a team like this and you're a team helper or a domestique, a worker, because you could be having a bad day during the mountains like this, and when the team all of a sudden is put onto the defensive, you've got to muster the energy from somewhere to go to the front and do the pacemaking. Pierre Rolland now, Phil, is starting to feel the pressure of this long breakaway that he's been in, because his advantage is now down to 1 minute and 21 seconds. And when you look at that face, it explains to you just why he's losing so many huge chunks of seconds.
And this is just a small little incline interrupting the descent away from the Tamier. This is not a measured climb as far as the King of the Mountains go. He's got a little bit further down before he starts the climb of the Col de l'Épine. And clearly now it is beginning to tell on him after this long break. 49 kilometres still to race, and 2 first category climbs still to cross. One minute 25 seconds, and Paul, well, that was a lovely chateau, but I missed it. The L'Abbey de Notre-Dame de Tamier, I think.
Yes, sadly we moved away from it. That abbey was founded. There it is, Phil. I knew I'd find it again. 1132 was founded by Saint-Pierre of Tarentaise, a monk from Bonneveau in the Dauphiné, who was joined a year later by other monks from his abbey. And the golden age of this abbey was in the 12th century.
Well, that is in extremely lovely condition and sits in beautiful grounds here in a very pretty part of the Alps.
In 1677, it actually welcomed the arrival of the Trappist monks. Now, I wonder if they make ale down there.
Well, they would if they came from Belgium, for sure. I'm absolutely certain they do. This is one of the most famous historical monuments in this part. We're not too far away from the Swiss frontiers now, near Geneva.
Quite right. Well, another little seminary here, or is it a nunnery? There we are. Let you guess. Well, I was going to say anyone's guess as to whether Pierre Rolland's going to get wound in, but I think he is. He's bidding for this next climb. He's on 93 points so far today. Not amassed today, I'll tell you. He was on 51 points, so he's racked up a hatful, Sean. He's done a great job.
Yes, he's doing a good job here, and it looks like with the advantage he has at the moment, 114, he could just about hold on for this next climb of fourth category, and that will be important. If he can get to that one, it will be a real good job done in the classification for the polka dot jersey. We can see that group is coming up, and the gap is coming down more quickly now. 113 and 21 riders. It's after getting, you know, much more than what it was. It was, you know, a huge group in the earlier part of the day. Then we had, I think, at a point we had 28 riders, and there's just riders dropping off all the time. And we will see on this climb, I think this group of 21 will really blow apart, because they will really start to have to push on here.
They will. He's got 1 minute and 12 on them now, but unfortunately for Pierre Rolland, this is a very difficult climb. It rises 447 meters in altitude, stretching over 6.1 kilometers, 7.3% average, but more than 10% very, very quickly. He comes into it on a reasonably benign 4%, but then it suddenly kicks up after 1k, and at the very end, Sean, it's punishing, and I think that's where he's going to get caught. The Massif de Bourg, thank you very much, looks like a bean on a bike, apropos of nothing. The man out front is Pierre Rolland. He has been busy today. Not as busy as Ryder Ejidal, who was alone for much of the day. He was joined on the Col de Madeleine, 2 huge peaks that threw themselves up at the start of the day. They were climbing almost immediately, and a quality group of around about 45 riders it was that just drifted away from the peloton. Too big to be of no concern, and as a result the peloton have started to increase the pace. They have been going quite quickly ever since the technical descent off the Madeleine, during which we have had some injuries. Jack Bauer looks like he's been into a gate post, and really, I think he's headed off for stitches, facial stitches. Looked like forehead to me from the pictures I've seen. Not nice, but he's out. He may have other injuries, but nothing's been reported from the medical centre at the moment, but he's very much still with us, which is good. It was a heavy hit. 45.7 kilometres to go, and a hugely dramatic landscape. It's the sort of thing that watercolourists would go crazy for, as you can see. But as we look down, it is Pierre Rolland that is just about to start this climb. Minute and 17 now. He's sped on a bit. I think maybe the pursuers are just starting to look at each other and decide who is and is not a threat. Alliances are going to get formed, Sean, and as always, they're going to be broken rather late on before the end today. People asking, do we think that Froome will be attacked? Bob F, do you think Froome's going to be attacked today? Can't really see it, especially we've got this downhill finish, Sean.
Well, the interesting point is that Saxo Bank has been on the front here for a long time, and still working there. The team classification, they are leading, and when you look at the riders out front, there's a number of teams have got 2 riders up there, and so it looks like to me that is the reason they are pushing on and keeping the peloton going at quite a strong pace. But is there other tactic on the final climb? The Croix first category, and it's only 13 kilometres in the finish, and it's downhill all the way. Are they going to try something there? I doubt it very much, but they're in a position where they have to, ride here after this breakaway, because that is going to be an important one for the team classification.
That is brilliant. You're going to see that a lot. Whoever built that
is climbing well.
Chapeau. It's a Ghost Rider. Oh, I love that. That was amazing. Well, every year, the sideshows that you get, whether it's cut into fields of corn or whatever, provides something unique. I've never seen anything like that. Somebody worked very hard to make that, not least paint it. Brilliant. I'm still getting over that. Chateau Favage. 1:20 between Pierre Rolland and his followers. It is a lovely part of the world. Just getting over the mannequin representation of Pierre Rolland. I think they were hoping he'd be in polka dots today. Well, he's given it a good go. He started racking up the points, but he's about to get found out on a very, very nasty climb. These guys aren't hanging around, and Saxo Tinkoff, they want the team classification. You might think they're working to put the hurt on people, but no, they're actually, by default, doing a lot of work for Sky, who are freeloaders today. This is great for Sky, Sean.
Yes, it is a good situation. You can just, rest everybody up here and allow Saxo Tinkoff just to continue making the pace. And of course, Sky were the ones who were setting for a long, long time in the stage, and then we'd see the Saxo Bank riders just coming to the front and up at the pace a little bit, but the gap is not coming down. You can see 10:51 at the moment. This group of 21 chasers are still going at a strong pace, and of course Pierre Rolland out front all on his own, because if we look at when Saxo Bank starts to take it up and up the pace, they haven't pushed down this advantage, pulled back the advantage in a big way.
It has been a quiet day today, I think you might say. Good for our voices, Sean. We've been able to rest up good and proper. It's been very jazz club. 44.3 kilometres to go. I think tomorrow will be extraordinarily explosive, especially towards the end when we have, what is it, the last climb of the Tour. Very much looking forward to it. This day not over yet, however, and it's going to be the breakaway group that provide us with our winner. and it's not going to be Pierre Rolland, who's up the road alone, but 1:17 clear. With just over 40 kilometres to go, there's still a lot to be decided, albeit by those who are up front. Saxo Tinkoff determined not to let them off the leash that easily, and are racing for that team competition title. They'll be able to do a lot of advertising around that when the time comes. Saxo Tinkoff, 2 banks, I think. And we've got one of those right now. It is an uphill ramp, more than a bank, I suppose. And there they are, bouncing together and some bouncing out. Yes, talking about bouncing bomb almost. It's been a tough day with constant efforts such as this. And Smookilis, well, we saw him suffering earlier on, and likewise he must have regained a little bit of power on the descent, but running out quickly. It's relentless, Sean, the climbs that we've had today, and I think that profile has essentially set the tone of the day. Not drama, but almost deadlock.
Yes, it is a very energy-sapping day, and we can see here Tossato from Saxo Bank with Nicholas Roach in his wheel continue on to make the pace setting on the front of the this group of the peloton of favourites, and on the rear end just right as started to lose contact. And if we have any attacks from the big favourites on this climb or coming at the moment, well then the main peloton will blow to pieces here. Even so, with Saxo continuing on to push on a hard pace, there will be a lot of riders who will lose contact immediately, because we can see here the percentage is just going to start going up, and there is very, very steep percentages in this one.
There are, and it's going to be a find-out moment for Rolland. Well, a good stretch and a good snap, and within that group of 40, when they get to the final climb, the Col de la Croix-Fry, spelled F-R-Y as in fry in English, that's going to be a big sort out. It starts off at 674 meters above sea level, ends at 1,477, but that really gives the lie to it. 11.3 kilometers, 7% is the gradient. Dead heart of it is an 11.7% ramp, and that's where the attacks are going to come, just after a little blue section, which is around about 4%. So they'll have a little ease off midway up that climb, and then they'll go for it. This one still hasn't been dispatched yet, let's not forget that. And Rolland it is that's up the road. 1:16, he's injected the pace because he wants these points, Sean, and he's having a proper go. He's still got just quick check, just over 3 kilometers before he manages to reach the peak, and the hardest part still to come.
Yes, he is doing a good job, considering that the chaseway group is working all the time. When we get the chasers on our screens, they seem to be working quite well together. Quite a number of riders, teams sharing that pulling on the front. But Rolland, we can see 123 at the moment. He is proven to be strong, and how long will he last? This climb, he's definitely going to get to the top of this one, take maximum points. Will he have enough to go to the Croix-Fry? That is the question. That is a very, very long one. At this point in the race, it is going to be a difficult one with the percentage that kicks up a number of times as well.
There we are, just running through. It seems party time in the booth next door. I think the bottle of wine has just been delivered. We won't be imbibing ourselves until after the show. There you go. Callum says, I've been with you guys since the start of the race in Corsica, and now I'm in France and sat with some beer in the sun and enjoying it. Well, thanks, Callum. I know an awful lot of you have been. It's been inordinately successful in terms of ratings this Tour de France. Many of you have found Eurosport, the home of cycling, and it's great to have you along. Pierre Rolland still battling, and 42.8 kilometers from home. I think this little skirmish is about to come to an end for him. Once he takes this Category 1 climb, Sean, I cannot see him still being alone by the time we make the final peak, because that is the crucial one, the axis of the day, where you get a long downhill run for home, and these guys want a part of that.
Yes, well, when you look at the group here being pulled along still by the Escatel riders, we can see Sicard here on the front, Coppel very much to the fore there. A lot of riders here. Looks like that, you know, they could have a lot more left than Roland out front, but again, at this point in the race, we always see surprises, and Roland, we can see 131 at the moment, so he is putting in a great ride so far, but a long ways to go, still over 40 kilometers to go. It's going to be very difficult, but when this group arrive in the climb now, we will get an indication, you know, how they're feeling if somebody goes in the attack, and that will really decide how long Roland can stay out in front.
I think that's the point, Sean. It's a long day for everybody, including those 44 odd riders, 22 of which have managed to pull away from the other half in a split of the chasers. It's how much you've got left in your legs, and Roland looks fresh. I mean, look at Rein Taramay, Estonian champion. This is a man who can ride very well indeed, and look how open-mouthed and heading for empty everybody else is. You've got to be, you know, low on reserves at this deep into this tour.
Yes, and some are much lower in reserves than others, and we can see here Tossato pushing on for Saxo Bank. The gap still over 10 minutes, and that is the surprise to me, the way Saxo Bank are riding for so many kilometers now, and the advantage out to the group in front is not coming down. So that tells that the 22 riders ahead of the group of big favourites, the rest of the peloton, are working well, and Roland also has to be pushing on very strongly.
Well, there are riders spread down the mountain. Didier Izaguirre, Sicard, Rojas, Cunigo, Ejidal, who's shared much of the day with Roland, of course, but faded. Fletcher, who's always been in the breaks, and Johnny Hugeland, who's the ubiquitous hard man of every day. The Dutch champion. They've drifted out the back of that group of chasers. So it's 21 who are heading to try and close down Roland as the wooden king of the mountains does his stuff yet again. Well, at least they're getting their money's worth, but that's quite an investment with all that cabling and what have you. Somebody's worked hard for that. These guys are working hard as well. Trying not to be distracted, I'm sure they are. And Chris Froome, he's had a free ride today. I thought out of this group of favourites, it would probably be Joaquim Rodriguez, known as Perito, that would be the boy today. Maybe just given his head, he looked very fresh over the last couple of days, and I thought that if he got close to the end, it might be he that just had a push and not do too much damage in the general classification. But he's locked in there as well, and I just think the last 2 days have been so much, maybe just too much, for just about everybody. There's poor rider Ejidal. Well, he helped us enjoy the start of the day and speculate as to how long he would go, but at the moment he's just going backwards a bit, heading indeed back to Saxo Tinkoff, who is still driving on the pace. Past rider Ejidal they come, setting a good cadence, and well, Sky just blowing a little bit. They've got two riders left. There we are. Kenyuk is just out of the back of this group now, and so they're getting thinner on resources. Is it a battle of attrition, Sean? Is it something we're seeing being revealed to us more slowly than perhaps we'd expected? Are they sneaking up on us?
Well, it is quite possible, and who knows better than the riders out there on the road? They can see in the last number of days how the other teams, the riders, are performing, and is that a tactic here that they feel if they just keep on pushing the pace at the point they did decide to take it up on the front, that they could put maybe some of the riders from Sky in difficulty, and if that is the case, well then we should see some attacks. But it looked like that Sky were very comfortable there, but still the riders disappearing here out the rear door.
Well, you just saw Peter Kenyuk, who was further behind Peter Sagan. Amazing. Peter Sagan, sprinter, of course. and indeed classicist. And I think we're just about to catch up with Ian Stannard and Geraint Thomas, is it? Yes, it is. There we are. So Sky getting short-handed because of the pace of Saxo Tinkoff. This is fascinating. Well, there's a downhill section where they might relay back on. There's Ryder Hesjedal, still just on the drift after his stupendous effort early on today. But Saxo Tinkoff are putting the hurt on Sky, and, well, personnel starting to run out. There is Philippe Gilbert, world champion, bedded in as he is with a number of the Orica Green Edge boys. That was Matt Goss, who's riding well through the hills. And Pierre Rolland, the shoulders are rolling, the pace is down. This is still a very steep section, Sean, and the worst of it comes right at the very top. He's nearly there, nearly there. He's just got to get over the peak, and if he can, he gets even more points. He's got 1,300 meters before he gets over the top.
And still doing a very good job here. I think he's looking looks like he's suffering, but I'm not surprised because the percentage here is quite strong, and at this point in the stage, being out there for so long. But the advantage to the breakaway, 155 at the moment, so that's that's going in the right direction, and he's going to get to the top of this one. How much more he will have left? He had a difficult terrain to get to the next climb, the last climb of the day. That is going to be up and down terrain, and we can see here still the breakaway continuing to work with Cofidis contributing a lot, as Escatel are doing.
Very nicely timed water bottle delivery, and indeed sticky gel bar. He took 3 slingshots there, one for each of the water bottles. Sticky bottle is where you hold onto the bottle just a little bit longer than perhaps is necessary for it to be handed to you, and get the slingshot 3 times then. Pierre Rolland, last man standing, 40.5 kilometers to go. The gap back to the yellow jersey group being led on by Saxo Tinkoff, 9 minutes and 47. The gap between this brave soul and indeed the pursuers, which number 20, the last of over 40 riders that were part of a major break at the top of the day. They're on his tail, but still 1 minute and 48 behind. Rolland took the Madeleine after finishing 5th on the Glandon, the first 2 climbs of 5 today that are categorized, but both of those all category. He went over the top of the Madeleine with Ryder Hesjedal, and then on the descent held on, and indeed has ridden through the last climb, and indeed this one on his own. Hairpins aplenty today, Sean. Thank goodness it's been dry. The chase here is on, but they've eased up a bit, or is it the Rollands found extra legs?
Well, it's a surprising one here. It looked like that's the advantage for Rolland was going to just start tumbling down. It looked like, and it was happening, but now we can see that Rolland is holding off very well. We are getting information 150 about is the advantage for Rolland up front, and he is working away at it very well. And when you have nobody to contribute with you, then it's very energy sapping. And we're hearing 158 for Rolland at the moment, so he is putting in a good effort, and he is holding on to his advantage very well.
What an amazing effort as well being put in by Saxo Tinkoff, and that is excuse me, Konstantin Svitsu. Ian Stannard also going backwards, so was Geraint Thomas and Peter Kenyuk. So it's thinning down in terms of manpower for Chris Froome. He's still got Richie Porte and David Lopez alongside him. And here is Rolland, and he takes a whole load more points, Sean, and this is getting very handy for him. Yes. I think he's into 3rd.
Well, he is going to really get himself up there in a position to challenge for the the overall classification, the polka dot jersey, as we can see there. Now he's moved into second place and 103 points, so he's getting real close. If he can hold on to the next climb and gets some more points, well, then he could see himself going into the jersey this evening, and it's looking more and more like he can do that. I was expecting this gap to come down drastically on this climb, but not the case at all.
Sylvain Chavanel, he's been so busy in this Tour de France. He's bidded for glory on a number of occasions. He's been up there and in the break and been extraordinarily lively. He's also been a bit of a power train as well for Mark Cavendish on occasion. Needs to save something because his train, Mark Cavendish's train, will be on display up the Champs-Élysées, and Sylvain Chavanel will be part of that. 39 kilometers to go, 9 minutes and 32 seconds is the gap now. It's under 10, and by a decent margin. There's Tommy Vogler, bevested, as his mum used to send him to school, and it's a habit that's never died. Saxo Tinkoff have done a great job of shelling out some of the personnel within Sky, but I still think Chris Froome's got enough today to survive and indeed take the run home. But nonetheless, very impressed with Saxo Tinkoff and the way that they have all survived and stuck together. It shows the difference in reserves between Sky and Saxo Tinkoff, if nothing else, Sean.
Well, again, we're looking at the Team Sky in this race many times, and it's surprising some days they get into difficulty when you'd expect them to be very much number-wise going into the final of the stage, but not the case today. Saxo Bank are really putting a lot of riders, including Sky, in difficulty.
Board an energy bar and get as much energy into him as possible. Just behind Chris Froome is Alejandro Valverde, followed by the white jersey of Nairo Quintana. And also behind Quintana is the red and white jersey of Joaquim Rodriguez. Rodriguez, 5th overall at the start of the day. He is looking for 47 seconds to try and move up to Alberto Contador's position at the end of the day. And if he doesn't do it today, Phil, he will certainly have another crack tomorrow.
Everybody's got an attack tomorrow that want to get a high finish in the Tour, because it's the last reshuffling of the pack before we go to Paris, and it should return to a great day of ceremony and pomp, and a day for the sprinters on the Champs-Élysées.
Well, I had said that I would be surprised if a man on his own, Pierre Rolland, was going to survive, but over a group of 19, but he's still holding on to pretty close to 2 minutes lead.
Well, this looks like it is Perez who's now been dropped here. Ruben Perez. They've conquered like 18 alpine climbs these last few days. Just a couple left to go. 9 minutes 29. They're slowly closing in. I don't think that's a bridgeable gap, but there is still this one long climb of the Col de la Croix-Frie, a mountain we don't use very often. It's only been climbed twice before, in 1997 and in 2004.
Well, that group has seriously been reduced to numbers. I noticed Andy Schleck was still in there, hovering around, not too far away from the front of this group. Sitting on the back here, 125, Emmanuel Erviti from Team Movistar. This is the yellow jersey group as they start to get up towards the summit of the Col de l'Épine. This man, though, is already on his way down. Just a quick calculation, Phil. If Navarro was to hold on to 5 minutes advantage towards the end of the day, he would still manage to just nick inside of the top 10. Now, that would be quite a fine performance.
Yes, it would. Time of Roland's climb was 18 minutes and 56 seconds on the Col de l'Épine. And he's still got legs. If he can climb that at nearly 20 kilometers an hour, Paul, that's not a tired man from my reckoning.
No, he's still been able to ride that at 12.5 miles an hour, which indicates he's still got the power under the bonnet. And he knows now he's on a slightly easier part of the course, so this will take him down hill for about 15 kilometers till he gets somewhere in the outskirts of the town of Manigot, and then he'll see the banner indicating 11 kilometers to the summit of the Col de la Coifferie. And if he can get to the summit of the Coifferie with a 1-minute advantage, they will not see him again, because it is a very fast descent away from the Col Fri, right down into, first of all, La Clusaz that they will go around, and then into Saint-Jean-de-Sixt, and then pretty much all downhill apart from the final kick up to the finish line into the Grand-Bornand. So Cofidis now decided they're going to add some weight to the pressure being put on here. This is Jérôme Coppel and Daniel Navarro. Navarro 13th overall at the start of the day, looking to quite possibly pop himself into the top 10 with a good performance like this. But you can see that it's really starting to crack this group now, as a lot of riders are disappearing. We're down to still 3 riders in there for Movistar. In fact, 2 riders for Movistar. Well, we go back to Nicholas Roach here on the front, is absolutely turning himself inside out, catching Marcus Burkhardt. Burkhardt left behind. He was originally in that leading group of riders. He too will hope to try and catch on to the coattails of these riders in this group, which is a very small and select group. The gap. Roland keeps grabbing his ankle there, and I wonder if he is feeling a little bit of cramp coming into it. I've seen him shaking his legs quite a lot as well to try and just get the stiffness out of them after a long breakaway like this. Very brave move by Roland, and now he gets into that very low profile tuck position. He's doing 70 kilometers an hour almost. It's about 43, 44 miles an hour on this downhill section of the course. He will do everything he can to keep the pace high. He won't want to lose any of the advantage here, and then it's a question of can he hold on to a good part of his advantage on the next ascent of the day. And so far they've not really been able to pull him back at all. And once he's on the climb, he's in his own terrain. He's a very good climber. When you look at his pedigree, the climbs that he's won, the L'Alpe d'Huez 2 years ago, La Toussuire last year, he's not afraid.
Cofidis boys are still on the front here as they continue to lead the charge with their man Navarro trying desperately to move up into the top 10 in the Tour de France tonight. They're still hovering, but they're either gaining or losing a few seconds, not really going anywhere compared to Roland.
Well, it won't be very far before we get to the final climb of the day, and Jérôme Coppel and Navarro there are very, very keen to get to that final climb of the day, but they're looking to bridge a 1-minute 45-second gap. We've left all of the difficulties behind us now. There's only one left on the horizon. Once we get down into the descent in the small town of Manigot, it's 11 kilometers up to the summit of the final climb of today, the Col de Coifferie.
Huge effort being made here by Nicholas Roche as he grabs a grateful drink of water from his helper there. I think we're passing through the American and the British quarter here on this climb of the Col de l'Épine. Plenty of flags from the 2 nations as the peloton comes through. And over the top, an 8:55.56 over the top is what they are behind the leading riders. So slowly they are closing in. There's one final climb to come, and it's much harder than what we've had in the recent past. Just looking out across the beautiful Alps here, and the rain is closing in, I have to say, towards the end of this stage.
Down into the lower Alps. As you can see, we're not truly on the peaks, but thank goodness, because I think it'd be raining if we were. A lot of thunderstorms around, but yes, nobody at the moment troubled by that. 32.4 kilometers to go, just under 9 minutes now, and I think the escape, or the pursuers I should say, they're starting to get a bit of belief, Sean, because it's 1 minute and 39 now, the gap to Roland. It depends whether Roland, I'm sure they've relayed back the fact that he's potentially suffering from cramp, and Ah, we have had an interesting one. So, Sean, they're issuing a warning about taking on food and fluids. That's interesting.
Yes, well, I don't really take it as a warning. They're just allowing a kilometre from the top of the final climb, and that's 14 kilometres to finish. They're allowing fluids to be taken on. So that is a bit more than normal, but it's not the first time in this race with the warm weather. We've seen that before. I suppose with the panic yesterday, they're just making it clear to the teams and the riders the position of today's the moment you can feed the riders or give drinks to the riders.
So what I think they're doing is on a day that's not overly hot. Then again, it's certainly not cool. They're trying to show that they have a human side, and they've relaxed the rules just a bit. So a kilometre before the peak of the final climb of the day, they'll let you take on some fluids. I guess, Sean, it's such a long run in and high speed. The last thing you want is bidons back that are bouncing all over the place, and water carriers trying to move through when you have this high-speed descent into town. And it is, albeit with a final ramp kick-up, which rather confuses.
Yes, well, it makes us the danger part you have to look at it, and if you allow it too near to the finish as well, if it's an uphill finish, of course, the riders, they will take advantage of it, and we will see, the sticky bottle situation. And then you have the downhill as well, which the riders will try and get maybe something on the downhill. So you always have to think about the safety, but again, with the warm conditions, they do allow it to go quite a long ways into the end of the stage, and that's what they're just making quite clear today.
There you are. They kind of felt they'd been fooled a bit yesterday by Chris Froome saying he got mechanical, which allowed the car through, and Richie Porte went and got the gels. Tongue out for Pierre Rolland, and he's running an isometric today, just in case you were wondering. Seems to have done him the power of good. Whether it's good for power, still a moot point. And out of flat spot apparently, and rain in the locale. Now the caravan is speeding through here. That's the sort of advertising hoarding and all the rest of it. So they're speeding through to get clear. We are in a field at the finish line, and all our broadcast equipment is there, and it weighs quite a lot. And the field this morning was quite soft. Motorcycles were slewing all over the place, and cars were also spinning their wheels. So better wish us the best of luck, because I think we might have to get in the tractors later on in order to get us out of the field. But there you go. That's our problem, not yours. Just over 30 kilometres to go, 8 minutes and 45, and the pace being set by Saxo Tinkoff is starting to take prisoners, and this is fascinating. The chase group that now sit between the peloton and Pierre Rolland numbers 19 plus 2 loose riders on the road, and I think we might be looking at a proper drive on here. In fact, it's 8 minutes and 47 with 19 between the peloton and Pierre Rolland, who's still out front, and frankly I can't believe it, but he's only got just over a minute and a half on the chasers. But then again, he's had that kind of margin for some time. When's he going to run out of steam?
That is the question, and I think there's a lot of riders asking themselves in this group of 19.
Will he please pack it in?
We can see here that they are just, hanging on to stay in contact. We can see Brice Filiu here on the very rear end, and looks to be in all sorts of trouble. And you can be sure the riders in that situation, they're saying, well, how is Pierre Rolland holding on there to a minute and 35 at the moment? But it was a minute and 50, so they must be saying to themselves, he is really going strong out here. And it's at that point you realise, how strong a lone rider is going to hold off a group, which they are sharing the pace. There's at least 4 or 5 riders sharing the pace on the front of that chasing group of 19 at the moment.
It is remarkable. Saxo Tinkoff have just spent an awful lot of time on the front. And Alberto Contador, I'm just wondering what he's gaining from this. It is the team classification. It must surely be that they're racing on for. But at what cost? Has Contador finally realised that after yesterday he's beaten in the general classification and there are other goals?
Well, I think he took a big bashing in his morale yesterday, because the Alp was a place where he was expecting to do, you know, some inroads into the advantage of Chris Froome, but it wasn't the case at all. He was some of the big favourites that started to pay the price and lost, you know, valuable time. But again, he's the rider we've seen last year of recent in the Vuelta. He just kept on attacking, kept on working at it, and he's not a rider that's going to give up. The question is today, is it for the team placement? I reckon that is the first motive here, to keep, you know, this breakaway under control, not allow them to take too much, because they would, you know, lose out big time in the team classification. But we could see some attacks also in the very end here, and the terrain, it's going to, you know, if the riders have got, if they feel they've got something, well, the terrain is there to do that.
Martin Eves on Twitter says, are Sky allowing their riders to drop off the main group to save them for tomorrow's stage? I think they're probably at the end of the line. What do you think?
Well, I think if you drop off at, you know, at an early point, still with, you know, 35, 40 kilometres to the finish, you would prefer to hold a number of riders in the front group. I think it's just that the day is getting to the race also, and we have seen it other days as well. Maybe not as strong number-wise in the end of the difficult stages that they would like.
So I think Chris Froome would like as many as he could get. Tomorrow is another climbing day with a mountain finish, an uphill finish. Today it's a downhill finish. All right, it kicks up at the end, so possibly, Sean, worth having a chat about how today will pan out. This final run, it's quite a distance, this last descent, 13 kilometres in total, and it kicks up for, what, the last few hundred metres?
Yes, it is a difficult stage, and all mountaintop finishes are real difficult, and it's the last opportunity for some of the guys in the general classification who feel they can move up in the overall classification. So tomorrow is going to be a real important day. But again today, this final climb of the day, we could see some real fireworks here, because the way they're riding here into the climb, there's going to, you know, anybody has shown difficult signals in the last number of days. That could be another test today, and that's what maybe Saxo Bank think they can do something with Contador. Just because he was in difficulty yesterday doesn't mean that it's going to continue, and we'll just have to wait and see. Is it only for the team classification?
Well, if he's got something, he can lay it on the line in the final climb, but it's not going to be about winning the stage. Certainly not 25.9 kilometres to go, because it's that you can knock 13 or so kilometres off that, don't forget, because of the downhill. So the real charge is going to be on the mountain, the Col de la Croix Frie. Roland's going to hit this first, but the gap has suddenly started to tumble between himself and a newly animated group of pursuers that number 20. I think it's less than that, actually. I think there's a couple off the back as the peloton chase on. They are doing a terrific job. Saxo Tinkoff at the front, and the hurt is on. Sky are not saving legs for tomorrow. They're losing personnel, and I wouldn't be surprised if Chris Froome suddenly finds himself with maybe just Richie Porte, with all the qualities within that man, of course, as a helper. And this is the final climb. Curias is where we start. It's the black section that you have to watch out for. Now that is just over 2.5 kilometres, and that's over 10%, dead centre of the climb. If you get through that and then crest it, you can run in for home. Listen to the roars for Roland. This is magnificent. Well, you can see him being lit up by the motorcycle headlamp, and that tells you that the clouds are gathering. And it may well be that it adds to the drama. It's played its part again and again, showers, Sean. And this man actually suffered terribly on the individual time trial because he was essentially rained on.
Yes, he did lose a lot of time in the individual time trial, but I think for him, the general classification was already finished at that point. Today is going to be a real interesting final if we do get a shower, and it looks like that, you know, it's getting more and more cloudy as we get to the closer to the finish and onto this final climb of the day. It'll not be nice at all if we get wet roads here, because that is the situation. They're going to push on so close to the finish with 13 kilometres. You know, the race is on at that point, and it would not be a nice final on a wet road.
Oh no. Well, we've got the last little kick up, let's not forget. We come into town. Le Grand-Bornand is where we are heading for. A big oh hello, and it's already started in confidence. It is that have taken the bull by the horns, and they kick off first. This is what we've been looking for some time, and the animation begins right now, Sean.
Yes, Navarro, and he is the one who could gain a lot from this breakaway, because with the advantage at the moment at 8:50, he is going to move up a lot in the general classification, and he could move into top 10, I reckon, depending on what he can hold on. At the moment he's in 13th at 19 minutes, and so they're 10th place. Yes, he could move into 10th place in the general classification, and that would be really interesting for Team Cofidis.
Well, it's all starting to happen right now. Euskaltel also very much involved. Don't forget they had Nieves, Perez and Zicard in the break. It's thinned out, and that's exactly what we thought might happen today. Belkin also represented. Robert Jasink, I think, is still here. Double check on that for you in a moment. So 1 minute and 1, less than that now, down to 59 seconds to Pierre Rolland. And they are thinning out courtesy of this animation, and it's going to go on and on, I'm afraid. They kick off even further and quicker, and more will come. Lampre's still here with Jose Serpa, incidentally, and Lotto Belisol with Bart de Klerk making moves. So is the weather system, and it's coming, and that is a collapsing cloud, Sean. I wouldn't be surprised, and they're riding dead centre to it. Goodness me, this could be a real washout for some riders, and well, some of them might even be able to surf this one home. Navarro finds another kick. This is great.
Yes, and there could be a lot of surfing here. If we do get a downpour, it will not be a nice situation, as Navarro wants to push on here just under the 9 minutes as we go to the 23-kilometre mark, and they have been doing a lot of work. We see Jerome Coppel riding a lot on the front, many kilometres, and we can see here this group of 20 riders roughly. It's starting to split and gaps appearing everywhere.
They're rolling all over the place, and you can see this cloud. It's sort of folding within itself, which usually is a precursor to a deluge. We've seen some pretty heavy rain here, some real stair rod stuff. It's not been a tour that's been cursed with rain, thank goodness, but the rain is now being reported on the course, and the camera retina has been opened right up as the action continues yet again. The retina's been opened right up, and that's why the flaring of the lights is starting to happen on the barriers, and you can see the rain, Sean, you can see it, and we're going to have an awful lot more. What a finale in prospect. 55 seconds is the gap between these guys and Pierre Rolland, who's up the road and still alone.
Yes, and what a final will be. Looks like we're en route to get some rain here, and that will you know, be real nervous times for everybody. We can see Pierre Rolland, the gap is coming down. It started in the last you know, number of kilometres. It's coming down that little bit quicker than it has been for a long time. But again, the chasing group here, we can see Navarro and Jerome Coppel taking it up again. Coppel going to the front and up in the pace, and still quite a good group of riders here. At least what, 12, 14 riders. More, 15, 18 riders.
Serpa is also there for Lampre, a team that have had virtually nothing out of this Tour de France, and maybe he can bring some joy to them today. Serpa, third in line as you look right now. Well, Sean, some proper quality here.
Yes, we can see Bacalan's there from Radio Shack, Claude and Ginet from Française de Joux. Bardet is still in there. We see the rider from Lotto Bellasol, Bart de Klerk. So Costa was in there. I think he's still in that group there. We can see
Geniez as well from Française de Joux.
Movistar. So a lot of very good riders, and just looking at each other, nobody wants to take up the pace at this point, because this time I think they're really being careful not to take up too early.
Did you hear that? A clap of thunder. Clap of thunder. So there's lightning in the locale. Let's hope everyone stays safe. And it's raining on the course. You can't quite see it, but you see the spats on the road surface, and it's big gobs of rain. Was it globules? Not quite sure. 9.1 kilometers to go until the top, and there is the helicam just looking back, and you see the flashing light, which is just picking out some of the rain here for you. It's going to be a wet descent, and it's going to be taken carefully, I hope, Sean, because we want everyone to stay safe this late in the Tour de France.
Yes, not a nice final if we get the rain, and it's going to be
look at that
downpour at the moment, and this is going to be nervous times for everybody, and some riders, you know, they can't just go down the wet conditions that little bit better than the others. This
is playing into the hands of the Escape, because it is the peloton that is taking most of the rain at the moment. We'll get back to Pierre Rolland, see what he's dealing with, but we said it might turn into a deluge by the way that cloud was imploding, and so it has proved to be, and they're giving the road a lot of respect, Sean. This has essentially neutralized the chase.
Yes, it is going to knock the pace off of the main peloton, because we can see here you just have to slow down by a number of kilometers going into the corners, so advantage to the breakaway who made it in the dry conditions.
Wow, so it's come from behind the group. It looked like they were racing towards it, but we'll see what Pierre Rolland is dealing with, and it's really not very nice. This is further back, and that's Tommy Vogler, I think we're just picking up on.
Fletcher just in front of him.
Yeah,
allowing a bit of slide out space.
And you may well need it today. Let's hope that everyone stays safe. 21.6 kilometers to go, and I'm just hoping that the lightning doesn't start to play a part with our pictures. It looks like we may well have cooled down the helicopter, and it could be motorcycle pictures for keeps, which means that we'll be using our light aircraft relay, which can stay up in worse conditions than the helicopter. But so you'll forgive us a little bit of picture breakup here, as the electronic relay is affected by the weather conditions. Pierre Rolland is still alone and up front as we get a little bit more breakup of the digital relay. We'll stick with it as much as we possibly can until the bitter end, and for some it will be bitter. For this one, man, yeah, it's not unfortunately going to be success. 35 seconds is what he's got. What it has done, though, it's put the dampener on the peloton. They must be thinking, well, what are we fighting for? We're going to be fighting ourselves as well as the weather gods here, and I just don't think it's worth the candle. And you can see Perito just cleaning his spectacles of sweat. And yeah, they're just going to bounce this one home, I think, Sean, whereas the pursuers are now closing in on Rolland, and they've got a solid kind of 8.5 minutes on the chasing peloton today. Another clap of thunder rolls down the valley side, and the drama, well, it's real theatre here. We're sort of in a bowl surrounded by the mountains. We're going to go over a reasonably low peak in alpine terms, but then we've got this run in, and that will come, that top, at the 13 kilometers to go marker, and then, well, I was going to say it'll be a happy run in, but it may well be a very unhappy one, and the conditions are getting worse, Sean.
Yes, I think it's starting to rain all over this final climb. We did see the group of the yellow jersey. They came through a very wet patch. It looked to be drying off a bit, but not the case out front for Rolland. He is in the rain also at this moment.
20 kilometres to go, and are they starting to show their hand? The answer is, well, kind of. Rui Costa on the road. This is Pierre Rolland. He was part, let's not forget, of the original breakaway of over 40 riders. Rede Hajidal went off up the road. He bridged over to him and then started to collect King of the Mountains points. That was his avowed aim on the day, and he continues to charge the final peak of the day. The heat is on, Sean, even in these cool and horrible conditions. Costa on a chase, and he's got experience.
Yes, when we've seen him already do something like this on the road to Gap on the final climb. He was in that big breakaway and just went on the final climb and held off the 4 chasers real strong. He is, you know, a real good rider in the final, and when it's an uphill final climb, he is very, very dangerous. As we see Nicholas Roach here, job done for the day.
Yeah, finally at the end of his resources, and finding something else. Costa now, let's just remind ourselves, Rui Costa, the Portuguese, did a great job. Going late, let's not forget, maybe not given the respect he deserved on the run into Gap. Now, it must feel pretty similar to him, maybe a case of deja vu. There is Rolland, and there is the man who's chasing him down, and it's only 11 seconds back to Costa. He's found some fantastic strength late on. Maybe he's been hiding within that group, but he's on display now, Sean.
Yes, well, he has been in that group, and we haven't seen him, you know, contribute much. And if you can do that, get carried along, well, then, you know, you're going to pull back the rider, Pierre Rolland, out in front. He's been out there for a long, long time. It's so normal that he's just really out of energy totally.
Well, does he glide by him? That's the question. If he does, and he's trying to, just put the hurt on. And so we have a new man at the head of the course, and it's Rui Costa, and Rolland calls to him, I think, or maybe it's just almost a primal scream to the man. Just can't believe he's been beaten at this point. Maybe this will be Costa just leading him over the top, and then away he will go. He looks like he's got fresh legs, and this same thing happened on the run into Gap, where he was, of course, victorious. Broke Riblon's heart, you remember. His team said, I think a black cat must have crossed in front of you because you've had so much ill fortune. He put that right yesterday, but putting it right once again is Costa, and off he's gone, and Rolland almost screams out, wait for me, but does not. There's silence emanating from his open mouth as he takes a big gulp of air and then settles back into the seat and realizes that there's no holding this man today. He might make this all the way. He looks like he's got the strength, he's got the experience, and he's already got a stage win to his name, Sean.
Yes, well, you know, he is a real talented rider. Winner of the Tour of Switzerland this year, double winner of the Tour of Switzerland, and a stage winner in Gap of Reason, so he's in good shape. And we could see there was a lot of attacking by Navarro, and he is the one who rides out of the group. Now the question is there anybody else capable of closing it down, as we see Bakelans there pushing on?
Well, why not Bakelans indeed? Because he, of course, took stage 2 into Ajaccio, and quality will out, and when it comes, it's in the shape of Bourg de Clerc, as you can see, as well as a whole raft of others as well. Jan Bakelans, we know about, just been passed. Cloden just comes up and gets onto his wheel. Bourg de Clerc is there, and this is a man who's got to be thinking, is it going to happen for me again? Well, he's got some work ahead of him, I'm afraid. 5.8 kilometres alone. He's got a 20-second gap on the chasers. De Klerk, Bakelans, Cloden, Nieve is also there, and I think possibly he's the big threat today. And Navarro also in the mix.
Yes, and I think it's less than that 20 seconds. It's come down a bit. Nieve pushing on there. We did see Bakelans also just putting in the effort beforehand, and that's after, you know, taking the gap down to Costa quite a lot, and I'd not be surprised if we see a 5-man group away coming together any moment.
9 minutes and 23 the peloton. It's all over for them. They're not going to be part of this day, not in terms of eventual success. It's going to be the riders who are up the road that share the spoils today. Were Saxo Tinkoff going for a spoiler as well? Well, it didn't work. Will it work for this man? He has gone off the nose of those who were pursuing Roland. He bridged over to Roland. He is our new leader on this stage. And it's starting to find them out. This is a high pace. They can afford this, Sean, on the climb, but not, one presumes, on the descent.
Well, I think it will all be decided on this climb. As we can see, just over 18 kilometres to the summit here. Quite a number of difficult kilometres still to come. Costa is working well at it on his own here. You can't just concentrate, give it almost 100%, but back in the chasing group we can see Bart de Klerk, we can see Bakelans, Cloden, and we can see the guy from Cofidis, actually Navarro. He's just making it across into that group of 4 chasers.
It's about Rui Alberto Costa. Can he do it for Portugal yet again? He's got just 3 kilometres to make, and he's passing by some very stoic fans here whose umbrellas are almost getting in the way. Scary Poppins, you might say. Bart de Klerk, Bekelens, Cloden, Niev, who just finds he's going to have more legs, Niev, on the climb. That's the man from Euskaltel in the orange than he will in the sprint later on. And it's been a high price today. And the cost goes on. There's Lopez, which leaves Richie Porte with Chris Froome, I believe. And we'll find out right now. Well, the pace that was put into the peloton by Saxo Tinkoff has been knocked right back in the wet. It's over 9 minutes back from this man. Well, the elderly cheerleaders getting I think it was a salute anyway. Maybe he was just telling them that they're number 1. Thank you for that. 17.8 kilometres from home. 9 minutes on more, and some are finding legs, and Niev, I think, is just running out of resources. He's not going to be one of the quickest late on. Bart de Klerk, I've got hopes for him, and Bekelans as well. What a turn-up it would be if it's a Bekelans versus Costa, 2 stage winners who go for this late on today.
Yes, well, Radio Shack, of course, they have 2 men there. We can see it's Andreas Cloden who is pushing on at the moment. Bekelans looks to be just suffering a little bit. Navy also, he's after putting in the effort there. And when you do put in an effort for a couple of 100 metres, somebody else goes to the front and takes it up. It can be a real painful moment. But I think that group of 5, who is going to be the strongest? Is there anybody capable of closing down on Costa? Because he is the one, who has the advantage. We did see he's, pulling out gradually, and Nieve starting to get into difficulty.
Nieve is just turning squares at the moment, I'm afraid. So the climb has finally beaten the man who could climb. It's going to be a kind of a classics profile for today, and Andreas Cloden's doing a good job for Radio Shack at the front of this quartet. His teammate Bekelans at the back. We also passed by Navarro, who seems to be suffering. Cloden pushes on. He's the kind of character that might do something. Illuminated from the rear by the chasing motorcycle that carries our camera is Rui Alberto Costa, who's had such a fantastic tour and indeed delivered a victory into Gap. Can he do it once more? Well, he's got 2.3 kilometres to go until he gets to the top, and it's not the hardest part of the climb, and he's got to start believing, Sean.
Yes, well, we're hitting 25 seconds, 27 seconds, 28 seconds at the moment, so it's a nice advantage, and the descent is going to be so important here to make a good descent. It looks like that everybody in that chasing group, Cloden setting a real strong pace, but not pulling back on Costa majorly, and I think he can hold on with at least 25-30 seconds at the summit.
Well, he's extending it to 30 because and he's also rolling easy, as you can see. The crowd just starting to get involved. Let's hope that they're not too much. I think they've thinned out because of the poor weather. And still, Saxo Tinkoff set a pace, but it's just holding steady at around about 9 minutes because of the efforts of Costa. And he's holding the chasers at bay, of which there are now just 4 from 40 at the top of the day. Well, he's going to reach the top of the final peak, and he's going to be alone. Has he timed it beautifully yet again? It is about timing, Sean.
Well, yes, the timing is very important, but you also have to have the power in the end. You have to have the energy, and you know he is a real talented rider. He's done it before in same circumstances, and it looks like he could do it again today.
De Klerk, Bakelands, Kloden, and all part of this chase. Nieve looked like he was absolutely cooked, and Bakelands likewise looks like he is suffering, still part of that quartet, whereas Nieve has dropped back. That's 20 to go for the chasing pack, only 16.8, as you can see, for Costa out front, and his gap is extending. It's now 33 seconds on the quartet behind him. Well, he doesn't seem to mind the rain. The Atlantic weather systems crash into Portugal. It makes for a cooling summer breeze, which can come very welcome in the middle of summer. It also makes for a craggy and a very dramatic coastline, and I think you can apply that as well to Costa, who's out front. What drama will be played out? We're about to find out. He's heading for the crest. He's not there yet, but he's going to make it alone. But will he make it all the way? 33 seconds, he's holding the gap, and it depends on just how much he can put into the last 13 kilometers. The thing that's in his favor, Sean, is that it's downhill. When it's downhill and you have to take on a descent at speed, it's often better to be alone, because you can pick your lines, especially in horrible weather conditions. You can get a bit tangled up if there's a number of you in the turns.
Well, I think the numbers we've got here is not going to cause a problem for anybody. With 4 chasers, it's going to be just one line. It all depends on how you descend. If you're a good descender in the wet, well, then that is going to be the advantage. And I think Costa is as good as anybody as chasing here of the four-man group. The advantage is going to be the important thing. If you can hold on to that 30-second advantage, well, then he's going to be. I see it being difficult to close him down.
37 seconds now. He extends it yet further. He really has got his climbing legs on, unlike, I'm afraid, Thomas Vogler. Yes, it's not been his tour, but then he was injury hampered at the beginning of this season, and indeed for much of it, and the recovery has been a long time coming. There is Quintana, still looks very fresh in the white young riders leaders jersey. Richie Port is the last man as the lightning flashes and the thunder rolls through the valleys. The last man for Chris Froome from a Sky team that, well, we're paced out today by Saxo Tinkoff. I think possibly the weather has just prevented them from delivering a final blow on this grisly mountain. 15.9 remaining. Still, it almost seems interminable. It's taking a long time for him to reach the peak, and I'm not surprised. It's dropped the percentage, but still is around about between 6 and 9%. And as he rolls towards the top, but he's coping better than anyone else, and it's out now to 43 seconds. Please don't get in the way with those flags. He's already started cursing a few of them. He's looking a little bit pale, but that is grit and determination.
Yes, and he's certainly got the bit between his teeth. Again, when you have got a stage victory, it's such a good feeling, and you're relaxed as a rider, the pressure's off, and when you're in good shape you can do so much more. And Costa he's giving it his all here. He has to concentrate, give it close to 100%. Not a problem here. We can see Kloden, he's riding on the front, but occasionally he looks over his shoulder, and he is thinking also that he has Bakelands here from the same team. But if there were 4 riders from different teams, I think then there would be a bit of rivalry here. They'd be looking at each other who would be pulling, but that is not the case. But Costa is proving to be very strong because the gap is growing all the time.
Look, it's almost day becomes night with the cloud that is over us. At least the rain has ebbed a little. It's not quite as intense, but and neither is the chase, I'm afraid. There is the peloton, solid at over 9 minutes, and oh dearie me, there's a lot of flashing going on. It's not just the bikes or the photographers, I can tell you. There is a whole load of lightning about, and Movistar are also sending a man up the road.
Valverde putting in an attack here. Is that a tactic, or are we going to see maybe Quintana trying to do something? highly unlikely, but when you look at Valverde's position in the general classification, you know, he's a long ways down, 11th place at 14 minutes. But again, if he pulled back a bit here today, and he's a very good descender, he could, you know, maybe challenge for a top 10 place overall.
Well, no response from Quintana. Andy Schleck's in the gang here as more thunder rolls out, but it's about Rui Costa. Movistar have been amazing during this tour. They may well finish just so much higher than anyone thought, with Quintana in second place, and it's all starting to break down, and the hopefuls are rolling the dice, Sean. Yes. It's Gadret.
Yes, Gadret now wants to go get across to Valverde, of course, and once you see the rider, you know, going away like Valverde, Gadret, another good climber, he is going to get into the action as well, and it's unfortunately for those guys, stage victory is totally out of the question. So for Valverde, he is going to make maybe a little bit of inroads. If he gets to the summit, he will make a real strong descent.
Well, for them, it's about how they compare themselves to the GC. Now look at Rodriguez and Perito, as he's known, in the red and white of Katusha. He's just behind the white jersey, and they're both cagily looking at each other, expecting one or other of them to have a go. Distance between the GC contenders is what counts for overall, and there may well be some fights going on here. Hasn't happened just yet, and remember, these guys are still a long, long way behind Costa, who's about to go over the top. When he does, there he is, alone. They still won't peak for another 9 minutes, and he's going to be almost home, because he's going to eat up those 14.4 kilometers rather quickly on the descent. Well, Saxo Tinkoff starting to pay the price of so much effort early on. Michael Rogers, the Australian, just now easing himself home today. I think plan well thought out, but difficult to deliver. And there is Andy Schleck as well, I'm afraid. So, meanwhile, out front, 14.2 kilometers to go. 9 minutes and 18 is the gap between these GC boys and Costa, but for them it's not about the stage victory, it's about policing this situation. There is Contador. He has a man in front of him, and you see the yellow jersey, he's got a man in front of him, a quality man as well, as you know. And there just behind, it is Quintana, who looks quite lonely, to be honest, because Valverde's gone up the road, and Rui Alberto Costa may well just take stage victory. He's now got almost a minute, Sean. He's only got 1K to go until the peak, and then it's downhill all the way. This could be a happy time for this man.
Yes, it's looking very like the situation. He could get another stage victory. If he gets down this descent safely, well, then it's hard to see anybody in that chasing group, which was 4. We'll have to wait when we get back to that 4-man chasing group, because it did seem to be splitting, as we see Van Velde pushing on here, and he's in 11th place in general classification at 14.56. But if you look at Mick Rogers in 8th place, he's at 14.26, so 30 seconds between them. He could go from that 11th place into 8th place if he can pull a nice advantage here, and on the descent that's where Valverde will be dangerous, because he can descend very, very strongly.
John Gadret, incidentally, 44 minutes or so down, so of no concern here to Valverde. Lawrence Tendam, the Wolfman, pulling on the Mavic neutral car, which is just getting in the way. The car's just getting trapped ever so slightly as the pace has been knocked out of the chasers, and still 58 seconds between De Klerk, Bekelance, Cloden and Navarro as a group, chasing on to the man out front, who is Costa. This pair have actually just come out of the peloton, but still they are 9 minutes back, with the peloton probably around about 15 or 18 seconds behind them, so of no great consequence. This man, amazing, already won, let's not forget, a stage into Gap, and that was a well-timed push as well, Sean. He could have timed this one absolutely beautifully once again, and in only 400 meters he's going to feel free as a bird.
Yes, and it's not too difficult to get the timing right. It's about having the energy, having the legs, as they say in cycling, and if you have got that, well, you know, it's it's man against man really, and that's what Costa have done, as he has done in the stage into gap. He just rides away when it really gets difficult at a vital time, and he is the man in form, and of the group he is the stronger one. We see there Claude and try to close down. Radio Shack had two guys, Barkelans. They were really pushing for each other, but not able to, you know, ease into the advantage that Costa was working at and pulling out all the time.
Well, the barriers are there to protect the riders in the last couple of kilometre before the climb. In fact, the last sort of 400 metres, it looks like. Some fans ignoring them and just vaulting them, and one gentleman almost getting in the way. But thank heaven he's through and free, and I'll be bound he's heading for victory with 13 kilometres to go. What a magnificent performance it will be, and the weather putting the dampeners on just about everybody else. This is a sorry, sorry sight. There's Kwiatkowski. He tried to just put a bit of distance between himself and Quintana early on. He had Mark Cavendish, who was helping to put some pace into that, but it was an early campaign in what has been a very, very long day, particularly for the riders. It's a huge stage, was billed as being extremely dramatic. It's proved to be at the end, Sean, but it's been much of an amble, really, for most of today. Very animated towards the end, thank heaven.
Yes, but the amble has worked on the energies of a lot of riders, and we can see Ten Dam there. He's in difficulty, and he's still up there in general classification in 10th place. Kwiatkowski is in 9th place, and they're the ones that are showing the little bit of difficulty already in yesterday's stage, showing it again today. And Valverde is the one in general classification. If he can keep on working here and pull out an advantage 30 seconds plus, well, to move from 11th in general classification to 8th place, that would be a nice day's work.
Certainly would be, and the movie star train rolls on, it seems, and Costa is now descending. Now keep your fingers crossed. Look at the stripe in the road he is clearing, and that shows you just how much moisture is on the surface. He's flying. Well, the motorcycle pulls up alongside. Let's hope for both of them that they both stay safe. To my mind, this motorcycle should be a little bit further behind and may well get called back there. Let's see how he takes this corner. Beautifully done. Beautifully done. Well, Portugal has a ragged profile in places as the Atlantic, we mentioned it, weather systems roll in. He's used to being wet and dry. And he's smoothing the road out ahead of him. He's got 11 kilometres to go, and he's absolutely motoring. He still holds a minute, Sean, and I believe.
Yes, I think he is on the road to getting a stage victory. It would be surprising to see anybody, making the descent at a faster rate than Costa is going about it. We can see, he is getting around the corners quite well. He is pretty confident, but you have to be careful that, you don't maybe go to a corner that's a little bit tighter than you anticipate, but he can see the car out in front. That is, give him a little bit of idea when you see the brakings of the car, the lights of the car, if it's getting a little bit tighter, but he looks to be descending very well and looking comfortable getting down here. I'd be very surprised if we see anybody in that chasing four-man group pulling back any time on him at the moment.
Exactly, he looks confident. He goes underneath the 10 to go banner, sails underneath the bridge to get an almost flash of dry weather, and then straight back out from the other side. Meanwhile, we look back at the peloton, and that was Alberto Contador with teammate just at the front, but it's not going to be anything dramatic for them. They're going to have to just bring this home in wet conditions. If they were thinking about going on the attack, then they've had to think again. Chris Froome is there with Richie Porte. So is Quintana in the white Young Riders jersey. I just wonder if Contador was hoping to put a little bit more of a cushion between himself and Quintana. Not going to happen. Perito Rodriguez of Katusha also there. Joaquin Rodriguez in the middle of this grouping. And it's kind of the same old, really, on this climb. They'll have their day tomorrow. We have an uphill finish, don't forget, out from and nearby to Annecy.
Yes.
But they have 15 to go and only 9.1 for Costa.
Yes, and when looking at the descent there with Rui Costa, it's not major technical. It's a very fast descent, so not an opportunity there for Contador and Cruisinger to cause any problems. I doubt if they can put anybody under pressure in the general classification. If it was much more technical, well then the riders that are just in the shadow of Contador would be getting concerned. The ones who are not comfortable on the descent.
Well, Valverde bridges over to his teammate, so he's got some help, which is exactly what you want in a situation such as this. But how much we'll see in a moment. Plaza Molina, meanwhile, it's all about Rui Alberto Costa, and look at him go. He's absolutely flying. He's going to make this, Sean. He's still got a minute, and with the quality of descending that he's showing, he's on drier roads, let's not forget. Then the likes of Cloden, who's just managed, I think, to extricate himself, or is it just the Cloden group? Is he still in the quartet? I think it may well be he's on his own. So perhaps hoping that this man comes unstuck, but the way he's descending, I don't think he's going to. And there, indeed, is the lone pursuer, Andreas Cloden. He looked the freshest of the quartet on the climb. But I think he's left it too late, Sean.
Well, I think with 7.7 kilometres to go, Costa, a strong time trialist as well, although Cloden, a real good time trialist, but that advantage of a minute with the 7.5 kilometres to go, I think it's too much to bridge that gap.
Well, that was a long, nasty, wet corner, and he's got another one, a whole series of them. It does kick up towards the end, but if he's on his own, he will take joy in that. He's shown he can climb, and he just has to maintain the pace, and indeed his focus.
Yes, you have to be focused, and both riders here, Costa out in front, Cloden here chasing. We could see Costa going into a corner there a little bit tighter than I think he was expecting it to be, and that's where we could see problems for this group of big favourites. If they really push it on, if Cruisinger and Contador start pushing on, we could see some riders there in that group having difficulty staying on board.
I think Contador believes that he can take this descent a little bit better than Chris Froome, but not by the margin he needs, unfortunately for him. Into town and into the cheers. 6.3 still to go. He's got to take care and gets spat out towards the Brandt combativity reminder and follows the yellow arrows through town. He's still got some way to go, Sean, but he very much job done today, I think. Cloden at 58 seconds, and and here goes Rodriguez, and I think Quintana's going to go with him, and Contador's going to have to follow, because Quintana only drifts over to the side of the road and slams the door shut, almost takes him into the spectators. Well, that was feisty.
Yes, and you cannot allow Purito to take an advantage, because he is going to finish this final bit of the climb in a very strong pace, and on the descent also he is a real good one, and Contador just wants to be the next one in the wheel. If you allow a rider that's not as good at the descent, like a Quintana for example, and you allow him to just slip away a bit, difficult to come by him, so he wasn't having any of it and just getting in the wheel of Rodriguez immediately.
Well, yeah, via the crowd and taking Quintana out towards the flags. Quintana backed up just a little bit, and yes, Quintana's still got a role to play, I think, in this day, but it is Purito Rodriguez. Now I think he could have hoped for victory today. It's not going to be, and well, it's all starting to break down, as you can see. Breaking away is this man, and he's into a little bit more brightness. The rain is heading towards the finish line by the looks of things, but so is this man. I think he's going to have the beating of everybody. The road a little bit drier here, not quite so much rainfall, and Cloden just hoping he makes an error ahead of him so he can close this gap. Well, Plaza Molina, I think it is, with Rodriguez behind him. There is Alberto Contador just bouncing away behind Rodriguez. And here comes Quintana to try and make a move. He's got a teammate with him, don't forget. If he can get in front of him, he might act as a foil. Yes, he does. He suddenly throws on the brakes and backs into the other two and allows Quintana to go away. Clever, clever stuff. Come on, Quintana. You can throw this one down a little bit, can you? Has a look behind, sees who's there, knows that there's a bigger game to play. It's like a game of chess. This fabulous.
Yes, and I'm not sure what the tactic of Quintana was there to take it, you know, over the top. Maybe he's a little bit nervous of the descent here, and we can see here Chris Froome with a lot of Spanish riders here. It's going to be maybe a difficult one, but the ones he has to mark, of course, Contador, Quintana and Rodriguez. Valverde, you know, totally out of the question. We can see here they're allowing Valverde and Gadre to ride away here. The 4 men in the general classification marking each other.
Fantastic. Valverde indeed getting involved. Fantastic. I love this. Rui Costa down on the descent. 3.3 from home. There's no stopping this man. Around about 50 seconds back to Cloden, but look, he's on dry roads now, and all his Christmases must have come at once. Here is Cloden in pursuit, but it's all too late, I'm afraid. And those here is Valverde with his partner in crime just for the time being. Sorry, just distracted slightly. Into town he comes. 3 kilometres to go. Takes that right-hander on a roundabout, and that looked like he got it a little bit wrong. I wasn't sure he knew which way to go.
Yes, he did get a little bit of his line wrong. Maybe he wasn't expecting it to be as tight, and when you're going at that real fast pace, when you look at him here on the TV, it looks like that he's not going, you know, at a real fast pace, but he's traveling at 50 kilometers per hour, and when you arrive into a corner at that rate, you know, your calculation a little bit wrong, well, then you have to label run a long way, and if you try and correct it too quickly, that's where you can slide out.
Back in the rain amongst the motorcycles, which are kicking up their own rooster tails. That is Valverde and Gadre, and you can see that they have 13 seconds on this group, led by Chris Froome. Froome then, Contador, and we also have Quintana and Rodriguez. Well, most combative rider is the combativity award has been given to Pierre Rolland. No surprise there, I wouldn't have thought. But 1.7 kilometres to go. This man is heading for victory, and it's his second of this Tour de France. And both have had the same character, Sean.
Yes, same sort of final. Real difficult climb in the end, and in a breakaway, just the strongest man of the rest of the breakaway, and we can see here 58 seconds on Cloden is in the bag, 1.3 kilometers to go. The interesting thing is with Valverde as well, he's very active here with Gadre, but Quintana at the top of the climb, he seemed to make the effort for the King of the Mountains. Maybe he's thinking of that all the time, that he can win that classement also.
Who knows? There's so much at stake, so much still to be decided on this Tour de France. So close to the end, it's a pleasure to be able to say it. The Flamme Rouge has been passed, and one man has passed the test of what looked like on paper being almost the ultimate. 2 huge all-category climbs at the beginning of the day, followed by a real shark's tooth profile at the end. He's already thinking about celebrating, and look at that. Don't take too much of an assist off the hand. Absolutely not. He gives the low 5, and into town he comes. This is going to be a gap of more than a minute, and what an amazing performance. Almost mirroring his effort into gap. Timing is what it's all about, but you've got to have the strength and indeed the will to deliver, and this man's shown on the Tour of Switzerland that he can do that, and he's done it yet again. It's going to be a double stage winning tour for this man, and you have to just admire the courage, the verve, the flair, the planning, the delivery, just about everything. He has been the complete package, and they beckon him with the hoardings. They hit them. It's a roar, and this man quietly inside has controlled his rage and his aggression absolutely beautifully. The line beckons for a true hero of this year's Tour de France. Costa makes it too. That final little ramp, it's going to be nothing to this man. He's taken every climb. He's taken everything that could be hit at him, even the weather, and he has delivered. Brilliant. Well, the king of the day has arrived, and in fact, king of 2 days. That was class, Sean.
Yes, a great performance again, and you know, the timing is all is all very good, but you have to be able to, to do it in the end. And on such a difficult final, he proved again the strongest man of the breakaway. And against real class riders, when you see Cloden, you see Bacalans, who's already won a stage, Navarro, they were not able to pull him back, and he very much the same as the first stage for Costa into Gap. Just a magnificent second stage victory for him in this tour.
Well, the clock ticks on. It might not be as big a gap as it could have been, but Costa was busy sitting up and celebrating. All credit to Cloden. He knows he's been beaten today, and there's no pleasure in coming second when you think about the possibilities of what might have been. Here he is. Teeth are chattering. I think that's at absolutely empty mode. He gave it everything. Chapeau, sir. Well, the chase is on, and Geniez is going to try and bring this one into town. He's got a pursuer, and it's Jan Bakelants. Who is he going to come round him on the final bend? Of course, places are what count, and when you look back in your Palmares, you can take some joy in that. And indeed, Bakelants, who's had his own success, let's not forget, into Ajaccio, is going to make it home next. What a day, Sean. It's been a battle of attrition. It's been a long, long ride. Look at that, 6 hours almost the winning time, and it's been more than that for these guys. They're unbelievable.
Yes, it's been a long day, just under the 6 hours, and after what they went through yesterday with the double alpines, Alpe d'Huez climb, a difficult day, and we can see the way they're coming in, just being ones here at the moment. The rest of the breakaway, just blowing apart in the final kilometres. And this final ramp is really scattering everybody, and all finish one by one.
They do. The GC contenders are going to come home together, but it's not going to be for another 9 minutes or so. And I suspect we might wait for them, but then again, we might not. It is just the battle for the crumbs of the day. The man who's taken the cake, or is it taken the biscuit? He's taken the second victory, and it's Costa once more. I just love that.
As we can see, his teammate coming here, VT, just ahead of the rider from AG2R, one of the youngest riders in the race, Romain Bardet.
Well, I hope you've enjoyed it today. It's been a little bit different. It's certainly been long. This man, double victory in the Tour de France, celebrated today. How calm and collected was that? Well, he was calm, and he did collect his second victory of this Tour de France. Seconds count, though, let's not forget. And as we wait for the chasers to come in, it may well be that there's some gaps that just start to open up. Relaying back on, you never know, he might be needed. Number 6, Richie Porte. Yes, he's done an awful lot of work in the mountains today. Sean Kelly is going to be doing quite a bit of work at the line. He's heading off to interview the great and the good, and the very good man today is, of course, Costa. Thank you, incidentally, for being such terrific company, all of you today. It's been great to hear from you, and indeed get your thoughts throughout. I did get a little bit choked up at the end of today. It's been quite a marathon, and it was just great to see Costa making it happen. I really love that. I know I get carried away sometimes, but it's not something that can be helped when it's such a superb solo effort on what has been a very, very, very long and indeed arduous tour. 4 to go then for the main contenders, and I think they're still going to have their own battles and just try and put some seconds between themselves and those others within main contention. Jakob Fuglsang of Astana wants to ensure that he closes a gap. Bauke Mollema is going to take a packet today, I think. Should finish ahead of him, but he's got Rodriguez as well in there, let's not forget. And so you're going to have these accelerations, and it's about minor places. But as far as the top 3 are concerned, Froome, Contador and Quintana, Expect them to finish with the same time today. If not, then just the odd second or two. They've also done a great job of just marking each other. Saxo Tinkoff putting a lot of effort into the earlier part of the day. And the 3 kilometre mark, they pass underneath. Well, that was the roundabout that nearly paid for Costa. Got it a little bit wrong. And don't forget as well, we had a photographer earlier on today who just took a step out. And I think it was Roland at that point, actually, who got it very, very wrong. Going into a corner, managed to save it. It could have been very nasty, and it shows you any moment, just one momentary lapse, or indeed a little bit of ill fortune, a lapse of concentration, not only of the rider, but of the fans. And luckily, they got through the nutter zone today reasonably safely. Pierre Roland has got the combativity award today. He'd have liked a lot more than that. He did collect an awful lot of King of the Mountains points and nearly exhausted himself on the way in. And Pierre Roland has not given up just yet on designs of finishing as high as possible in that polka dot jersey competition. So they roll in, but look at the time, giving it away another 6 minutes. Pierre Roland absolutely empty, crosses the line.